Welcome, everyone, to the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence 2020. We want to thank you all for being here with us today, and we welcome all of our guests and participants. We're going to start today off with a traditional Native American prayer delivered by myself. I am Dawn. I'm Anishinaabe. I am a citizen of White Earth Nation, and I'm an enrolled tribal member with the Minnesota Chippewa tribe from the Ottertail Pillager Band of Indians. Miigwech Gitchi Manadu. Good day to everyone, especially the elders. This day, I acknowledge the elders. They have always had a significant role in our society as people, and it's the elders that remind us how we should be living, how we should be behaving, and how we should walk. Whenever the prayers are done, it is to evoke the grandfathers and the grandmothers to come within our presence, to be around us, to guide, teach, and protect. I also want to recognize that Black Lives Matter, and our people recognize that all things are connected to the Creator, all things we see and all things that we don't see. So with that, gracious Creator, we offer our prayers, tobacco, and our hearts. We come before you as many backgrounds, many experiences, many nations, with gratitude and respect. We all stand with our feet on this sacred ground, no matter where we are. We all breathe this air. We all drink this water. We are all cleansed by the smoke of the fire. Creator, open our minds, break open our hearts, soften our preconceived notions, and transform us. As we listen in solidarity, may this convergence heal us with respect. Aho. Now next.
Thank you, Don, for those words. Welcome, everyone, to Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence 2020. We are here to educate, celebrate, and hold space together. We are the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, and we exist to advocate, organize, and educate around Indigenous issues. We are coming to you live from the unceded lands of the Osage, Miami, and Shawnee nations and the Adena and Hopewell peoples. Welcome, everyone, to the Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence 2020. We're going to hop right into the presenters. Introducing Isaac Bishara and Lucy Tukua, our Maori relatives coming to us from across the earth, will be speaking on the interconnectedness of all Indigenous peoples and Aroha. Welcome, Zach and Lucy.
Kia ora te whānau. Kia ora Dawn. Kia ora Jerry. Kia ora my sister Lucy. Hau aio, hei aio, na te waipuna ariki, he waipuna, he waipuhi. Hau aio, te waiura, kāhu papatia te pūno tua ki te waiu kai pōtua nuku, kāhu rangitia te pūno tua ki te mana waiura te ira tawhito. Hatauha, wakatauha, sihai, wini, tihai, nako, katauha, wakatauha, tūtura mai o huti hoka maua, kia tīna, haumie, huie, tai ki e. It's a wonderful day, Dawn. Thank you very much for your prayer. As you bring us together, you weave us together, unite us in this time of healing. Jerry, thank you for the introduction. As you bring us in with a good mind and a good heart, you bring us together so that we may heal each other with story, so that we may share breath, a breath of life, inside the identity of Aroha, that which binds us together, no matter what distance exists, the distance between our consciousness, our aspirations, and dreams, handed down from our ancestors to the puku, the center, the pito, the placenta, which connects us to the earth, to Mother Earth, and our origin stories, handed down from our ancestors, which weave us together into this earth and to all our relatives around the world, the four-legged, the trees, all animal life, all life on earth and beyond, those our brothers and sisters to whom we, the last born, the youngest of all creation, are responsible for the care and well-being of. And I greet you in this way with a good mind and a good heart, in the sacred cloak of peace between all nations. I greet my sister Lucy, who is the right hull of this double-hulled waka, ocean-going vessel guided by the stars, that has been traveling with me for a... Hi, Lucy. Are you connected in, Lucy?
Yeah, are you in?
Yeah, I'm just talking at the moment. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's the wonder of the world of technology as we have a three-way conversation with my sister Lucy, and as I am talking to you through this portal. Family, we're here to celebrate. We're here to educate, and we're here to re-indigenize. And I wanted to connect us with the purpose of today's gathering and the next 3 days of all the amazing speakers and entertainers and artists that are going to weave us all together in this collective essence of sending peace and healing out into the world. To celebrate, to whakamanawa nui, to uplift the teachings of our ancestors and to share them with the world, to share them with each other as food for the mind and the heart and the soul, so that it can bring healing into our families. It is a time of celebration, a time of life. Kia ora, sister. Kia ora, Lucy.
Morena.
It is a educate, the education, the original meaning of the word education comes down to us from the Latin, and it is the original meaning speaks to the archetypical story of the human being born into the nation and village of their people, grows, leaves their village, and then through their life journey picks up life experiences and wisdoms through the elders that they connect to, and then in their time returns back to their village, and in their return uplifts the essence and aspiration of their ancestral dreams inside their community, sharing their life experiences, and by doing so expanding the well-being of their people and their community, to educate, to bring yourself back to your true self, your true indigenous self, your true nature. We face as indigenous peoples multiple alienations through the process of colonization, of imperialism and racism. We have trauma. We are not our trauma. Our origins come from ceremony and ritual which recognize our true nature, which is aroha, which is layers of genealogical ritual and ceremony, acknowledging the binding truth of our true community, of our own innate ability to connect through love, through all our relations, all of life, and with that responsibility and duty and obligation to give healing, to give life to life, and to acknowledge the abundance within that life, and to be creative with that great responsibility as we take care of this planet Earth. That's our true nature. And the alienations that they speak of as from colonization, we are alienated from nature itself, from the very earth itself. We once walked with bare feet from the north to the south, from the south to the north, from the east to the west, and the west to the east. All day we would walk the earth, connected with Mother Earth, skin to skin, in our bare feet. We suffer the alienation with family, as colonization created dysfunction inside our community. And we are here to bring the aspiration of re-healing and restoring our own communities, inside our own family, inside which violence has entered and is affecting us in all ways that are causing the trauma to further affect our youth, our elders, and all our aspirations and dreams. We are alienated from ourselves as beings of great responsibility and duty and obligation to reconnect with ourselves. And in this time in the world like in no other time in the history of humanity, has now the opportunity to connect across distance, across worldviews, across philosophies. And these are the incredible times of the awakening of our global village. And reconnecting ourselves to ourselves. We are the very breath of life breathing. We are at the cutting edge of the universe, asking itself, what is life for? How may we manifest our creativity, our creative responsibility in this time? And the further alienation through colonization that we experience and find ourselves having to restore and heal is our own alienation from our own culture, as we go about our way to restore the words of our ancestors back to our tongues and our lips and our face, as we attempt to see ourselves as Indigenous peoples in our own Indigenous lands, often where we are aliens, homeless by global neoliberal economies, set only on the addiction of the individual to consumerism. As we attempt to bring back the traditional arts of our ancestors and make them relevant again in this modern era, often arts that are healing in themselves, in the process of the making of themselves. We are faced with enormous pressures as citizens of the city-state, the polis, inside whose policies, politicians, police forces serve to be barriers to our own dreams and visions of unity, of abundance and well-being. And these alienating pressures often bring us to the brink of our own self-destruction as we face suicide inside our community, as we face mental health issues of stress inside our communities, as we face the challenges of our own children who, in too many cases, suffer the ignoble existence of not being able to dream of a better life, and so therefore choosing to end the pain that they find so overwhelming in taking their own lives. And so we face these challenges inside a world itself that appears to be crumbling at the very edges. You in Greater Cincinnati, Ohio, the sacred four directions of all the world as we face COVID-19. who we see as the blessing that is cleaning Mother Earth, and forcing us ironically and yet not unsurprisingly to go back inside to ourselves and our homes, to come closer together, to reunite, to be with family, to be clean. And as I hand over this time to Lucy to share her own thoughts, her own experiences in her amazing life as a champion of her own nation's aspirations and dreams, to see themselves inside their own community, on their own lands, on their sacred waters, to be able to connect with their identity and the greater we-identity of who we are in relationship to each other, and who we are to our ancestors in the past, who we are through this portal of the now, and who we may become in the future, all woven together and reunited through this one breath that we here call te ha, which makes up the word aroha you find in Polynesia, from aloha to our brothers and sisters in Hawaii, Hawaii Nui, Hawaii Roa, Hawaii Pa Mau Mau, to Samoa and Alofa, to Tonga, Ofa, to Tahiti, to Rarotonga, all the way to Rapa Nui, that which connects us to the world. And as we hand to Lucy this time to pick up on this kōrero and speak to her own journey as part of one side of the double-hulled waka that has been travelling the world, listening to Indigenous story, sharing our own Indigenous story, weaving our own breath, our ha, into the ha of all Indigenous peoples, and creating a new ha of possibility and potential for the achievement of the aspirations of our own tūpuna. Nā rātau I whakatakatotara hei koinga mō rātau uri. And we are the descendants of our ancestors with the responsibility to bring together those dreams that they had. For dreams are answers to questions our ancestors gave Creator, so that Creator may fill our own vision with the horizons of hope, of peace, of healing. No matter what we face, no matter what fears may enter our being, we will take those fears and pin them to our sacred cloaks as the design of our own patterns of ability to heal one another, with one another, in one another, surrounding one another, holding each other tight. No matter what global catastrophes, crises throw at us, for our ancestors and tūpuna have been facing such forces for millennia, with great eloquence, great cultural fortitude, immense intellectual capability and capacity, and above all else with great passion. So Lucy, at that time I just wanted to acknowledge all of that, bring that all together, and hand it over to you, Lucy, just to share your own mihi, and then we'll pick up on a kōrero, and we'll just let the spirit of this time and this moment take us where it wants to take us, as we acknowledge our brothers and sisters in Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, and wire it out into the sacred four directions of all our people, as I acknowledge how we come to this place through Avo, Looking Horse, and Paula Hornum, who brought us together through World Peace and Prayer Day ceremony and celebration, and then back into our own tūpuna, through whom we could not be here. Kia ora, Lucy. Kōrero mai.
Hau, hai mārire. Tēnā koutou katoa, aku rangatira whānau whānui e mihi tēnei no Aotearoa, aroha nui ki a tātou, kei wainga nui, i hoki ki a rātou kua whitirangitia, ki te whānau kua whārekihia te karakia, hoki hei whakamāhana-hanatia tēnei hui. Ko Lucy Tukua tēnei, he uri no Waikato, pare hauraki, pare Waikato. My dad's tribe comes from Te Puaha Waikato, the mouth of the longest river in Aotearoa. My mum, her iwi, her tribe come from Tikapa Moana, the Hauraki Gulf in Tāmaki Makaurau, the biggest metropolis in Aotearoa, a population of 1.7 million. Tāmaki Makaurau, the name that we know our whenua as. Tāmaki Makaurau, Tāmaki of 100 lovers, now 1.7 million lovers. And this is part of the journey in terms of how we, as tangata whenua, as people of this land, uphold our responsibilities to care, to continue to care for not only our whenua, our lands and our oceans, but also for those that reside on our lands. So as kaitiaki, we take our responsibilities very seriously as Indigenous peoples. So I acknowledge the waters that connect us, and that we are water bodies, and that water is precious, and we have an opportunity to educate and uplift not only ourselves and our own families and people, but also the many the many on our whenua. In my work, my role is as a navigator. I work across the 19 tribes and have worked alongside them for a number of years, for many years. And there's been this shift, I guess pivot's the word that everybody's using now. But in our work, we've been able to, I guess, work in a way that allows our tamariki, our children, our grandchildren, our mokopuna, to be able to see their faces and their places, to work with the system to ensure that our stories, our narratives, our pūrākau, and our history is deeply embedded and ingrained into our lands, and in particular in the built form. So I collaborate quite strongly with a lot of developers in Tāmaki and Auckland here as a conduit between my people and those developers, our councils, local government, to be able to ensure that it's not just about engagement, it's not just about consultation, it's about true partnership, which is what is reflected in our treaty, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So we have all these mechanisms in place that allow us to engage in a deeply meaningful way. And it's taken a number of years to be able to manifest that, developing a number of tools that help us partner on this journey. So when we think about Queen Street, which is the main street in our CBD, in our town centre, we think about the awa, the river that used to flow down that street. That is now, I guess, held within a system, within a drain. And so the work that we do to daylight our taonga, our waters, is starts with daylighting minds. To daylight minds requires a lot of hard work to bring back our narratives of the land, our stories of our journeys, our events, the names of our places that our ancestors created, to educate and to uplift the spiritual essence and the storying of place through our eyes, through the eyes of our ancestors, so that our children can see themselves in their places. They can walk up Queen Street and not think they were in some other city anywhere else in the world. As they walk up Queen Street and any other place in Tāmaki Makaurau, their reflection is seen. So being on a journey to re-indigenize our spaces and places, to ensure that somebody's not putting a square box over our heads, to ensure that we're on a journey together with our communities, coming together in a way that honours our land, and the way in which I I bring my work forward is really driven by a paradigm that calls for an approach that is place-sourced, culture-led, and community-fed. And in that way, we are able to tell the stories of our lands and our waters, the flora and the fauna, culture-led, so that we can share and acknowledge the cultural narratives of our place, of Tāmaki Makaurau, back when there were only 100 lovers. Community-fed, so that we are engaging and uplifting and educating those communities that are residing on our tribal lands. So this is I guess not so much a challenge, but a passion that we all have moving forward to come into relationship. And I acknowledge that even some of us as Māori are still on that journey. And our practices, our deep cultural practices, because of colonisation and because of a lot of reasons actually, we need to return to our source, to return to those places that our ancestors once stood proudly on their tūranga waiwai, on the places that we call home, to stand on our maunga, on our mountains, and acknowledge the vast expanse of our lands. And I've learned so much from my First Nations family. Stood on many mesa, many sacred waters. The journey with Chief Arvil and Paula has really highlighted the fact that we are on this journey together. So I guess I'll at this point hand it back to Zach, since he's our kai whakahaere, leading this space for us. And ngā mihi nei tēnei kia tātou katoa me tahi nei. Tēnā tātou. Kai a koe iho.
Kia ora, Lucy. Relatives, I want to take us for just a little moment to the visionary space of our ancestors. They were great seers. They saw far into the distance. All that we are faced with today, they saw. They saw coming. They saw it all. Pre-1769, an ancestor of the Ngāti Apakura iwi, a great seer by the name of Tiriwa, spoke these words. Kei tua I te aue māpara, he tangata kē, māna e noho te ao nei, he mā. When the Europeans, after Captain James Cook's arrival here in 1769, on the 6th of October, Nicholas Young, a young boy, was sighted New Zealand. Captain James Cook had just come from Tahiti on his way here. He didn't discover much in the Pacific. Captain Wallace was a man who had found his way to Tahiti, and with his maps and intelligence handed down to Captain James Cook, James Cook was sent down to Tahiti to conduct measurements in the transect of Venus, the planet Venus, as a scientific study. Now that story is used as a cover. Really, what he was down here in the Pacific to do was to discover new lands for king and country. And that is a part of the history of the doctrine of discovery, which comes all the way back to, connects with Columbus, 1492, and the doctrine of discoveries, the papal bulls that were created to support white supremacy in 1493 onwards, which continued to find their influence in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, 18th centuries. So Captain James Cook comes down to Tahiti, witnesses the transect of Venus across the face of the sun as part of his first orders, and then he opens his second orders. And his second orders were to go and discover what they had theorized was a continent that had to exist in the southern Pacific Oceans. Well, there was no continent discovered, but what they did discover was the nation of the Polynesian peoples, who come to be known as the Polynesian peoples, from the triangle of Hawaii down to Aotearoa over to Rapa Nui, Easter Island. And on the 8th of October, 1769, Captain James Cook with crew members decided to set foot on shore in the area of Turanganuiakiwa on the east coast. And within the hour of setting foot on shore, they shot the first Maori man whose name we know as Te Maro. Now, when you read European histories, they treat the story as if Captains Cook men saw some brown savage on the beach who threatened them, and so they shot them to keep themselves safe. In fact, what happened was not the case. There was a lot of fear in the young man who was responsible for shooting that man, Te Maro. Te Maro was a leader, a father, a brother, somebody's cousin, somebody's contributive member in the community. He was a man whose name 251 years later we remember. Within the next 48 hours to October the 10th, no less than between 6 to 9 Maori men were shot and killed by Captain James Cook's men. That's the initial contact we had with Europeans. I will take 2 steps back and mention Abel Tasman, who was in the Pacific 100 years before Cook in 1642. He had arrived and had contact with our people here. Abel Tasman never set foot on the land. He never got off the boat. He did have an incident at the top of the South Island where the history is reported that Maori warriors murdered 4 of his men. And to that effect, they named that harbour Murderer's Bay, which still remains to be the name of that harbour to today, in commemoration of this story that Maori warriors killed 4 of Abel Tasman's men. The truth is, in a report made by witnesses on the ship, that Abel Tasman set his cannon upon a village in the beach and decided to bomb the village for no reason at all, because that's what they did back then. And in response to being attacked, those warriors in that village of Ngāti Tū Matakōkere went out on their waka to defend their lands, and in so doing, through violent defence of their village, killed 4 of Abel Tasman's men. From that incident, Abel Tasman quickly got in his boat and sailed out of the Pacific very quickly. So we have 1642, murder. We have 1769, murder. That's the first contact we have with the Europeans. Now, in remembering that, here we are, October the 10th, no less than 48 hours after October the 8th, 2020, 1769. Still, violence defines our contact with our family from Europe. Now, the battlefield of that conflict didn't end in the past. It continues today and stays alive in the policies and the machinations of our governments. And we are united in our aspirations to stop the violence, to bring peace again back to our nature, to have hope and faith that our children may live a life where their breath is not stolen from them. Now, the prophecy that Tuua spoke prior to European contact, anthropologists arrived here into the Pacific with great fetishism. There was a new unknown culture to mine, to take the artifacts and paraphernalia of the exotic cultures and to profit from them. So when white anthropologists interpreted and translated Tiriwa's prophecy, they translated it in this way. Behind the tattooed face, kei tue te aue māpara, behind the tattooed face, a stranger stands. Mana e noho te ao nei, he will inherit the world, he mā. He is white. Wow. The utter sheer arrogance of white anthropology to interpret our own prophecies in such a way that places their superior position inside the landscape and aspirations of domination. Now, Sir Peter Buck, Te Rangihiroa, was a Māori anthropologist in the 19th century, and he revised that interpretation as an expert of our own language. And he saw in his time the decreasing number of Māori who no longer wore the full face tāmoko. And his interpretation went like this. Kei tua te aue māpara he tangata ke. Behind the tattooed face, a different human being appears. He will continue to inhabit this land unadorned. So this Māori anthropologist looked around in his world, saw that we were no longer wearing our traditional tāmoko face markings, our Māori markers on our face, and our stories, our genealogical stories on our face. And he interpreted that here we are living in the prophetic times of our ancestors who saw that these times would come, that our people would no longer wear our culture on our face, our stories in our skin, etched in our skin. But Sir Peter Buck also said, in order for prophecies to be kept alive, they must maintain the ability for reinterpretation and retranslation inside the modern context of our generations upon generations. So I spent some years in my journey of restoring my ancestral language to my tongue, my own interpretation over the last 10, 20 years. And so I've looked at this prophecy, and I know through my work with Ava Looking Horse and many Indigenous peoples, we are inside the realization of many prophecies on the land. And so my interpretation of this prophecy goes this way. Kei tua te aue māpara he tangata ke. Beyond the violence upon the body, mind, and soul of our people, an evolved healing being arises in the distant future. Mana e noho te ao nei he mā. She will inhabit this enlightened universe as an awakened being. Clean, he mā. Clean. Clean of our alienation. Clean of colonization. Clean of discrimination. Clean of violence. Able to breathe the clean, sacred breath of life. Unfettered and unoppressed by fear of another culture on top of our own dreams and aspirations. My own children, my oldest son is 26, my middle son is 8.5, and my young daughter is 6 years old. My wife and I often talk, how will we? Come here, darling. Come and say hello to the world. This is my daughter, Paya. Pia Paya. Okay, my darling. My oldest son is 26. So, how? What tools shall we give them so that they may carve their future in this now? The tools of their language, of their of their ancestors, the tools of the dreams, the ancestral dreams, the tools of the familiarity with the prophecies that gently hold them and uplift them and carry them into their own futures. That they have family in Greater Cincinnati, in Ohio, that they have family all around the world, and that this family is united in their dreams and their visions, and that they hold a greater aspiration of well-being for all of their community, that their children and grandchildren may find a friend around the world to play with in this beautiful universe, despite the challenges that they may face, whether it be COVID-19, whether it be the insanity and inanity and just craziness of world leaders who just haven't grown up. And so I bring together all those prophecies. There are many prophecies, and we are living under prophetic times. The realization of them, they are blossoming around us. And this is a time. Today is Mental Health Day, internationally and globally. And every day is Mental Health Day, internationally and globally, for our children, for our elders, for ourselves. And so these gatherings are very important for us to remind ourselves where sacred breath comes from and what it is for and why it is placed there, and how we can weave it together through our arts and through our music and through our songs and through our poetry and through our storytelling. And so I share that prophecy with you. And as I'm mindful of the time, I just want to give a moment for Lucy that may have triggered some part of your own storytelling to share. But ultimately, Lucy, I'd like to just share a poem before we leave, as the colonization of time oppresses us in this technological world to move quickly and tell our 10,000-year-old Indigenous story in these short sound bites that we have. But family, nevertheless, me and Lucy are open to conversation. This is a conversation that's never ending. Our ancestors sat around the fire thousands of years having exactly this conversation with each other. My ancestors sent messages through the volcanic connection that connects all of the world across nations, whispering wisdom to each other, something that I learned from our Hawaiian whānau in 2017 at World Peace and Prayer Day. Ku kia I mauna, mauna wākea. And as we unite together in solidarity to bring forth all that we hope and dream of. So Lucy, you got any kōrero? I see we've got a couple of 10 minutes or something like that before Jerry gives us the shove and moves us on, and so we can get these youth that are going to come on and entertain and sing and recreate the world through poetry and their dance and their song. So Lucy, and then I'll wrap us up with a floem. After we finish, then we'll hand it back over to Jerry and Dawn, and back to the GCNAC whānau.
Ka pai e hoa. One of the things that I wanted to share is the journey that I've been on for a long time with our rangatahi, with our youth, particularly those in professions like architecture, landscape architecture and the like. And just in terms of my journey, my teachers have been my elders. They have been the gatherings that Zach mentioned, where we sat around on our marae and just talked for days. In terms of my education, I was fortunate to have attended a boarding school for Māori girls and in Aotearoa, that is a really positive thing. So I always profess that that I don't have an alphabet soup after my name. I've never been to university and studied for 3 years to come out the other end with a bachelor's or anything else like that. And I always say that my degree is the calluses on my hands and the bruises on my backside. And I acknowledge that for a lot of us, sitting in a system that's not of our making may not be conducive to good learning in that. So in my role in terms of organisations that I've been fortunate to have been the founder of, Ngā Aho, which is a group of Māori creatives, another group, Te Matapihi, which is our national Māori housing body. So I sit on Auckland City Council's urban design panel and provide advice to big projects that are happening in Auckland. For me, it's not really about myself, but it's about how do I influence the minds and hearts of those that we work with to be able to understand the depth of our cultural knowledge and associations to our places so that they can connect with their place, which may not necessarily be here in Aotearoa. It could be anywhere in the world. And so one of my practices when I'm working with developers is what we call whakawhanaungatanga. And simple values such as whakawhanaungatanga, where we come into a space and before we even talk about, you know, the project, all those kinds of things, it's really around how do we come into a relationship as a team, as individuals, because a lot of the times I'm usually in a big meeting of professionals. I'm probably the only Māori in the room and the only female in the room many a times. And so you acknowledge that, you know, time is precious. These contractors, you know, they just want to deal to their outcomes and they don't take time out to engage with one another. So the journey that I take them on is merely around sharing who they are, and if they are so inclined, some of the questions that I ask them are like, where do your bones come from? You know, and that's quite a kind of riveting question, because, you know, we're actually asking them where are their ancestors from. But the more simpler question that I ask is, where are your spiritual waters from? Where do you draw your essence? Where do you draw your strength and energy? And never before me coming onto a project have they ever had a whakawhanaungatanga discussion like this. And it's quite amazing because some people around the table, obviously not Indigenous, āhua-wise, they don't look Māori. One gentleman, quite a well-known architect, he talked about his whakapapa, his lineage, and unbeknown to all of us around the table, he advised us of his Māori heritage. And, you know, we were all just absolutely blown away, but it was beautiful because he had the opportunity to share that. And I think we need to be able to, well, for me anyway, is to be able to come into a space with absolute strangers and for them to be able to feel safe in that space, and for me to be able to hold that space in a really loving way. And that in itself is an education. And I've been to a number of hui, a number of meetings where others have brought forward their version of kind of the practice that I have, to the point where when I go into a room, whatever the closest water body is to that land that I'm standing on, I will draw water from that source before I come into this meeting. And that awa, that stream, that moana will be the centre of this meeting, because she will be the witness to what is being shared during that session. And so a lot of the feedback from those around the table that are sharing, it's really beautiful, because we travel the world. We could be sitting in a square box on the 16th floor of a building, and the whole ahua, the whole feeling of the gathering is totally, we could be anywhere on the water, anywhere in the world. And so when Frank shared his kōrero about the stream in China somewhere, and I see his eyes light up, and then I say to him, "Do you swim in your stream, Frank? Did you swim in there when you were a young boy?" And he'll say, "Oh, yes." And then he'll talk about the food that they gathered. And then when I wind it up, I come back to acknowledge the sharing and the love that everybody has for these sacred places. And then I relate that to the project, and I talk about the water body that sits next to this development of 1,400 apartments. And my comment to them is, the passion that you've just shared about your sacred waters, that's now you know the passion that we as Indigenous people have for our sacred waters. So essentially, whilst you're tinkering away in your office, just remember that. Just remember the love that you have for your waterways, for your special places. And whilst working through this project, we have a responsibility to ensure that we continue to uplift the mauri, the vitality and the essence of these places. And then they get to understand, when they meet with mana whenua, when they meet with tangata whenua, the iwi, the tribes of this place, why we're so passionate about this. And so that leads to a whole lot of very beautiful and deep relationship building. So I'm a real practical person. And so I've shared a link in the chat. And like Isaac said, we're always open to a lot more, of these conversations. And we've spent a lot of time on Turtle Island sharing our love for place, for Aotearoa, for Indigenous lands. And so, again, just really honoured to be here to share this space, to share our breath, our ha, our aroha, our love with our family. I taku ye o yasa.
Kia ora, Jerry, Dawn. I know that's our hour, that's our time, and we want to hand it back so that we allow the flow to continue. So, whānau, I know I wanted to say a poem, no, but I think let's carry on with the conference, with the convergence. Lots of times for poetry still to come. So, okay, back to you, Jerry, and Black Lives Matter, whānau, and peace to all of you, and happy birthday, Sarah Rose Harper.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me? I am. Okay. Stand by. And
oh God.
Hello. Why am I muted?
You're not. Keep going.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, Zach and Lucy. Please join Zach and Lucy in the water cooler room for further discussion. You can find that link pinned in the comments in the live stream on YouTube and Facebook. Zach and Lucy, I had the pleasure of talking with them at World Peace and Prayer Day with Orville Looking Horse last year. Amazing speakers, and one of the things that we found was that the issues that we have in Indian country and the issues that the Indigenous people in New Zealand and Australia share together, they are the same. I mean, our struggles are the same. The stories that they were talking about and the things that they said, it could have been the same. You could have just taken your family's names and placed them in there. The struggles are the same. The issues that they deal, the social issues, the economic issues, the issues with racism, the issues that they have on a socioeconomic scale with jobs and homelessness is incredible. And this happens in Indian country and in Indigenous places all over the world. So we were very lucky to also speak with some Aboriginal people from Australia, and they suffer from so many of the same issues that we do here in Indian country. I would really like to thank again Zach and Lucy. The fact they got up so early in the morning. It's actually tomorrow morning in New Zealand right now for them, and for them to join us and be able to speak is amazing. We were trying to get used to a lot of the time differences and technical issues that we have with doing a virtual conference. Everything so far is going as smoothly as we could possibly hope for. So I am going to go ahead and see if I can introduce our next guest. Next up is Bobby Sanchez, bringing us some powerful pieces, including some spoken word, capturing the Quechua and Wari perspective. I'd like to welcome Bobby Sanchez.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, sweet.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, hey, everyone. My name is Bobby Sanchez. I'm in New Rochelle, New York right now. That's Siwanoy land. I'm happy to be here today to share some poetry, some stories, and a cappella songs that I've written. Big shout out to Sarah Rose. Thank you for the invite, and for all the organizers of this event. I've been looking been looking forward to this event for a while. So so sweet. So I'm gonna get right into it. The first poem that I'm gonna do is water. It's a water poem. So hope you like. Oh, sorry. You're gonna play my poems live, or do I do this live? I'm reading the chat right now. My bad.
That's okay. We have the videos if you want us to go ahead and play those.
So I have 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. No, I can do them live. I got
All right.
you.
We got
Ready
you.
to go. All right. So I'm gonna be doing like 8 or 9 poems if the time allows, and then I'm gonna talk about each piece before I do them. So this first one is a water poem. You know, a lot of indigenous people can relate to the water struggle and how all around the world it seems like indigenous people are fighting for their land and their water. So even in Peru, where my family's from, my indigenous blood comes from Peru, specifically Ayacucho. So I'm gonna talk more about that in my poems. But this first poem is a water poem. Water is watering. 'Cause you see, water is not a noun or a thing. Water is everything. And native people know that even water can think. So think good thoughts. Maybe you should even sing. Maybe you should even dance for that water. Maybe take a stance for that water. Some people like to use both hands for that water, giving thanks to it like a deity. Understand there's water in every human being, see? But this water crisis is a man-made disaster. I'm noticing the river getting bigger, flowing faster. Sea levels are rising, affecting the Gulf Stream, making this future looking like it's a bad dream. Conservatives want to say that climate change isn't real. Starvation and dehydration, a 5-year-old shouldn't have a will. But water is being privatized and monetized. But watering will never be colonized. Flowing free, watering we, thoughts freely falling from the skies. Hypnotizing because our sky is getting polluted. And buying bottled water makes me feel a little stupid because bottling, watering is drying our consciousness. You can't drink the oceans, nor can we flood our deserts. Watering is not just water. Thank you. So that first one I did, I like to start off some of my sets with that because, you know, we got to acknowledge water and its importance. So this next piece I'm going to do, it's called Origins. This is about, you know, where my father and my grandma are from. And it's about kind of like my identity as an indigenous person, but as a mixed person too, because a lot of people label me Latino because I'm the son of an immigrant and I'm Peruvian. So this is about that. They label me Latino because they want to rob the indigenous identity in me. They created this category in order for the indigenous and African diaspora in Latin America to forget where they came from. Latin is a European language that isn't even spoken anymore. What does that have to do with my identity? You tried to colonize my grandma's tongue with the use of Spanish vocabulary, but there is no word in Quechua for colonizing me, only Pachacuti, meaning turning of the soil, which is soaked in blood, call it land of death. My grandmother's people are warrior people. Literally, the name of my grandma's people from Peru, they're called the Wadi. It means people of the stone. She comes from a place called Ayacucho. Ayacucho is a Quechua word. Aya means death. Cucho means corner. The place where my grandmother comes from literally translates to the corner of death. So before you try to colonize this tongue or this identity, understand that the land where my ancestors come from has overcome death itself. So before you call me Latino, call me survivor of the descendants from the corner of death. Just because the corner of death is in my blood does not mean I am not alive. Thank you. So that poem was called Origins. I'm gonna get right into the next poem. So this next poem is called Ice Poem. Because, you know, my grandma and my father immigrated here from Peru. You know, they faced a lot of xenophobia in this country. For those of you that don't know what xenophobia is, it's the fear of immigrants or hate towards immigrants. And so this is about, you know, ICE. And we must recognize that there are indigenous people, you know, in custody, in ICE custody, from Central America, from all over the world. So this is called ICE Poem. ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. But maybe ICE should stand for Imperialist, Conquering, and Eliminating. Maybe ICE should stand for Immigrants Crossing Every Day. Maybe ICE should stand for Indigenous Children Executed. Maybe ICE should stand for I Can't Even. Deal with this white supremacy. ICE is not just an acronym. It is a symbol of injustice, a symbol representing thousands of dead bodies. ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So I guess in their eyes, if you want to immigrate here, you better get accustomed to being enforced by a law that has blood on its book, the pages so bloody, making the words of the founding fathers illiterate. Maybe ICE should stand for institutionalized colonization and extermination, initiation of a colonial empire, intergalactic conquesting enterprise, identifying cops everywhere. Maybe what we really need is an integration of consciousness and empathy, not immigrants continually enduring genocide. Every day, this country seems less and less like a dream and more like a horror movie, one where the children get separated from their families, put inside a cell, and left to die. Maybe ICE should stand for Immigrants Covertly Eradicated, Introducing Chess Endgame, Unjustly Creating Enemies. I can't even believe that ICE drove down my street yesterday. Thank you. So yeah, that was called Ice Poem. You know, dedicated to all the immigrants and undocumented people in this country. The next poem I'm gonna do is it's called Grandma's Miracle. So it's about sterilization. And the reason why I picked to do this one after the ICE poem is because there's people being sterilized in ICE custody. So sterilization campaigns have happened throughout the world, and even in Peru to indigenous communities there, in Puerto Rico, in this country, and they still go on today. So this is dedicated to all those people that have been sterilized and abused in ICE custody, and to my grandma. Sterilization is a mechanism whereby the forces of coloniality seek to control and limit the reproduction of non-white people. This mechanism is also one of the legally defined characteristics of a genocide and bloody crimes it has been against humanity. This mechanism also points to the patriarchal practice of controlling women's bodies. They tried to control my grandma's body. You see, my grandma was sterilized by the government. She was given pills in order to end her lineage. Why? Because her skin is brown? Why? Because she's indigenous? Why? Even the word indigenous has the root indignant, meaning sickly, meant to die. Why was she sterilized? She was sterilized, but I never known my grandma to be someone with bad hygiene. Her reproductive organs altered so she wouldn't give birth to another brown baby. After 6 miscarriages, grandma could only pray. Her tears drips of imperialism from yesterday. After one last try, grandma had her only child. It was a miracle. My father is a spiritual survivor. She named my dad Martin. He was born the day after Saint Martin was canonized. Canonized means becoming a saint. I guess my father became a saint that day. I guess all the bloody tears grandma shed over the years left the soil underneath her fertile with no fear. You see, can't no science prove what my grandma's been through. Picture my father in the womb, king pushed through. My grandma calls me hijo. I guess I'm her son too. To my abuela and my father, I guess I love you too. I'm a miracle. Thank you. So that was called Grandma's Miracle. It was very, tough to do that sometimes because, it's a very traumatic thing that's done to a lot of families. So, yeah, Leonard Peltier is my next piece that I'm going to do. Leonard Peltier was a Native activist in the mid-70s who was unjustly arrested and has been incarcerated since. Let this ink on the paper turn into a gateway. Sign the ink on the paper, then they call that a treaty. But they tried to take the lands from Lakota just so that they can build a pipeline, water. Blood is thicker than oil, don't cover. What is sacred lands? You know what is under? Bodies from the genocide. Brainwash, what up? No one wants to talk about the wounded knee fuss up. Massacre. Trail of tears, what's in back of your ancestors accurate, ever tough and so passionate. Please no Dakota access pipeline. In this world full of clocks, seems it's hard to trust time. Kids go to school for breakfast and lunchtime, but when it comes to crunch time, sit back, punchline, evidence. Please name one president that actually cares about native residents. Can you please free Leonard Peltier? Native people in the history books, we're not there. Movements rise up to address their sovereignty. Issues with treaties maintain their poverty. 1975, the Pine Ridge shootout. Reservation domination trying to get you out. They planted shell casings from the ammunition. Then they put him in prison, but the truth is missing. 2 life sentences. But all he was doing, defending land, American Indian movement. Leonard Peltier is not a fugitive. All of this evidence was planted so ludicrous, but the system won't ever admit to this. The land of the free is the land of the ridiculous. Thank you. So that piece is dedicated to Leonard Peltier and all the elders that have fought for, native land on these occupied territories that we are now in. So this next poem that I'm gonna do is It's called Hair is Culture. And I kind of wrote it to, I've had long hair for a lot of my life, even when I was a kid. So, and people, they say things to you that are hurtful, because of colonization. Men think that we can't have long hair, and they bully men who have long hair. But in reality, most cultures across this world, men had long hair. So this is also dedicated to all the two-spirit people. So much love. Hey, Bobby, why do you have long hair? Hey, Bobby, are you a boy or a girl? Hey, Bobby, why do you wear earrings? Hey, Bobby, you don't have to explain your culture. You are native. You are Kwadiwadmi, two-spirit. You are reclaiming an identity lost in the past, resurfacing itself now in an era of representation. To answer your question, kids, let me represent. In order to reclaim roots, you must first rip them out of the soil, transplant them, water them, sing in your native language to them, so they speak Quechua. This hair is like roots. Guess this body is Pachamama, Mother Universe, Mama Kia, Mother Moon. Move these oceans, let them soak these roots and watch them grow. When I was 13, a man that I looked up to told me that I should get a haircut and take the earrings out so I don't look like a faggot. I could understand homophobia from an early age. At my first job, after coming in with braided hair, boss tells me, "You look too girly." As if looking like a girl is a bad thing. I could understand transphobia from an early age. Boss later suggests that I should maybe dress up as Pocahontas for Halloween. As if the skin of indigenous folk is meant to be worn once a year for your entertainment. This hair is not a costume, and I am not sorry if this hair offends you, if these androgynous attributes make you uncomfortable. Do not look down at me, for you will be looking down at Pachamama. Pachamama, let me represent my culture without asking me why. Thank you. So that poem's called Hair is Culture. I'm seeing the comments, and I like, thank you for all the comments. Thank you for all people streaming in. I can't read all of them while I'm doing the live, but I'm gonna rewatch it and look at all the comments because I'm screen recording it. So yeah, so that poem is dedicated to all the men out there with long hair. Don't let people get to you. Don't cut your hair and let it grow. Okay, because that's the way your ancestors rock their hair too. Okay, so this next poem I'm gonna do, it's called COVID-19 poem. So like this whole event is happening online, which is amazing due to COVID. So it's really cool connecting with people across the country that normally might not be able to be like at the same place, So this is saving us a lot of miles in the planes and the cars. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing everyone else later. And this is going to be a fun weekend. So this next poem is called COVID-19 poem. I'm from planet Earth, epicenter of the coronavirus. This is for the deniers who are not embracing science. This is for all the people who can read the statistics. Can you acknowledge COVID-19 is more than a sickness? It's reached the point of a pandemic, more than an epidemic. Blame it on the systemic. From the government, we always get a mixed message. Looking towards our leadership, we got a sick menace. So many people around the world are more than just frightened. If they had a cure, you'd think they would share it or hide it. The future of our children's education must be more decisive, spreading mass hysteria. This is way more than just a virus. Like in 1492, when Columbus invaded, he didn't discover America. He's just a sexist racist, bringing disease, jeopardizing natives' osmosis, bringing over smallpox and tuberculosis, praising false hopes of a white Jesus. Don't you know Europe started most world's diseases? But when it comes to the truth, you only want a microdose until we looking at the world through a microscope. You looking through the lens of colonizers' mentality. Go Google origins of police in United States and police brutality. Coronavirus is real, more than 1 million casualties. People protest in masks. I call it caucasity. This is for the people who stay ignorant and silent while manifest destiny up in these streets inciting violence. Federal troops in Portland and New York, and all you talking about is reopening. That's like justifying an immigration system on a stolen land. Tawantinsuyu is the land of the Turtle Island. I'm asking, who knew these civilizations didn't need civilizing? Gentrification is really just like modern day colonizing, destroying communities, eviction papers piling, while the police budget increase along with racial profiling. Why do I feel fear every time I hear police sirens? We running on Corona time, so we exposing the truth. Eurocentric curriculums, whitewashing the youth. But when it comes to the truth, you only want a microdose until we looking at the world through a microscope. Thank you. So that was called COVID-19 poem. Yeah, wear a mask, please. And, social distance. We're still in a pandemic. It has not ended. So I'm probably going to do 2 or 3 more pieces. Thank you for this time. I don't really usually get 30-minute sets. So this is cool because, sometimes I go to open mics and poetry slams, and, you get to share one piece. It's more about the community. But, this 3 days, everyone's going to get their time, which is amazing because I know everything that everyone's going to say this weekend is going to be amazing. So, and I look forward to staying in contact with a lot of you after the festival ends on Monday. Let's stay connected and not just come together on Indigenous Peoples Day, but throughout the year. There's Indigenous Peoples Month, but it's not just about the month; it's about all year, 365. So, this next poem I'm gonna do, it's like a new piece that I wrote. Never shared it before. I figured I would share it today because a lot of it has to do with with being Indigenous. So this one, it doesn't have a name yet, so it's just a new piece. I'm an androgynous being, 1/2 Indigenous, 2 spirit, 3rd eye seeing, 4 messages from ancestors receiving, 5 points to a pentagon that I don't believe in, 6-figure checks, never really attainable, when this capitalistic system isn't sustainable. You want to argue with me? Just look at the pyramids. You claim it was built by aliens, but please stop this conspiracy. 7 wonders of the world, like Machu Picchu, built by my ancestry, not R2D2. You invalidate what our civilizations built. You speak a racist language, and all I hear is white guilt, entitlement, like stolen sage, colonized like you're living in a golden age, stolen artifacts taken from my culture's wealth, just to be shown on a museum shelf. Peruvians and Egyptians have a lot in common, paying homage to ancestors, so they call us demonic. Wrapping the dead like mummies, we call it a ritual. Prayer and meditation becoming habitual. Europeans are the ones who invented cannibalism, but they're still trying to push the agenda that we got savages in us. Deemed not worthy, so we must resist, because our culture, our people will always exist. Thank you. So that was a new piece I wrote, untitled. I'm gonna do this. I'm probably gonna do 2 or 3 more. This next piece I'm gonna do is called Indigenous Cosmology. And Nyonkan Chikpa Yawar Wari, that means our blood is of the people of the stone. Kuyagi Achkata Mamaikia, that means I love you so much, Mother Moon. Imainaya Kashanki Chosika, that means like hello, how are you, flower, where my dad's from Chosica in Peru. That's a Quechua word for flower. So I use this Quechua in this piece so you can understand what I said. This one's called Indigenous Cosmology. So many identities they're manipulating, whitewash history, culturally appropriated, taking credit for indigenous values like democracy. This concept taken from the Haudenosaunee. Nyonkan Chikpa Yawar Wari. Narcissists only care about their own body. We're just trying to decolonize your ideology. Embrace this base, spitting indigenous cosmology. Imainaya kashanki manchosika kuyaiki achkata mamakiya. Praying to gods you can't even pronounce. White tongue got you choked up and ready to bounce. Imperialist, acting like inferior kids. Come to America, shut up and eat your Cheerios, kids. Generations questioning about the system we live. Economic trickling is like a basket of tricks. So don't fall for it, you narcissist, making all of your dreams capitalistic. So don't fall for it, you narcissist, making all of your dreams capitalistic. So don't let your wishes become material. What you call an accomplishment, I call imperial. This concentration of capital should be ridiculed. Like when you were a kid, they laugh at you for being spiritual. 2 spirit, 1 body, just like a miracle. Thoughts transcending high beyond the physical. I got that light to ignite the third eye vision, bro. If the lock is hip hop, this key is lyrical. About to lock it down, so understand the language. I'm a descendant of an indigenous civilization, not part of a tribe, so please do not ask me. Boy, I got that Wadi blood, so don't test me. Please do not cross me, I don't need you to bless me. Already blessed with lines of ancestry. I'm not talking bubbling, hustling, talking about struggling, deconstructing the suffering. We need a reboot, because the whole system just buffering. We need to speak truth. We hearing the lies of the government. I run with this, have fun with this. A lovely kid, I summon this. Talking about alternate dimensions that I have come to live. Alter this, universe is ultimate. Talking to the spirits and I'm comprehending all of this. They tell me don't fall for it, you narcissist, making all of your dreams capitalistic. So don't fall for it, you narcissist, making all of your dreams materialistic. Thank you. So that was called Indigenous Cosmology That's one of my tracks I released. Ordinarily, my sets that I do at shows are like some poems and then some songs, but I'm just doing everything a cappella, so you can hear the words, and poetry and a cappella words is it's an ancient form of storytelling that many indigenous people do. So I'm just trying to honor, the art of poetry and spoken word. So I'm gonna do one more piece. And I hope you like it. This one I've only done once before, so I'm gonna read it from my phone. I remember the first time I heard my grandmother speak Quechua to the moon. She said, "Kuya achkata mama kia." I didn't ask her what it meant. I just listened. My father told me as a young child, sometimes you just need to stop and just listen to the sound of the wind. He said to me, "Bobby, our loved ones don't die. You can still hear them in the wind. They speak to us every day in our dreams." I have cried for my Uncle Chuck, Grandma Shirley, Grandma Benny. But thank you, Dad, for telling me this at a young age, allowing to awaken a spiritual being in me. Allowing for me to recognize this indigenous knowledge is valid. So if the spirits live in the wind, then we inhale their essence every breath. In theory, we are still kissing them on the forehead just before their death. This knowledge was passed down from his grandfather. This is native knowledge. It is not wisdom or mysticism or witchcraft. This is knowledge. For example, it is a fact that the spirits live in the wind. And it is a fact that they carry the voices of our ancestors. Go ahead, give the wind a pen and see what it writes. I bet you it would write a thesis on pollution. Wonder if my ancestry is tainted now. Sometimes it's like the air we breathe is a silent witness to the crimes against humanity. Maybe the current will shift upstream to be an ally, because the wind is the only thing that will blow the ashes to the sea. Maybe my spiritual being is lacking purity now that I'm inhaling 51% capitalism and 49% ancestry. This poem is not a metaphor for the wind. This poem is an ode to the loved ones you thought you'd never speak to again. This poem is my native grandmother, 10,000 miles from her home, speaking to the moon in her native language, telling her, "I love you." Thank you. So, thank you for the love. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone else. If you want to follow me on Instagram, it's at Bobby Sanchez Music. You can check out my YouTube, which is also Bobby Sanchez. I have some of these pieces up there. And these paintings here, I painted these. These are chakanas, which are spiritual symbols of ancient Quechua culture. And I'm going to start selling my paintings online starting like in the next 2 or 3 weeks because I'm a full-time artist now. I've worked regular jobs, but I'm seeing it now. I'm a full-time artist, a poet, musician, and a painter. So if you want to support, feel free to message me and ask how you can get a painting. I can ship it to you. My throat's a little dry. So much love to everyone. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. And I guess I'll send it back to the host.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bobby. You were amazing. I mean, I'm completely going off script here. And what I got to tell you is, to look around the room, people weren't even paying attention to what they were supposed to be doing because they were watching you. Your words are inspiring. Your words are amazing. Just well done. Well done. Everybody, remember to join Bobby in the Zoom room for further discussion. If you can find that link pinned in the comments and the live stream on YouTube and on Facebook. I mean, identity dysphoria is a major issue, something that is it's not talked about in Indian territory. It's not talked about in those native circles as much as it should be. But if you haven't had a chance to check out Tommy Orange's book, There, it's an important piece because so many native people don't live on the reservation. And a shout out to those people that do. But a large part of that population, because of relocation and work, these people were moved to, Cleveland, to Detroit, to Minneapolis, to Oakland, and they became a part of that of that culture that was removed. That's now 2 or 3 generations removed from those relatives that live on the reservation. And so that identity dysphoria and not knowing who your people are, not knowing that language that was taken from you, and falling into that cycle of believing that we are separated by these colonial borders that were put up. But we have so many relatives that are on this continent. This country is the United States. The continent is America. These continents are the Americas, and they belong to us, and they had names that existed before first contact. I can remember being told when I was younger to stay out of the sun. Stay out of the sun. You're too dark. You're getting too dark because you don't want to go into town and be so dark. And that's that lateral violence against our own people, and telling people don't talk that way, or don't get too dark, or wear long sleeves because you're getting too dark. That's something that needs to be discussed as well. I'm going off on a tangent. I want to I appreciate that poem about COVID-19. My brother in Farmington has been battling COVID. He got out of the hospital, and it's just devastating in Farmington and all over the Dene, the Navajo reservation out there, as well as out there in Cheyenne River. A little bit about the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, and us, along with other organizations and other people. It took us 3 years to get Columbus Day abolished in Cincinnati and get that changed over to Indigenous Peoples Day. And it shouldn't have taken us that long, but people wanted to resist. City councils wanted to resist because they didn't want Indigenous people to be labeled as Native Americans, because that could be a precedent, set a first step in recognizing people from Guatemala, from Honduras, from Mexico as Indigenous people, as Native Americans. Quick shout out to Sarah Rose. Happy birthday, Sarah Rose. To Robert Inhuman for always being there with the amps and the music setup and the speakers, no matter where we go. He is always there. Katie for doing tech, and Sarah and Nicole as well. Don, who's taking care of our Zoom. Okay, so next up we have S.A. Lawrence. We are so excited to have S.A. join us, and we are so grateful for all of the organizing S.A. does for the community at large. None of us would be in this space today without the work that S.A. has put in. Today, S.A. is presenting the importance of community in the healing process. Welcome, S.A.
Go ahead and unmute myself there so I'm not talking to the abyss. Tanze, S.A. Nikki Cushion. Hi, friends. My name is S.A. I am Cree and Métis from what is known as Treaty 6 territory in Alberta, Canada. But I presently reside in, on Clackamas, Kalapuya, and Chinook land in, we'll call modern day Portland, Oregon. But the peoples of these lands are still very much present here and very much still stewards of their community and doing great leadership efforts to parallel a lot of the injustices that are happening here in Portland, as most people are aware. I am the director of the Kakichi Highway Wind project at Seeding Sovereignty. It's a project that is aimed at healing after residential boarding schools, the 60 scoop, foster care, forced removal and assimilation of Indigenous peoples. And it spans through so-called Canada, the United States, and so-called Australia. These issues of forced removal that we still deal with today. I kind of had to laugh there because Jerry, you kind of stole my thunder talking about displacement and identity dysphoria, because my, oh my, you might have to pop on the screen here and we could have a little dialogue in a minute or two. But yeah, I think it's a very real issue that affects Indigenous people to this day. As I was preparing to have this this moment to speak, and again, I'm just really honored to be involved in anything or be put into any form of spotlight, because my work is often just behind the scenes, because I know the importance of community and I know what it feels like to not know your place when trying to pick up the pieces scattered by design by a system that was meant to dismantle entire nations of people. And we often don't know where we're supposed to be led, but we eventually find it. So yeah, I am very grateful to be able to speak and share a few words regarding this. A little bit history about me. So I guess I can dive in and just say, let's talk about the concept of rebuilding community. There are a lot of folks that don't have any idea of where they fit in, much like I was just saying, into Indigenous communities. There's a lot of colorism issues. There's a lot of issues surrounding pan-indigeneity, or indigenousness in language, culture, people just trying to find their way, or things that feel a way to them, but they don't know their language. They don't know where they're from because of situations of forced removal. And I think about what gives me the right to speak about these things. And so a little history about myself. I am the child of a victim of the residential school system of Canada. I say that because I lost my father long before he died due to his time spent in a residential school. I have a sister who I met for the first time when I was 17. She was taken away during the 60s scoop, and I myself am a foster child that was placed in an unhealthy foster care environment because I was Native, and it's for lack of a better term, it's all part of a systemic issue that, you know, prejudice, racism, and government neglect that took over these countries to make lives better for folks that weren't already inhabiting those lands. I often think too, you know, today I saw something come across my Instagram, and it dealt with colorism, and that's something that's another issue that I think we face in Indian country pretty prevalently. It said that, you know, when you're just becoming aware of your biology, of who you are, and what makes you up, and you have ties to, we'll call it indigenous blood, you know, as you enter and try and learn about your heritage, you know, you're in an infancy stage. And I concur with that. You know, a lot of us that are coming back, we have to tread lightly, because we can't come in and be a more stoic than thou Native, pretending like we know everything because we did a 23andMe, or, you know, found out that one of our grandparents was, you know, whatever nation, which, by the way, always gets to me, because I'm like, why was your great grandmother Native? Like, what happened to the rest of the descendants? Did it stop and then you became Native? Like, I don't quite grasp that one, but I think that there's still room for people who are finding these things out, because there's not enough time anymore for us to bicker about what makes us Native. I think that there's a huge space that we can, you know, take and bring in people and nurture them, and even more so, allow them the space to learn, because we don't want people appropriating our cultures. We don't want people assuming we do things like, I'm a Plains Indian, you know, but I don't pretend to be a coastal Native. You know, I may enjoy art and I may enjoy song and, you know, practices, but I don't pretend to be them. And so that's one of the things where we can definitely help guide people. And that's part of building community, building an informed community rather than an opinionated community of what things should be, and not accepting each other. And then again, you know, I don't want to have that kumbaya mentality that we're all just, you know, open arms, ready to be accessible to each other. Because we do have a lot of guards up based on what has transpired and what was taken without our consent. I made a few notes. I'm kind of a dork that way, just to, you know, kind of keep myself on track, because I do get off in tangents. But I will say that growing up in Canada was really hard. I've noticed living here in the United States that there's parallels and then there's big differences. In Canada, Native people are seen and they're celebrated as kind of a figurehead, but they're not actually appreciated or listened to or acknowledged when it comes to, I'm not even going to call it like Eurocentric colonial progress, but it's basically just greed, you know, what transpires with the oil industry that has devastated I would say my home province of Alberta. I can't even go home to the lands that I grew up on because there's a pipeline that has ripped up the area where I used to spend my youth. It's such a place of systemic racism that I often hid my identity. And much like you were saying, Jerry, I wasn't supposed to go out in the sun. I wasn't supposed to have dark skin, and I wasn't supposed to talk a certain way or act a certain way, or even give in to the fact that we were Native, because It was so taboo to just exist, right? I've noticed here in the United States that Indigenous people, that the First Peoples are seen as a thing of the past, which is really kind of overwhelming to me to have folks say, like, you're Native, like how much, or, you know, all those daft questions. But it's part and parcel of you know, not being able to not having the ability to have accessible information, or people taking responsibility for the things that have transpired in these countries to actually educate the masses. Because I think, and actually I don't even think, I know for a fact that if Canada, the US, or Australia were to actually acknowledge what happened, they would be relinquishing their ownership of these so-called countries, and realize that they have no actual ties to them other than a settler colonial state that again was set up to dismantle people, so other people could be privileged and receive what they wanted. I definitely, going back to talking about hiding identity, so I hid my identity for quite some time from my peers, from some of my close friends. You know, I would hear jokes and uncomfortably laugh along or just nod, knowing that they were talking about me without them knowing that they were talking about me. I distanced myself from all of my Native relatives because there was such a stigma of, you know, just existing, that like in Canada, you are not supposed to be there because you're a nuisance to society. And it's so unfortunate because we didn't rely on anything that we were forced to rely on colonialism being pushed onto reservations, or reserves as they're called in Canada. And I hate when people say that we need to get over it, because you can't get over something that's still that's still abundantly happening. It's so prevalent that we are segregated and then pushed away and then forgotten about and only brought up when it's important. You know, I've really been thinking about the concept of Indigenous Peoples Day, and I kind of broke into tears a little while ago when I realized that before the first colonizer put their foot on this landmass, that every day was Indigenous Peoples Day. And we just got to be ourselves. And now we have one day a year where maybe we're recognized by a state or by a country. That's not enough. And I really am so glad that this event is happening right now, because again, going into community building and healing, we need each other. We need to be together. This has been one of the hardest years of my life. I'll say that quite honestly. I haven't been able to host in-person events or hang out with my peers because everyone is protecting themselves, and rightfully so, from a virus. You know, we've had our history with being ravaged by viruses and illness by colonization. And so I completely respect that. And I have done the same with my family, but we need each other to heal. And so that's why I go back to the idea of, you know, making space for people. We need to make space for people. We shouldn't punish or penalize people for what shade of brown they are. We shouldn't punish or penalize people for how much of their language they know, if any. We shouldn't punish or penalize people for not knowing even their own cultural protocols, because those things were taken away from them without their consent. And not everyone has access. Not everyone has people, and again, through forced assimilation tactics, it was pretty enforced that we forget those things through, the genocide that was residential and boarding schools and the scoop and foster care. I think the best way to fight back against colonialism is to be unapologetically who you are, and to just be present, and to not try and hide to fit a niche that society may accept. I've definitely used my proximity to whiteness to get into situations to advocate for my peers, because I don't necessarily speak for any demographic of Native, other than the people that have had similar experiences with myself. But I think that making sure that, to be a good, and I'll use the term ally for our own people, is to ensure that we're making space for everyone to have a voice. We don't need tokenized leadership in Indigenous communities, and we don't need people who haven't had experiences of living on the res, or being in an urban Indian setting, or growing up displaced, to be the only voice. We are past the point of pigeonholing the identity of being Indigenous. We have so many different layers of culture now, and we've had to create customs, even in this modern era, to fit cultural protocols, because things, they be a changing, right? And we are so past the point of perpetuating lateral violence. I see that sometimes at events when I'll speak with people that are showing up, or that are just in the crowd. And, I, despite me being super duper awkward right now, I am a very social person when in person. And so when I talk to attendees of events that I've helped orchestrate, they're so nervous to show up to these things, but they want to learn. And again, we need to create those spaces for them, it's, and teach them and show them that there are ways of doing things that are respectful. And it goes back to that message that I read earlier today, that, when you're just learning, you're a child. You may, and that happens at any stage. You can be 35, you can be 45, and start looking for your family and looking for your roots, and you're just going to be learning like a child would. And so those things need to be nurtured, and we need to be kind to each other during that process. I also want to encourage people to never overstep a boundary, and always ask for help. People are a lot more accessible than you think they are. Especially given our current ability to just DM somebody. Like, I have made most of my peers and connections by just sliding into someone's DMs and being like, I really appreciate your words. I appreciate what you say. I would love to have a conversation with you someday. And that's how you create relationships. That's how you kind of build community. It's so easy to be kind rather than be curt, and to push someone off because you value yourself more than somebody else's experience in trying to come home. I know for myself, I didn't start speaking my language until I was in my 30s. And that was really embarrassing for me, because growing up with fragments of language, because my dad could not string together a sentence without trauma being brought up, and so when I speak and it sounds like a tractor going through a dishwasher, because Cree is a very long worded language, I know that my ancestors can hear me, and I know they're probably giving me some side eye, but I know that they know I'm trying. And I think that's something for everyone, because as soon as you start speaking your language, or understanding the language of the lands that you stand on, the land thrives and the people thrive. And I think that that's something that we really should be focusing on as well in the healing process. I would also recommend to people to do things with good intention. That is one of the most important things that I think we can do as Indigenous people is everything that we put out for each other should be done with good intention, because we do carry whatever energy in what we do or what we gift. It does pass on to folks. And I would rather give somebody something that will empower them, whether it be words, whether it be a gift, that will inspire them to do the best by themselves and the best by their community. And it's small and it's just very minute in the action itself, but it means a lot to people when you can give them something with good intention. I also think that we need to constantly be reminded of the erasure of our history, because as people are learning about themselves and trying to come back to community, we have to constantly know that they weren't given the tools or resources in education systems in their communities to understand anything about themselves other than they're Native. And that's it. And, there was some pilgrims maybe one time and, some fur traders like those, that's the history that's been painted for Indigenous folks. I remember in Canada a few years ago, there was a workbook that went out through a school that said, and it just shocked me to no end that this was being taught in our modern era within the last 5 years, that Indigenous people saw the settlers coming in, and so they decided to move to reservations to make room for the newcomers. And if those things are what people are being taught, people coming back to community are going to have a very skewed version of themselves. So again, we need to, be accepting, and we need to be able to teach people from a loving perspective. Yeah. I really think that it's such an empowering move to just reach out to folks, to ask questions. And with that, if there's anyone, I can see the comments and stuff too, but if there's anyone that wants to ask questions, or actually, what I think would be really cool is if anybody that's watching right now, what does community mean to you? Like, for me, community is a safe harbor. It's a place where I can go and feel valid and feel important. And I know those are traits that we have to internalize, but I really believe that it only takes one person to believe in us or encourage us to be the best possible versions of ourselves. And so if you think about that for a moment, like, what does community mean to you, and how has it played a part in your life to make you or help you cultivate the best possible version of yourself? It's something that I think when we start developing that answer, because I think it's a lifelong expression, that we can actually really take the moves to heal and to progress and to just hold each other when we need it. There's, again, no room anymore in this time for us to perpetuate lateral violence or to center ourselves over somebody else and their need to come back to community and culture. I've got it's difficult, to really express, the work that I've done. And I'm very shy about some of these things because I've never done anything to ever center myself. But I definitely know that by reaching out to people and by creating events and safe spaces and being able to have people share their cultures with other people through some of the events that I've held, that I've only created a better version of myself and a more understanding and nurturing version for myself, nurturing version of myself, that during these times of loneliness, of not being able to gather, that I can reflect on memories and still feel valid and feel appreciated by the network and family that's been created through community healing efforts. There's a comment that came in. Candace said, community for me is having a place of refuge where I can show up as my full self. That is so beautiful. And I love that very much, because that's what community should be, is a place where you can authentically be who you are without judgment and without these arbitrary I guess, I don't want to say borders, but arbitrary lines that we need to stay in to fit a narrative that was written that we were supposed to adhere to. But I don't ever remember giving consent to having to conform to, and I can't even call it westernized ideology, because westernized culture, to call a spade is just inherently racist and doesn't leave room for many people. So Western culture is racism, but I don't ever remember. You know what it is I don't remember waking up one day, like I don't remember being born and being like, oh, cool, I have to stay within these arbitrary borders because I can't cross lines that my family would walk across freely. I have to adhere to societal standards that don't necessarily include me in any other way other than me being a burden. And I don't remember signing up to not have the same rights as somebody else just based on the skin that I was born in. So these are the things that I think we create in community, or spaces for us to be ourselves. And I know that many of us are guilty of code switching, especially when we are around our non-native friends, to make them comfortable. The reality of that situation, though, is that those people should be able to get uncomfortable when we're talking or we're speaking. We live in a world now where we're so used to instant gratification culture that we don't have the coping skills. If we don't like what we're seeing on Instagram, we can switch over to Facebook, or we can just go watch a YouTube video or TikTok or whatever. We have all of these instant things. So we don't have processing skills, let alone coping skills, to deal with discomfort. So let's help people be uncomfortable and give them that gift, because I know we've been dealing with that for a while, and we have some pretty good coping skills, I think, by, again, creating safe community spaces. There's another comment here from Erik Andrade. Thank you, SA. Community to me is connection. It may be influenced by location, but goes beyond that and is about what draws us together and reminds us that we are not alone. That is another real thing, is that loneliness, that inherent loneliness that us Indians get because we don't feel seen ever until we're actually together. And so as Indigenous people, we're often tokenized or celebrated when it's convenient, but we're not actually able to get rid of that. It's like a loneliness syndrome of being Indigenous, because no matter where you are, if you don't have representation, it's a lonely road. I think that going back to the concept of discomfort, though, is really important, because it's so important for people to understand our experiences and to understand that we don't fit into a box, and we don't have a specific aesthetic, protocol, or existence. You know, we are moving with the times and trying to hold on to traditions that, again, were taken without our consent. And we, again, need to ensure that when people are trying to come back to community and they're trying to come home, that we let them, because they need us the way we need each other. Yeah, I don't know. Jerry, do you want to hop on with me for a second and chat?
Absolutely. Absolutely. SA, I think, first of all, I apologize for jumping in there and stealing your thunder. Bobby's poetry was so amazing. And he touched on so many of the things that we're going to be talking about in the next 3 days. I was just sitting here taking notes with Bobby as well as with you about so many things that we're talking about. I mean, we're not even halfway through the first day, and emotions are moving. This is really healing for a lot of people, and what you're speaking about, and what Bobby was speaking about as well. I'm getting messages from all over, about people saying this is important. They're saying what we're doing here, what you're doing here, this is community, and that's important. You touched on something, and that was, in my opinion, colonialism has created it, and it embraces that lateral violence. Mm-hmm. That is something that they love, that colonialism, and when we use that lateral violence as a way of gatekeeping with each other,
yeah,
and in one breath, and then talk about decolonizing in the next breath. We can't do one without the other. We can't be attacking our brothers and sisters and our relatives, regardless of where they are,
yeah.
Because they don't match our own intent, our own impression of what our relatives should look like,
our own experiences. Exactly. We only think that our experiences as like a society or that colonial mindset, that our experiences are the only ones that are valid. And grief and pain are grief and pain. We can't say that one person's emotions outvalue another's just based on the severity of what happened to them, or their history, or their lived trauma, or intergenerational trauma. The thing about our communities is that we have to remember that nobody's infallible. I've never met one single Indian in my life that's like, I mean, like myself. I mean, not me. I'm perfect, but like, no, I joke. Definitely not. But I think that we have to constantly keep that in mind when we are bringing people together, because things are going to be said. And if we don't allow ourselves to progress and grow, and I call it the shoelace method, honestly, is where, it takes a moment to undo a shoelace, because we always talk about undoing the damage that's been done to our communities. But a shoelace takes just a pull to come apart. But to tie a shoelace takes a couple of steps. And that's the thing. And when you tie a shoelace, two sides come together, right? So that's what we're doing. We have to create. We can't undo what's been done, but we have to build on top of it, And I think that's the most important thing that we can do when coming back to community is knowing that we're just building, because we can't undo what happened, but we can create better. And that's why I'm so glad, I'm part of that lost generation that sits right between residential schools and, this younger generation that's unapologetically just out there. My father never asked questions, as most folks that spent time in residential and boarding schools, they never asked questions because they were trained not to. I started asking questions and trying to figure things out. And this younger generation isn't even asking, they're just doing. And that is the coolest thing to see. And that is, to me, the next step of community building, is just doing without that concern, just going straight ahead.
Yeah, and I think that with the younger generation, excuse the sirens, I think with the younger generation, a lot of what's happening is they're intuitive. They're intuitive, and that's a part of that thread, that that relationship that we have with our ancestors, where if you don't have someone standing over you trying to beat colonialism into you, you're able to listen to that intuition, and it's telling you how to move forward, which unfortunately in my generation we didn't necessarily listen to. We fell victim to listening to those people that were telling us, you have to act in a certain way, you have to continue to move forward in order to be a part of this system, is that you have to have a job and dress a certain way and look a certain way, which a lot of us are never going to be able to do. The other thing I wanted to say is that until we are able to recognize that colonialism and racism and capitalism are all wed together, and these systems, the way that this is created, this is a part of the same thing. And and until we figure out how to step away from not only colonialism, but understand the racism that's stemming from it, and how we are wed to other people, to other Black and brown people, and how those are our relatives. If you're listening from in Cincinnati right now, I just want to remind you, you are on indigenous land. You are on native land. Cincinnati was built on the bones and the graves of indigenous people. We had so many earthworks that were here before first contact, and the Shawnee and Miamia were removed from here so that they could build this city. And and you were talking about how they said that people they just went onto the reservations because it was just right, just to make room for these colonizers. And so many people believe that. I know Native people that believe that. I know Native people that buy into the whole the whole narrative that's been created.
And those are the people, honestly, Jerry, that I think are in the most need of community. There's people that are coming back to community that have never held it in the sense where they're just finding out who they are. But there's people that know who they are, but are denying themselves of that. And they still need to be nurtured and loved. We can't just dismiss them, there's I've definitely run into Shea, and I'll say toxic, and I say that very softly, but toxic Indians who perpetuate these cycles that were placed upon us, or like the parameters that we were supposed to fall into. And watching somebody come into themselves and realize, their inherent strength. And, I don't want to use the term power, because I think that's a social construct that was created by white folks to, keep everyone in line, but regain our authority, as who we are and the peoples of these lands is such an incredible thing to witness. And so, as long as we're including as many people as we can in community building efforts, that's our only option at this juncture, is to reach out a wide enough net, as it were, to bring everybody back home.
Right. And you were asking what people felt the community was. Which was an amazing question. And someone said community is the opposite of lateral violence, which is so true in the way that our, to welcome people in and to not use that gatekeeping and lateral violence, and not use the fact that somebody can't, that somebody's once or twice removed away from their relatives, and I can say even with myself, I remember being a child, and I was laying in a ditch during a dust storm with my cousin who was much older than me, and the thought, and when I look back now, I'm like, why was I laying in a ditch during a dust storm? But we knew how to do that because you were out in the desert, and it was like the dust storm rolls up on you really quick. You get down low, and you just keep covered up until you can get out of the dust storm. Mm-hmm. So me and my cousin are in this dust storm, and she looks over at me and she said, just out of the blue, she said, don't ever forget that you're Indian. Don't let them take that away from you. And I thought, oh, hell, I'm Indian. That was the first conscious realization that I had. Not only was being in the dust storm, looking back as a grown person saying, why the hell was I in a dust storm? Because there was no white people that were hanging out in the dust storms, but on the radio, I remember a DJ, and he said, I grew up in the desert as a kid, and he said, if you can hear my voice right now, he said, it is so hot out. If you can hear my voice right now, you are either homeless or an Indian, because everyone else has left and gone someplace that's much cooler. And I didn't understand what people, how people were identifying people who were, people who lived in the desert, who were just in the desert, why they were there, those people there, that's, and to understand that's who we're made of. That's what we're made of. Mm-hmm. And those stories and telling us we're of the dust and of the soil, and of the water and of the mud. And that's who we are. And that's who I had to become proud of being, because being covered in dust and soil and water and mud as younger, I was embarrassed. Mm-hmm. Because I wasn't clean like the other kids that I ran into. My clothes were always covered in dust and mud and soil. And now I recognize that's a part of us. That's a part of who we are. So, it's just important for us to understand that community as much as it's important for us to understand, understand where we come from. So whereabouts, I know that you were saying that you're in Cree territory, where you're from Cree territory. Whereabouts?
So I grew up 40 minutes outside of a small town called Rocky Mountain House in Alberta. I am a plains Indian that grew up in the mountains. So, by the tender age of 9, I was gutting and dressing, deer. Grew up good, I want to say I appreciate your story that you just shared there, Jerry, because those are the moments where we realize our connection to the land. I was talking about that earlier with language. When you speak the language of the land that you stand on, the land thrives, and so the people thrive, right? And it's all connected. And I don't think that people understand that power, again, going power authority thing, but that energy that builds and how it actually can create rather than dismantle and destroy. And that's the thing, I don't know what nation I'm from. I have it down to a couple, and that's, and I'm looking for family. No one wants to claim me yet, but but it's funny because I I only found out this year that my last name really isn't my last name because of birth certificates, census records, and misspellings. And so, that sets up a whole new path of obstacles. And again, I'm going to go back into the community aspect of this. I may not have my blood family, but over the years, with the effort and the work that I've personally put in to create safe spaces, I have relatives who are Sioux. I have relatives who are Haudenosaunee. I have relatives that are Salish. I have, so I've made a family, and that's really what it comes down to. And for me, that is all I ever wanted, was just to feel like I belong to something. And that is why we need to be kind to each other, and in creating community, because we need to have a home to go home to, even if it isn't our own.
Right. So I am so just listening to you and you being able to speak to this. I mean, it can be painful. It can be painful, especially for a lot of people who come from that have been in the system or have been adopted out. And I when you talk about those natives that were pulled into the foster care system, those natives that have been that whose name was taken from them, and that's understandable. I had a woman who I spoke to earlier this year that was talking about, that it wasn't uncommon for relatives. It wasn't necessarily your mother and your father's. You had extended relatives, aunts and uncles and grandmas and stuff that ended up raising you or taking on additional children, and not only traditionally but also in contemporary times. And again, referring to Tommy Orange in his book, and people, those grandmas and those aunties, and they took on those additional children, especially if a relative passed, and then to try and find a way in a family tree and connect to all of that. Sometimes that can be quite difficult. So,
I know my time is kind of coming to a close here, and I've really appreciated it. I wanted to share one piece that I wrote just regarding, residential and boarding school children and their children. And so I'll go ahead and share that right now. I have to read it from my phone because I'm not as cool as Bobby Sanchez and I can't remember your stuff. Sorry, Bobby, you're really cool. But yeah, so I'll share this, and then I want to give a agitator trigger warning for folks that it does have some elements of trauma and abuse to it. So I was 8 years old as I stood there staring at the embers. When they were like this, it was warm, it was inviting, and it felt like home. But sometimes the fire would get so large and destructive, there was nowhere I could hide. I felt the burn as the flames licked my fragile body, as the smoke clouded my head and stung my eyes. Sometimes I could temper the fire, but not with my words, but by my actions and by my inactions. I knew eventually if I stayed quiet, it would burn back down. If I spoke too loudly, the breath from my lungs that would cross my lips would only fuel the flames and make the heat nearly unbearable. Sometimes I would get burnt so badly, I'd be taken out of the fire and placed into water. Water that was supposed to heal the wounds, but truthfully, I couldn't swim. I couldn't stay afloat. The water was cold. I still needed those embers. I needed their warmth. You see, this fire had been burning for a long time, and these embers, they were caused from a spark that happened before. A spark from a fire that was also large and destructive. I was 15 when the fire took my breath away for the last times. The flames wrapped themselves around my neck, choking my breath and leaving me laying on the ground, badly burnt. and hurting. Then they came to contain the fire. They doused it with water, and the fire became embers again, burning it back down to a flicker, a pop, and a small crackling sound. Time passed. The burns became scars, and the scars eventually healed. Nearly a decade went by when I again smelled the familiar smoke. The embers were so faint, but the warmth was still there. I confronted the embers as if they were still a raging fire. The breath from my lungs that crossed my lips and words I was never able to say didn't fuel the fire this time. Rather, they stifled it. The air spread the embers out, taking away their warmth. I was 26 when the embers eventually burnt out. The white smoke filled the sky and carried with them all the destruction the fire had caused. I was so angry. The fire went out by itself. And then I felt it inside of me. The embers beginning to burn, and then a fire. So that goes out to my father and to anyone who has lost a parent because they weren't mentally healthy to come back to community.
Thank you, S.A. That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to give one quick shout out to Sarah Rose. Happy birthday, friend. I am so honored to know you, and I am so glad that I was able to spend some time with you all today. This has been really special, and I can't wait for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, S.A. So please make your way over to the Zoom room to speak more in depth with S.A. Ask your questions and have a deeper discussion. Everything that she had to say was so heartfelt, and at times it could be painful. I want to give a shout out myself to people in Farmington, Cheyenne River in Montana, Huntington Beach, California, to Haudenosaunee land, Seneca, Crete Territory, people that are watching right now in Detroit and in Los Angeles as well. Meanwhile, we will continue with our next guest, Amber Starks, also known as the Melanin Muskogee. Amber is actively creating space for Black Indigenous identity. We are so fortunate to have Amber share her knowledge with us during Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Welcome, Amber.
Yes, Shea, thank you for the really beautiful welcome. I am so excited to be here. So again, my name is Amber. I also go by Melanin Muskogee on social media. And I want to first say thank you so much to Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, and specifically Sarah Rose Harper for the invite. She's been super supportive to us speakers and to just organizing all this. This would not have happened without her. So I just want to say shout out to her and happy birthday. And before I get started, I really want to dedicate this speech or topic of a discussion to my grandma, Gloria Jean, and specifically for reminding me of who I am and for being the one who really helped me to initiate my reconnecting journey. And she's been super helpful in just teaching me about who I am and reminding me of the great people that I come from. And so I want to remind you that if you're reconnecting, sometimes it's the people in your life that can really help you to connect to your ancestors and your history. So this is for my grandma, Gloria Jean. So the title of my talk today is called Decolonization is a Verb. And my title was inspired by the brilliant article by Eve Tuck and Kay Yang, whose article is called Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. And that article, in a lot of ways, also inspired my reconnecting journey and also has taught me a lot about actively decolonizing and actively coming home. So there's a quote at the beginning of the article, and it's just really straightforward, and I want to share it with you. It says, we want to be sure to clarify that decolonization is not a metaphor. When metaphors invade decolonization, It kills the very possibility of decolonization. It recenters whiteness, it resettles theory, and it extends innocence to the settler. It entertains a settler future. And so, end quote. And so their idea is that when we're not actively decolonizing, when we're just thinking about decolonizing in theory, oftentimes it's decentering indigenous people and it's recentering white supremacy. And so because settler colonialism and white supremacy and racial capitalism are active in our everyday lives, our decolonization requires action. It requires us to be doing something. That means it requires us to dismantle these systems. And dismantling these systems require us to be active participants in our transformation from settler colonialism to land back. It requires us to be brave and to stand up for ourselves, to stand up for our communities and our nations. It requires us to organize and work together. And that means we have to share ideas and exchange thoughts about how we get there. It requires us to practice the world we want to inhibit before it's actualized. Decolonization requires us to actively dismantle this stuff every single day. So much of my work, my thoughts, and even my cultural critiques online are centered around a couple ideas that I think are really important as we start living decolonized lives. And those critiques are around Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty as intersectionalities. I also really like to speak to tribal sovereignty. I think that it's important that we start really talking about Afro-indigeneity or continue the conversation about anti-indigeneity or Afro-indigeneity and also anti-Blackness, specifically within our Indigenous community, within our nations, within our communities and even our families. The other part of decolonization, I think we have to talk about reconnecting and reconnecting relatives, those of us who are kind of navigating these systems to get back home. The last thing that I really like to speak to is blood quantum and how we can critique blood quantum as a means of genocide in our community. So all of these, in my opinion, are crucial if we're truly interested in a post-colonial world. So what does Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty as an intersection have to do with decolonization? So Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty may seem as though they're different struggles, and though they have their unique struggles, both are rooted in the need to dismantle white supremacy and settler colonialism. Since the initiation of European colonization in the Caribbean and the Americas, the attempted genocide and land theft of Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, and the theft and enslavement of Black bodies, Black African peoples, created this unique situations where the two of our peoples had to navigate and fight the same oppressor. I just like to remind people that we have a mutual oppressor. We are fighting the same thing. This is an oppressor who saw us and still sees Indigenous peoples as barriers and obstacles to the land that they covet. This is an oppressor who views Black folks as utility, worthy of use and labor and racial capitalism, as if we are a commodity. This is an oppressor who views our people as worthy of destruction when we no longer benefit the needs of white supremacy and settler colonialism, and also racial capitalism. There are so many examples where our peoples worked together to survive in the past, of enslaved Africans fleeing plantations and joining Indigenous communities. So I'm currently reading the book Black Indian by William Katz, and he has this really great, he has a lot of great examples of how we work together, but I just want to read you a quote from the book. He says, quote, "Escaped slaves came bearing a knowledge of their masters' languages, defenses, and plans. Sometimes Africans were able to carry off muskets, machetes, or valuable gunpowder. For these reasons, their roles could be crucial to Native Americans and their place secure in village life. A common foe, not any not any special affinity of skin color became the first link of friendship, their earliest motivation for alliance. Next, the two peoples began to discover that they shared some vital views of life. He goes on to say in another passage, both Africans and Native Americans found that they shared beliefs in economic cooperation rather than competition and rivalry. Each people was proud, but neither weighed down by prejudice. Skill, friendship, and trust, not skin color or race, were important. Since Indians willingly adopted people into their villages, Africans found that they were welcome, end quote. And I know that this is probably somewhat of a generalization, but much of it rings true. Some of our peoples built communities, families, and lived together as equals. They taught one another what they knew about the settler and the settler state, even how to defeat this oppressor. They shared respective cultures, and it is precisely because of their union, whether that's communal, cultural, platonic, or romantic, that many of us exist today. We are their legacy. I am their legacy. Even before decolonization was a buzzword, our ancestors were living it, and oftentimes together. It is these examples that we should try to study and learn from. This means that we are going to need to speak to our wounds of lateral oppression. It means that we'll have to address the real harm that our two communities have faced at the hands of one another, that we'll need to make amends and empathize with one another, not allowing the settler state to use those wounds as weapons of division. Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty are inextricably linked because we are still fighting this mutual oppressor, and we can benefit from a united strategy. Just recently, the Black Lives Matter movement galvanized people to not only look at anti-Black racism and oppression, the execution of Black folks by the state through over-policing and police brutality, but we also saw a lot of Indigenous victories. We saw the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Act go through Congress and the changing of the Washington football team's racist name. This is just one recent example of how working together produce decolonizing. And until both of us are free, neither of us are free. So I want to move on to how tribal sovereignty is an act of decolonization. So I think we as Indigenous people in the Indigenous community, we talk a lot about Indigenous sovereignty, and this too has become a buzzword. I say it a lot. And I think Indigenous people's right to self-determination, autonomy, and self-governance is what I mean when I say Indigenous sovereignty. But I think that we also need to translate that into tribal sovereignty, because a lot of times we're saying Indigenous sovereignty, but we're not speaking directly to tribal governments' right to self-determination and autonomy. Tribal nations deserve those same rights. And we as Indigenous people, we have to respect one another's unique cultures and heritage, and we have to be really careful and mindful not to lump one another into one pan-Indigenous identity. Respecting one another's political sovereignty is also really important. Now, I want to say that pan-indigeneity has its place in terms of showing up for one another and being in solidarity. I think, a lot of my experiences online have been with, in community with so many different people from so many tribes. And I think especially during quarantine, this has been so helpful for me navigating my own reconnecting journey. But I think it's really important that we remember that each tribe is a sovereign nation and that tribal sovereignty isn't dependent on the settler state's recognition or acceptance. And though we may disagree with policies and politics or political stances within tribes, it's really important that we respect the autonomy of tribes. Because if we as Indigenous peoples can't honor tribal sovereignty, how can we respect the settler state to do so? How can we hold the settler state accountable for when it does not? It is our responsibility to protect one another's sovereignty. And so when we're talking about Indigenous sovereignty, it is very important that we also are thinking about tribal sovereignty at the same time, because this is decolonization. So I want to move on to blood quantum. And blood quantum, I speak a lot to this on my social media pages, because I want us to really think about how we related to one another and to indigeneity through the frame of blood quantum. I think we really have to understand and acknowledge blood quantum and its origins. So first and foremost, blood quantum is an invention of the settler state. Indigenous people, we never related to one another in those terms. The federal government initiated and initially placed the system of blood quantum onto tribes in an effort to limit our citizenship. In addition, it was a political tool which sought to quantify the degree of indigenous blood or Indian blood as a means of slowly doing away with the Indian problem. So in addition to that, it's a political tool which seeks to quantify the degree of Indian blood as a means of slowly, or I'm sorry, I already said that, but its core policy and strategy is genocide and thefts of land. So it's imperative that we recognize that blood quantum is a corruption of Indigenous identity. It is absolutely an attempt to destroy and regulate how we as Indigenous peoples choose to relate to one another. Blood quantum requires us to preference our degree of Indigenous blood over kinship. It asks us to choose between family and relatives, to disenfranchise our kin for a false sense of racial purity. It really creates this hierarchy within indigeneity and manufactures this false sense of authenticity. We get lured into thinking that it will save us and save our people and save our cultures and save our identities. But in reality, it's a means of deconstructing who we are according to the settler state's definition of indigeneity. It is an example of internalizing policies of the state that actively works against decolonization. So if we are to decolonize, we must scrutinize this policy and recognize that it is a weapon of mass destruction. And I really want to say that many tribes use this as a form of enrollment. And so again, though I disagree with the policy, though many of us disagree with the policy, it's really important that we do respect tribal sovereignty and that we ask people who are members of those tribes to really start having conversations with their council members, with their elders, and with their other relatives, because it is only tribes who can decide that we no longer use blood quantum as a political tool of enrollment, but as the greater Indigenous community, asking relatives what their blood quantum is, and even sometimes just us saying, oh, I'm this percentage, like we are validating that we are fractions. And though that's a personal choice, and I would never judge someone for that, I think it's really important that we think about what blood quantum is doing to our relationships to one another. So moving on, I want to speak to reconnecting. I'm a reconnected native, and there's so many of us out there who are reconnecting. And I just want to make the statement that I believe reconnecting is a legitimate identity within indigeneity. Many relatives have been separated from their peoples and their nations through no faults of their own. Many of our parents and our grandparents endured the hardships of the harshness of the settler state and resulting traumas through things like boarding school, adoption, incarceration, and institutionalization, also through abandonment and urbanization, disenrollment, and of course, blood quantum policies. The traumas that our ancestors and relatives have endured often left them without access to their peoples, which in turn left many of us disconnected from the knowledge of who we are. And in addition, it disconnected us from our relationship with the land and the natural world. And with that, many of us are longing for our people and our cultures, and we're actively coming home. We're learning what it means to live as Indigenous peoples. We want something deeper than simply saying we are Indigenous. We are learning what it means to be in relationship with members of our tribes. We are learning what it requires. We're learning that this requires respect. It requires patience. It requires humility and grace. That it's more than simply about finding out who our ancestors are. It's about a relationship rooted in community, relationships to one's people, and one's cultural way of being, the epistemologies and the knowledges of one's people. And I think that a lot of us are realizing that the goal doesn't have to be enrollment, that it can simply be relationship. And I think that, it's important that we be patient with relatives as they're reconnecting. And I like to tell people that I'm super fortunate because I think there have been so many relatives who have come by me and supported me as I've been navigating my own journey. But without those relatives, I wouldn't be able to know who I am in a lot of ways, because a lot of our connected relatives have the knowledge of our ancestors. They have the knowledge of our peoples. They have the knowledge of ways that we've existed. And so it's important that as we're decolonizing and reconnecting, we realize the importance of having relatives who will walk us through. And I think it's important that, relatives who have been connected be there to support those of us who are trying to find our way home. We need both. We need one another. And if we're not doing this together, reconnecting natives are going to have a really hard time finding out who they are. So moving on to my last idea around decolonization, I want to speak to Afro-Indigeneity and anti-Blackness in Indian country and what those have to do with decolonizing. So first off, Black natives are Native. They aren't like a special group of people who don't belong. No, Black natives descend from people who are both African and Native. For me, this is not debatable. This is a truth. And I think that addressing anti-Blackness in Indian country is decolonization. Afro-Indigenous relatives are often navigating, the one drop rule and blood quantum simultaneously. We're dealing with being racialized as Black bodies, and we're dealing with, this idea that our blood quantum isn't enough or is insufficient to be Native. So we're fighting genocide and racism at the very same time. Black natives don't deserve this. We deserve to be seen as legitimate members of community, legitimate members of our nations, legitimate members of our tribes. And Black natives have the right to exist in both communities how they are, not having to choose to be, quote, Black here or, quote, Native here, but to exist however their Afro-Indigeneity displays itself or is itself. I think that Afro-Indigenous relatives don't have to prove our indigeneity simply because we're racialized as Black bodies. And, I say this often, but I like to repeat it, that there's nothing sacred about anti-Blackness. It doesn't help us to achieve some ideal of racial purity. It's simply a tool of settler colonialism and white supremacy, which we've incorporated into our own belief systems, as Native or Indigenous peoples. So racializing Black natives is an attempt to dismiss our indigeneity, and it's both anti-Black and anti-Native. I don't think that we can truly say that we're decolonizing if we dismiss anti-Blackness in our nations, if we erase the indigeneity of Black relatives, and importantly, not hold our nations and our communities and our people, like individuals, accountable for anti-Black racism. So in conclusion, decolonization is a verb because it requires us to actively do these things, right? It requires us to deconstruct the world that seeks our very destruction as Indigenous people, the world that deems us unworthy of our sovereignty and of our land, a world that erases us and thinks of us in past tense, thinks we no longer exist. It also requires us to look at the intersectionality of Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty and how both groups of people are oppressed by this mutual state, or by this state and I think that again, unless we talk about how we can work together, we're not going to be free. We're not going to be able to get into move into this post-colonial world. It also requires us to honor tribal sovereignty and honor tribes' rights to exist as independent nation, while also working together, and creating pan-Indigenous ideas of resistance. That I think that is so important. And I think a lot of people might be afraid of pan-Indigeneity in that sense, but I want us to be open to working together to dismantle these systems that seek to oppress Indigenous peoples. I also think, again, that reconnecting, giving space for relatives to reconnect, giving space for relatives to find their way home, to learn who they are, learn ceremony, learn, language. All of that is really important, but at the same time, it requires connected relatives to support those who've been disconnected, and to give those relatives grace to make mistakes, to navigate their way back home. It also requires us to critique blood quantum. We really do have to talk about how poisonous blood quantums can be. And lastly, again, decolonization requires us to accept Afro-Indigenous relatives, to accept Afro-Indigeneity as an authentic form of Indigenous identity. So that is what I have to share with you for today. I want to wish everybody a happy Indigenous Peoples Day. It feels like Happy Indigenous Peoples Month with all the stuff that I've been working on. I feel like I've been super fortunate to be having Indigenous Peoples Day on my mind constantly. But I'm really proud to participate in this event and so many other events that are going on. I think that, again, this is an example of how pan-Indigeneity works on behalf of even us as individuals and even tribal nations. So I hope that you all are finding community and strength and support, and that you're also, proud, even more proud than you have been in a while to be Indigenous, because, this is our time. We are great people. We're brilliant. And I want us to remember that. I want us to remember that we're capable of so much more than our oppressors think of us. And I want us to realize that we can reach an Indigenous future. Where we are right now is white supremacy's idea of what the world should be like. But Indigenous people, we existed before, we exist now, and we will exist after. So I just want us to be motivated to continue to do this work, to be brave, to be honest with ourselves, to love one another, to support one another, and to continue building community. Because like I said, I don't know how I would have gotten through quarantine without the community that I've been a part of online. And I want to say that I don't want to be an influencer. I don't want to be any of that I don't want that kind of clout. I want to be in community. I want to be a part of this revolution with you guys. I know that it is, working together that it's going to get us to the place where we get to actualize an Indigenous future. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all, and I look forward to seeing you all online.
Thank you, Amber. The time is now for all of us to be aware and activated on these community issues. To speak with Amber directly, please use the Zoom link that's provided on YouTube and on our Facebook page as well. That the Black liberation and Indigenous sovereignty are tied together, and it's very important for us to understand this. I'm so grateful to Amber for touching on these subjects, talking about a post-colonial world and what that could possibly look like, and the cooperation that is needed between Afro-Indigenous and Indigenous communities. And when we look at the Indigenous communities, whether it's in Brazil or in Cuba or in a lot of these other Afro-Indigenous areas, It's not just in the United States. It's not just in the United States history that Afro-indigeneity exists in the other 70% of the Americas, and that's an important part of our history. And if we don't recognize that, we're not allowing ourselves to recognize a very large part of who our relatives are. And that's so important. Up next is a panel discussion from Red House series. They will be discussing representation in authorship, taking control of our own narrative, moderating.
Hey everyone, I'm actually going to throw it to Shea, who is our amazing moderator, but we're all going to be chiming in a lot, but we're super psyched to be here, and happy birthday, Sarah.
Oh.
Right, go Shea, yeah.
Okay. So, Seo Dakwadoahia Shea Vassar Chichilage. Hi everyone, my name is Shea Vassar. I am a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, and we are just very grateful to be here today. I want to first give a thanks to the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition for inviting us into this space. And for the most part, our team, the Red House team, currently occupies the unceded land of the Lenape, which is called Lenape-Hoking. The area might be more commonly known to people as New York City, which is also home to one of the largest urban Indigenous populations. So as a team, we are actually transitioning names, but most people know us as Red House. And that is because we have a television show that we're working on developing at the moment, but we also have some other projects. We have a podcast called Not Invisible, Native Women on the Front Lines. And we have some other projects that are, in the near future. So we're very excited for that. As for myself, as I said, my name is Shea Vassar. I currently live in Brooklyn, and I work as a writer, a journalist, a film critic, social media coordinator, and I also attend the University of Oklahoma, their Master of Legal Studies in Indigenous Peoples Law. So yeah. Tanis, why don't you start next with intros?
Tansi nito dimdek Tanis Parenteau and Itzigason Naya Apitawe Gosisan Sagitawak Nitsotsin. Hello everybody, my name is Tanis Parenteau. I'm a member of the Métis Nation of Alberta from Peace River, where I currently am zooming in from. Normally Mannahatta though. Yeah, that's me.
I'll jump in there. My name is Stina Hamlin. I'm Cherokee and Choctaw. I'm originally from Texas, which is the land of the Comanche, Kickapoo, and I currently live in Uptown Manhattan, Lenape-Hoking. I'm the producer for Red House series. We all wear many hats and do many things. I'm very active in the New York film and TV community here, and I also produce and edit our podcast. And I'm also an artist, and just obviously we all do so many things, and I work mostly in post-production. My day-to-day bread and butter job. So, Vickie.
Geez, my turn. Okay. Everybody, Cafe Vickie Ramirez, playwright. I basically am a writer. I help write the podcast. I help write the TV series, and just get the word out about our show. I'm really, really pleased with the work we're doing with Not Invisible, and I've had plays produced in Los Angeles, New York, all Indian plays. At South Dakota. And I'm just really delighted to be here and talk about reclaiming our stories for ourselves and getting the Native voice out there as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with our team, and this is something, as I mentioned, we're all passionate about. So, I think we'll just dig in. But so the first question that I have is, how are incorrect narratives, which, that can be underdeveloped storylines with Native characters in red face, white savior plots? I mean, the list kind of goes on and on. We've seen it all. But how are some of these incorrect narratives harmful? Vickie, let's start with you.
Well, for me, I think seeing it from a perspective from my playwriting, when I started writing, I wrote because most of the Native voices I'd heard and seen in theater, on television, in film, didn't sound like anybody who I grew up with. Didn't sound like anybody on Six, and it seemed like these, versions of people that were culled from imagery, like that the colonizers or the settlers, I like to say invaders, that they decided were the images of us, and most of the time it is always reflective of their stare. So it's reflective of how this Native character either helps, hinders, or aids their cause. And it loses so much of our point of view and who we are on the planet. I know. And so what we've been trying to do is get into projects, have conversations with people who are developing projects outside of our umbrella, to talk to them about, have you spoken to the people whose community you're coming from? Because the other problem is that it makes us seem monolithic, like that all nations are just one way, and that we all had the same, that like there's an emphasis on the traumas and none of the joys of being Native, none of the really wonderful things, the fun things, the humor. And every time, I try to point out, like, this is a person talking and this is a family member. Why would they speak about, and for me, also my pet thing right now is everything is sacred. This is sacred, that is sacred. Well, we all know that. We grew up, every day getting up, giving in the morning, giving thanks, being grateful for being where we are and the gifts we have. But my grandparents never run around going, this is, here, have a bite of the sacred cookie. It wasn't like that. And so I just want us to be represented three-dimensionally more strongly, because it does do harm, because media, for lack of, for much as we don't want it, media defines almost everything nowadays. It defines our politics. It defines nations. And so when, like, I think the best example, Shea, you remember this when we were all talking about Parasite?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And everybody was so upset about Parasite. But the thing about Parasite is that is what we gave to Korea to play with. That is what, our media monolith shot towards them, those images to play with. And he was clearly trying to be satirical too, but it's like, I don't blame Parasite. I blame our media culture at large for that. But that's just an example. Anybody else want to pipe up? I've been yakking.
I'll chime in a little bit too, because I feel like, there's such like an education factor that's missing, right? Like people don't know, and on all of us being from our different histories, like my family assimilated. So I'm still learning like about myself, right? My own nations and practices. So to learn, all the 570 plus tribes and nations that are all have so different from different places of the United States. And people still don't think that we really exist. And also just as contemporary people, it's like, and so, yeah, I think so the education factor of it, it's, and you keep seeing these stereotypical imagery is super harmful, because it just is perpetuating that same, to where, I mean, I can't believe that you still have to have a conversation with someone. They're like, oh, you're Native American, I didn't know that you guys were still around, or you're like, oh, you're in New York City, and it's just we have those conversations every single day. I'm sure that most of the audience here understands that, but it's really hard to, we have to, so it's part education, it's part entertainment, and it's like, and it's always like, well, who is our audience? Like, we're always thinking about that too. Even today, it's like, I think that there's a mixture of audience here, non-Native and Native, and how do we also craft those stories? We were talking about this the other day, right? About the plays and stuff. Like, are we catering to a Native audience like that? There's a nuance there to things that non-Native folks might not know. And then do we have to be careful that they might misconstrue something and twist it in a harmful way to keep perpetuating more, falsities. Anyway, so that's just my 2 cents. Tanis.
I just want to add to that I think, especially for Native youth, not being able to turn on your TV and not be able to see anyone that is having the same experience that you might have had as a Native person. Or the only thing that you do see are these stereotypes, which you aren't at all. And now that's how everyone else around you sees you. And I think it just is really harmful for self-esteem and for the psyche and your growth. And that's our youth are our future, and they're so important to lift up and to help move forward in this crazy world. And I think that that's the biggest thing I think of when it comes to how harmful it can be.
Yeah, no, I think on the Native youth point, I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, Native people from all different nations and backgrounds, who have talked about how close they held the Pocahontas movie as a kid because it was the only representation that they had. And now they look back and they see that that's obviously an issue, but they also understand why their youthful self clung to it, because it was their only form of some sort of representation. So I think, we see where we know what we would want for our kids' selves, and I think that that's coming out with shows with Molly of Denali, and we're seeing some more Native characters who are not stereotypical in some teen shows. I mean, it's not common, do not get me wrong, we're still, and that's actually, I didn't even mean to segue that into my next question, but it goes directly into my next question. But because I'm only 26, so I don't quite remember Dances with Wolves coming out, I will admit, but I studying it, I do know that was the pivot, because it was the first time that there was, and I'm not saying that is a totally super positive representation there, but there was a pivot in the film industry, casting real natives as Native characters, that sort of thing. But the change since then has been very slow. We are still actively advocating for Native filmmakers, screenwriters, playwrights, actors. Yet these changes, why do you think that it has been such a slow process? And Stina, you work with a lot of the behind the scenes of the movie making world. So why don't you go first?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it is, and we talk about this a lot just with our own show. We're trying to get our own, show on the air, for example, and having pitching conversations or where are we going to pitch and who's looking for, now it seems like, hopefully, fingers crossed, people are trying to diversify and be inclusive. So I think at this point, I think it's a deep rooted systemic, it's I was going to say a bad word, but I'm not going to say it. But it's just a deep rooted systemic problem. And it really comes down to these executives who are making these choices. And you might have one or two of many that are trying to make some headway. I know that I'm a member of the Producers Guild, and we, I'm on a couple of committees, the Women's Impact Network Committee, and then also Diversity Committee. And we, on the Women's Impact Network Committee, there's a huge, we had to do a whole thing with our own research as producers to gather data and prove to people that female-driven content, this is just female-driven content, does sell. That people are just did people really, and when women are the biggest audience members, and films with more female characters do really great at the box office, but we had to go and gather all of that own data, and that was a big project that was really eye-opening. And hopefully the Producers Guild, I mean, we hope, and I think there's a lot of us there. They're trying to hold them accountable. But again, it is kind of, it's unfortunate that, I mean, we have to be louder now than ever. Like, I'm tired of it. And so I have to speak up all the time in very uncomfortable situations. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to do that. I don't feel like, it's a lot to take on. That's why I'm so grateful for our team, because we all have each other, and we work in kind of these different silos of the entertainment industry. And we at least have each other to help lift each other up. But we have to be louder. Like, I made a choice, actually it's probably like 3-4 years ago, that I'm going to just start speaking up more. I'm just going to be like, what about Native people? And plus, like, I'm like, who else is Native in the Producers Guild? Like, I only know of like 2, 3, 4, other folks. So they've started to do these surveys, and hopefully people are starting to like, kind of like, ask these questions, especially with Black Lives Matter movement. And so I feel like it's a systemic change, and really these development executives and the people with the money and the people who are buying and making these decisions need to like wake up and realize that there is a huge audience out there for this content, and people want to see themselves, and that's across all all populations. So anyway, so I think it's a systemic problem that we have to take on a lot of the burden for, unfortunately, and like really be loud about it. But we really have to hold them accountable. And also, when we sell our show, like, we also have to be super, I'm sure Vickie, you know this, like, and Tanis, like, you have to do it, like, a lot of work there to like really continue educating folks about like, this is not the way you should do it. You can't say this, this is not right. So there's a lot of work to do, unfortunately, but we are going to do it. I know we are, as a team, and hopefully we want to encourage other people to do it, or like reach out to us. And we need to build up our teams and our writers and our PAs and all of the crew members. There's so many jobs out there that everyone can be involved. It's not just writers and directors, right? And then the actors on screen is really great and important, but there are so many roles to be filled, and all of those voices need to be diversified in a major way. So I'll get off my soapbox.
I totally agree. And I would just add to that, like, if you think about the people in power who can green light and who have the money to say yes to projects, like, imagine if that, that is us, and we're getting there, and there are people in those positions that are Native and not white. And what kind of projects, like, just you as a human being, what kind of projects would you green light? Most likely projects that you are interested in, that you can relate to, that you enjoy. And so whoever is in those positions of power, if they're not relating to, the Native experience, then that's most likely why they're not greenlighting these projects. So I think, that's the problem, is that we need to get different people in those hiring positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add too, I think the problem is we have to retrain the industry a bit, because, to be honest, I think whenever they choose to do a Native story, they're doing it almost like a fashion choice. Like, if they're not in the community, they have this imagery and this backdrop that they've idealized in the back of their head. So it's like a fashion choice, and it's not a real story. And it's like, we need to, like, we're fighting to tell them that we have the stories, and they'll be interesting enough without us having to serve your... Poor Kevin Costner, serve Kevin Costner, or serve Jeremy Renner as, and prop them up as the big heroes in their story. We have our own stories, and they are compelling. And we've got cute actors, we've got pretty actresses, super talented. Look at Tanis. We've got the charisma, we've got talent. And I just think, it's just retraining them that it's not a fashion, it's people, and we're complex. We're not stereotypes. All right.
This is what the world actually looks like.
Sorry for my light change, but okay. So this actually goes for Tanis on this same, what Tanis just said and what Vickie just said, but you are involved with the acting world, which we already know is a make or break it, type world. But what are some of the struggles that you have specifically been faced with as a Native actor?
A lot of the times it's being the only Native person on the team. And so a lot can get put on you besides acting. Sometimes you are expected to consult for free on the script, and because they just ask your opinion, and because you're the Native person on that project, you should know all things Native, and so you should know and answers to any questions they may have about their own script if they're a non-Native writer. But you're also usually put in a position for wardrobe consulting. What do you think your character would wear? Which, I mean, isn't a bad thing to be asked as an actor, because I think that's something that we all, that's something that I like to have a say in. But I've had to do work where, because I want proper representation, I want artists who are from that area making that jewelry, who do that kind of design work, to be involved in this project if I'm playing a character from that nation or from that area. And so then I have to do the work of reaching out to people that I know, or trying to find designers that I know who could then send in their stuff to the production to see if the production will take, their jewelry or whatnot. So you do a lot of work outside of acting for free. You do become like a consultant. And you often get put in a position where, even in audition rooms, I've had this happen, where you kind of have to possibly put your future potential job or of chance of hiring on the line, because if you see something in the script that isn't right, that we would never say, or that is inauthentic, or is some kind of stereotype, you have to make the choice. Do I speak up about this and potentially not get this job because you might, make them angry? Or do I not speak up and then have to live with the fact that I didn't speak up for my people? Or, it becomes this like existential crisis sometimes. And I'm just, it's a personal choice. It's a hoop you have to jump through almost every single time you come across something that's inauthentic, or just, is wrong and shouldn't be there. So yeah, it can be very stressful and mentally taxing.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to add that, like, obviously I'm not an actor, so I haven't been in that kind of, industry, or that part of the industry. But as someone who works as a film critic, I've noticed some of the hurdles that I've had to jump over in order to get press access to films by Native film actors. I mean, or filmmakers. Most of the time I don't try to cover, a lot of the Hollywood or big make or break it films, that are coming out for the main audiences. I try to do films that are by filmmakers that that's my beat. But the film writing world is just as like a sink or swim kind of thing, and it's not gentle. I mean, people are attacking you constantly. And I feel like the work that I have to do in order to be on par with my colleagues is so much more. And since part of my writing goal is to add nuance to Native storylines, like, whether that be non-Natives like Wind River by Taylor Sheridan, or that be Native voices like Jeff Barnaby in Rhymes for Young Ghouls. Sorry, my Oklahoma accent does not like that word at all, But like, I usually get a response. I wrote about Parasite, and I get this response complaining about what I'm writing about. And they say, well, you don't know what you're talking about, or you didn't understand the film. And I'm not the ultimate decision maker on all things Native representation. That is never going to be, my place. And I think that that's something that a lot of people don't quite get when it comes to the conversation of representation, is we're going to agree sometimes, like, as a Native community, and sometimes we're going to like be like, no, that is not it. Like, or, oh, that's pan-Indianism. Like, we're not like, we don't actually like that. People think we're like that, and you guys are playing into it. And so, like, I constantly have to remind people that Native culture is not a monolithic thing, and that even within our specific tribal communities, there is so much nuance. So it's just, sometimes it's like, you know, do I write and be nice, or do I want to, you know, say what I really mean? Like, it's hard.
Yeah, I would just add on to that too, is that because Stina, you talked about having, you know, representation in every level, like writer's room, every part of the creative team. And I feel like if that was the case, then me as the actor wouldn't have to go through what I have to go through most of the time.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even be a thought in my head. All I would have to do is focus on my own work.
Yeah. Well, and Vickie, you are more on the playwriting side. You know, right. you have directed Tanis in something, right? No,
not directed, just just written for her.
Well, maybe one day. Maybe I'm seeing the future there. But you know, you even talked about I write Indian plays, and you are, you know, someone who has been awarded for your plays and recognized. But you write about some of these topics, you know, these hard Native topics.
Right.
How do you decide what to write about, and how do you tackle them?
I honestly don't make a specific decision. When I start writing, it's usually because there's people talking in my head and I just need to put them on paper. But usually what comes out of that, standoff at Highway 37 is about a land claim protest. And, you know, my mother was from Six Nations, where we have 1492 land back lane going down. And they lived on the res for 2 years when she married my dad, and then they had to skedaddle because under the government at the time, that meant she lost her Native status. So they moved right next door to the town, Caledonia, that is currently fighting against Six on the 1492 land back side. So that one, I started writing, you know, just the characters. I didn't, and I think actually, well, no, I think what triggered it was Mike Bloomberg he was mayor of New York at the time, and they were trying to tax the Senecas again about their tobacco, which is Seneca grown, developed, and sold. And that is not part of the treaties, and we still honor the treaties. And with the Haudenosaunee, it's like we really make a point of not taking federal funds, and they are trying to take our funds. So Bloomberg said, get a cowboy hat and a shotgun and go up there and to Seneca and say, this is the law of the land, and you will respect the law. And it's like, no, treaties are the law of the land. And so the play came out of that, plus in my hometown at the same time, there was a land claim. And then again, with Pure Native about the water issue, again, it's more, I had a romance going on in my head. I'm writing a nice romance play because, I'm sorry, we are romantic people. I mean, snagging is central to who we are. It's like, so I was writing that, and then I just sort of adding on the layers, because every romance I've known and stuff, it's always had layers. And then this whole idea about a bottled water factory on the res came out, and I'm like, oh well, yeah. And for me, I've always, when I write, yes, it's, you know, you can't avoid the invader gaze. I mean, correction, the settler gaze. You can't avoid that. But I always am far more interested in how it impacts our people. So I always try to look at it from, what is this situation and how is it going to impact our people? But that could be like in Barnaby's story about, you know, people getting a little blood infection and turning, you know, well, I don't want to give away the story, but, you know, again, it's a story about how it impacts our people. And to me, that is the most important thing. I actually don't want to have that many discussions with the settlers regarding things. It's kind of like, okay, I will have a couple of discussions, but you guys are not the primary focus here. And I think when you're writing or creating Native work, that is, you know, the important thing is to remember to decide who your audience is. And for me, it's always my people. But oddly enough, I get really positive reactions from non-natives too when I'm that specific. When I write thinking of 6 or you guys, settler reactions are always like, oh my gosh, that's just like my family or my culture, and it's like, so commonalities, so we understand each other. And yeah, jump in, please.
No, I was just going to ask, because this kind of brings up a question of the consultant, right? Or like what that, so I feel like that would be an interesting thing to just kind of talk about, because I feel like so many non-native folks are, they have, they're writing a script, or they're, I don't know if it's a native story necessarily, but there's native people involved, and then they just want to like phone it in and get that one person to come in and go check, and that person probably is not even from that nation, right? Or maybe they're just like super disconnected from the nation, don't really know, and so that's another layer of kind of crazy responsibility that comes with just being, in this industry, and, and you want, or like, do you take that chance? Like, do I have the privilege to like turn down this job because I know that I'm going to be the one person on this entire team, and that's like a heavy lift. So I just want to throw that out there to just kind of talk about, because I think we talk about this a lot. Like, and then there's documentaries, right? There's like a documentary side, and you have like your scripted film, TV, it's all different, but just throwing that out there. I say down with the consultants. They need a full-on writer's room and a full-on crew, and then the cast members should be, in line.
Well, I mean, I totally agree with that. I did, like, when I did the work consulting on the Amazon TV show, the thing was, it wasn't primarily a native story. They had one character that's a main character that's native. And I did go, I am not from this nation. Why do you need me? And they said, because we need a writer. And they wanted a writer's point of view. And I hope I was helpful. I spoke up. As much as I knew, as much as I was able. There was, like, for instance, I'll use the christening example. They had the character taking the baby for a christening, and I was like, okay, just understand, I can't speak on behalf of these people, this nation, because that's not my nation, but just know for a lot of Native people, Christianity is problematic. There's a push-pull. There's some that they're perfectly fine with it. Some people have said it saved them, but there's a lot of us who know about the doctrine of discovery and know that was what fueled the boarding schools. That's what helped create that, and Manifest Destiny gave the impetus behind Manifest Destiny. So for a lot of us, that is problematic, baptizing a native baby into Christianity. So I let them know that, and they were surprised, and really, so they took the note and they went with it. But there was a couple things I had to repeat myself, and they took the note, and they were always gracious, and they were cool. But it was one character of the story, so I was happy I was in there. But like I said, part of me kind of went at the same time, because I was like, I can't really speak for this nation, but I'll try my best. But like you go.
It's interesting because being on the acting side of things, the handful of shows that I've been on where I've played native characters, half of them were made up tribes, half of them were real tribes. And I know that they brought on, for one show, I'm not going to talk about specifics of these shows except for the one that's coming up that I'll tell you about. But I can't imagine they brought on a writer to consult on a made up tribe, and I don't know how you do that. And I'm not sure. They managed to change the script in a positive way, because I saw different versions of the drafts, and I was so grateful when I got like the final draft that I had to perform. But comparing that to one of the shows that I did, like Billions, for example, I feel like really did their homework, and they they did ask me like my opinion about what my character would wear for jewelry and whatnot. And then that's how we got the jewelry that I wore in the show. We got a native artist that I recommended to them. But then they also, they had a consultant. So my character was Haudenosaunee. She was Cayuga, and they got a Haudenosaunee consultant, and they got an artist who makes, I don't know, I probably will not pronounce it right, the Gastoa. I don't know how you pronounce it properly in Cayuga, but the headdress. They had one made. They paid for someone who normally makes those for a living, and they had him make one for the show. So they really did all of that intricate work to support me in the show. And I really felt that on the set, like it all carried over into just making me feel more safe and more welcomed and more at home and more able to do my job as an actor, because all of those little bits were filled in a really nuanced and rich way.
How many Native like crew or writers did you feel like behind the scenes there was like any?
I don't know, because it was a giant crew. I don't know that there was any, but I mean, just comparing the two shows, like the one that was like one of the ones that was a made up tribe to one that was a real tribe where they did some homework. I could feel the difference in between those two. And so just like imagining the future of like having a fully fleshed out natives everywhere, like what that set would feel like. So there's just, of course, work to do, but
yeah, no, this is such a great like back and forth, and I love listening to you guys. I mean, as always, I feel like we're constantly having conversations like this. So I wanted to dig in again to something we keep bringing up of we're not monolithic. Our diversity, our beautiful talents, our cultural ways, I mean, these aren't just left out of fictional narratives, which is most of what we've been talking about. Stina did bring up documentaries. That's one place. But also in the news, journalism, data collection, advertising campaigns, which I know, it's capitalism, but we're still left out of it. Political issues. I mean, the list really goes on. We saw this earlier in the year as we talked with Ali Young for our first episode of Not Invisible. When we talked about the way that the COVID numbers were not being correctly reported from the Navajo Nation, or it was delayed. Eventually that news coverage did come out, but it was not quite on time. It was very delayed. And we are still experiencing this with the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and trans folks crisis that is going on. I do want to shout out, because some of the organizations that we have worked with and just that inspire us are like Sovereign Bodies, who released an overview of the West Coast MMIW G2ST numbers. And we have been in contact with the Urban Indigenous Collective, who right now is gathering teams to work on the Northeastern Tri-State report in the same way. So empowering each other, seeing these Native groups work together. I mean, even us talking with Ali and being able to get her voice out. And, that's not to toot our own horn. That's just to be like, this is community. This is what we do, is we empower each other. Sovereign Bodies, the way that, they saw a need for this data that no one else was really doing, and they filled it. And same with what the Urban Indigenous Collective, which, we talked about before. A lot of people don't understand that Native people don't just live on reservations. That's like a very big misconception. I've gotten that quite a bit when I tell people that I'm Cherokee. They say, "Oh, I've never seen a Native person in New York." And I'm like, "You probably have." And they're like, "Well, I love going up to the Pacific Northwest and seeing Native people everywhere." And I'm like, "But you probably see them everywhere." Especially, I live in a very, very diverse community. It is, a lot of first generation immigrants. And so I'm like, you realize that a lot of these people are Native, right? Like you live in the Mecca of like Indian country in New York. So, we're seeing where some of these narratives have holes, and we're filling them. But to talk about that diversity and to talk about what we've seen on Not Invisible, and what are some of the experiences that you've had working together in this Native world, and that gives you a little bit of hope. You know, we don't want to just talk about the negatives, but the hope as well. And Stina, why don't you go first?
Yes, that's a great question. I think too, just for a little backstory on like our project and everything, because I think that, you know, we have been working on, this is a scripted narrative series that we've kind of just all come together really organically, and we've been working as a team to try to get this series going. But this whole project was really always a multi-platform media project, which I really do feel like that's the future. Like you're never, you know, and with social media and stuff too, it's obvious. It's like you're always going to have, you know, threads of the story if you're doing it right, that you can have a podcast, you can have, you know, a social media platform, or a documentary that, you know, goes in deeper on a series. And so that was always our idea with Red House. So it's a scripted series, but we also we're building a community. We started off with a pretty, you know, because social media, we could just do it on our own. And Jen Beagle, who is our lead writer and executive producer for Red House, I think is here. But her background is like social media strategy, and so she's done a great job at like building this community. And she's not native, but she's listens. She's a listener and a learner, just like all of us are all the time. Like none of us are perfect, and we're always learning from each other. And that's always been like our base level of understanding for the project and for our team. So we really built this social media community, and again, talking more about like the community of it. And it's just been so beautiful because we are in New York City, and you know, we have a community within ourselves, and we, you know, in the city and on this project. But to like build this larger, you know, and try to use, you know, leverage and try to, you know, like get the word out there is kind of, you know, about different issues. And obviously we're very focused on MMIW G2ST. Like that crisis is just, it's terrible. So we were like, how can we, you know, help? How can we listen? How can we amplify? So that's where our podcast, Not Invisible, Native Women on the Front Lines came from, we could just do this ourselves and just start amplifying these projects and voices and bridging those gaps and starting these conversations. We are also always trying to kind of like educate and bridge the like we don't really want to speak in a vacuum. We want to bridge and we want to educate, and we want non-Native folks to know these things and to have these conversations. And they're hard, you know, it's not fun all the time. But we also just try to, you know, balance out the best that we can. So the podcast is just born. It was like organically and beautifully born, and we all just kind of dive in and work on it. And then we've been able to have these amazing conversations to, you know, like all of the women and trans non-binary femmes that we've had on, you know, they've all just seen a need in their community and just done something. Like that's literally how simple it is. And I think for us as Indigenous people and as, you know, femme folks, like we are caretakers, you know, we're caretakers of our family, the land. And we're solutionists. Like we see a problem and we're gonna solve it. So I find that so inspiring, especially in these times, that just like small, like the concept of, you know, mutual aid, and, you know, everything is not transactional, you know, it's not transactional. You know, people just do it because it's just what you're supposed to do. Like you're in community. So we really work hard to try to keep that going. It's been amazing. And everyone, I learn from all of you every day, and then from our community online, from you know, folks that we have meetings with, like Urban Indigenous Collective and Sovereign Bodies, you know, Institute. It's like, I think that's the answer to everything. And that thinking about the future in that way, if everyone could just kind of take a step back and like listen to each other, that would be, I mean, I feel like that's what we're doing, and I just hope that it just kind of spreads, is what I'm hoping anyways. But did that answer the question? Okay.
You did. No, that was beautiful.
Yeah, you said two things that really stuck out to me, Stina, and I think bringing up Jen and how the project was created, and Jen is like the opposite of what we talked about earlier when we started this conversation. Like, right, what Jen could have done was written a show, written all this stuff, and taken it to other executives and got it made and pulled in a consultant later, like a lot of shows and films do. But she didn't. She, right from the beginning, wanted to add Native voices to her team. And that's why we're here today, which is great. So shout out, Jen. And yeah, we just need more of that. We need more allies in those positions who can do that, doing that from the beginning of the process. And yeah, you mentioned building and bridging those gaps. And I feel like that is so, so important. I think whether it be in media and representation, but also just amongst all of our communities and our organizations, there can be so much infighting and like lateral violence and people not liking other people. And I just want to continue to, I think we're focusing on building and making these bridges, and it's growing more and more in a positive light. And I can feel the momentum with that, and it makes me happy, and I want to continue and see more of it.
Vickie?
Yeah, I just co-sign on everything Stina and Tanis have said, because Jen was great. You know, like we had a 2-hour phone call when we spoke, because we spoke about the story, and she talked about how, because she had initially started the story about her hometown and then saw how the issues bled together, and that's when she started thinking, oh, I need to bring in the Native aspect of the storyline. And I'm like, that's organic. I mean, you started from your home. That's where my stories start. And so for me, that was just like a really good sign, because that's, you know, to me, stories are gifts, and everybody who gets theirs, who's given a story is given it for a reason. And so I really appreciated that aspect. And also, yeah, this momentum of building community, which is both the positive, the kind of wonderful thing about social media. I mean, there's so many horrific things going on there, so many ways that people are tearing each other apart. And it does happen in the community. And I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. I do think as Native people, we have a right to ask questions. We have a right to go, you're coming out from nowhere. I don't know who you are, where, you know, what you're from, what your family is. And we have been hit by opportunists in the past, you know, so but I just also think that we all need to have and I see it happening though, that we all make space for people who are maybe not of our nation, or who are, you know, you're not sure about what's going on over there, what their motives are, because you might find out that they're actually coming from a really good place, and they're given this direction for a reason. I think we lose track of the fact because that's, again, what the colonizers did to us. They make us, you know, blood quantum, check your blood quantum. My people, it's all through the mother, you know, so it's less of a concern for us. But, you know, the colonizers set up this strict sort of list of checks. This, you know, do you do this? Do you do this? And it's like, while we're focusing on that, we are dividing deeper. So if we make room for people who maybe come from a different nation, different approach, and just speak to them and find out where their heart is. And that's sometimes how social media, if we can use it and take the time to take the steps to have the conversations, because we are a talking people, all of us, every nation, we're a bunch of talkers. And that's how we get to know each other. I mean, and we are community based. So if you just take the time to find out the community, and I think that's one thing I think COVID has been also a help, because everybody's so housebound. It's been helping us bridge a lot as well. Yeah. So, and connect from coast to coast. And I'm loving that aspect. I really am. I mean, the Indian House, the work that Tanis is doing down at the Indian House is bringing folks in for creative endeavors from across the country, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, we've done the podcast completely over Zoom, and because, you know, we had planned to do this pre-COVID times, and then COVID hit and we improvised. And in that way, we were able to figure out how to talk to people who were, you know, on land protector camps when they got into the city, you know, and were able to have a conversation with us. I mean, we were able to improvise in ways that we never really thought we would have to, but in a way that has made our rhetoric that we're sharing with, you know, and again, we hope that it's a native, you know, to inspire native people, native women of all kinds, like, but we also hope that non-natives listen to our Not Invisible podcast and they see that we are also undoing a lot of the rhetoric that ties in directly into the missing and murdered crisis. And I think that's something that, you know, Vickie brought up blood quantum and the expectation of what Native people look like. And a lot of the commonality in that can be brought back to media. You know, they expect us to be in like a buckskin dress with long braids, and we're all a certain skin tone, and, you know, we don't talk unless it's in like very like deep wisdom voices. And then you meet someone, you know, Amber before us was talking about, you know, Afro-Indigenous natives, and that is something that we also want to uplift. There's natives of all shapes and sizes and colors. Like, that is what makes us beautiful, and yet we have been watered down to be something that we're really not. So it's, you know, and that's where, for me, I find so much hope in the way that we've been able to build a community, the way that other people have taken us into their own communities. You know, it's just, again, COVID also has helped with that because Zoom calls are easy. So I'm very hopeful for the future. And I believe in storytelling, and I believe in film and television as a medium for this change.
Me too. I think that was, yeah, it's the future. I love talking about the future, and we try to always end, I think we have like 15, just so you guys know, I think we have 10, 15 more minutes, but I think, but we can talk about the future, right? I do want to say, I don't know, because we are always in our heads. I don't know if we really said what our Red House series was about. So I just want to, just to give everyone context, because it's a crime thriller scripted narrative series that basically is about a small town and a reservation, and a Native teenager who is our lead, and the small town sheriff. And they're basically, you know, battling against the fracking industry, and there's a series of murders, and we definitely but we get into the missing and murdered crisis and like the backstory there. And I think we were talking about this the other day, is that I feel like the power of having a scripted show on the air, or and having it, you know, responsibly be written about these issues, gives us really more control about the narrative, and also just a way to like bridge those, you know, our audience. And I was using or I use this example a lot, but like there's a lot of documentaries out there too that are being made right now about the crisis, which everyone should support and see and learn and share with your community, so that people, the awareness is still not where it should be. But for documentaries, you know, not everyone is a documentary person, you know. I mean, I'm from Texas. My family mostly voted for Trump. I'm just going to say it. And it's a tough one. I think it's really hard. But I'm constantly trying to bridge that. You know, how can we, you know, like, talking to in our own, like, you know, algorithms or whatever, like that is just doing nothing. We can see that right now in what's happening in our society. So with having a scripted series, you know, it is kind of like a Trojan horse. It's like, if, you know, it's just going to be an entertaining crime thriller, and you're going to learn a whole bunch of stuff that's actually based on true, you know, stories, which I feel like is really powerful. And a good example of this too is like When They See Us, that Ava DuVernay did. the documentary was Central Park 5, which Ken Burns did, you know, a long time ago. But in the scripted series, you get to see and learn and see these boys, you know, and how beautiful they are and how they're, you know, they're not these stereotypical little like kids that were looking for trouble that night. And you can see that their parents were freaking out and like, what are they going to do? You know, so I feel I'm super excited. And I mostly have worked on more like documentary style programming in my career. So I'm very excited to be able to control the narrative in that way for a scripted show, to be able to have it, you know, be entertaining. And it's not like, you know, you're going to learn something here, you know, but we are going to be teaching a lot of things and it's all going to be rooted in fact and real information. And we're going to do it responsibly, which is a big pillar of our show. So I just segueing back to the future. I really, and I do want to like share, you know, resources. I feel like a lot of us are trying to, you know, I'm constantly trying to look for, you know, native, editors, assistant editors, you know, you do not have to go to film school to work in the film and television industry. You do not. And honestly, like, don't go into debt to do that, you know? So, I mean, I would just say like, you know, reach out to us on our social media, and I have partners in you know, Seattle and like Tracy Rector at Neotero, like she's doing amazing work. They're trying to build a database of filmmakers in all different roles. Jade Begay, who I work with on a project, and you know, she does amazing work with Indian Collective. They're doing amazing work. So we're trying to like, you know, bridge, and like, it's almost like we need a giant database of all of us. There's Brown Girls Doc Mafia that I'm also active in. There's a Facebook group, and it's an amazing community. So I feel like I'm trying to just be loud about like, everyone reach out to each other. We all need to come together. We need to have like one database. I don't know who's going to build it, but I know that Neotero was trying to start one. I know that Sundance and the Blacklist has the Indigenous list, starting with Sundance and Illuminatives. So that is exciting. And am I forgetting? Oh, then there's also the Shine Network, which is a new, Canadian based, and that's another kind of database, you know, filmmaker coalition. So the excuse really is not like, hey, I don't know any Native PAs, right? Like we can't have that excuse anymore. Like it's not, because we're saying like, you can just like message Red House and we will find you a Native PA. We will find you a Native, you know, wardrobe stylist, you know, makeup artist, grip, you know, DP, you name it, producer. So like, I just want to be, yeah. And I'm trying to work hard in like the Producers Guild and stuff to put that out there. I find that people are scared to just say it. Like I say it all the time, like just email me and I'll do my best to like, you know, get back to you. And people never email me. But I find that other people are just like scared to give out their email. Like I'll get so many emails. And I don't know. I wish that people would email us for real. Like Shea, they're going to be, hopefully our DMs are going to
I mean, I will say though, the only time that I get a ton of emails is when people really hate something I've written about. And then I get a ton of emails from people. I wrote a big piece that came out in January about Parasite and diving into the Native imagery. I'm still getting hate emails about that. I don't know where they get my email, but they basically tell me I don't know how to watch cinema, which I will let you know, everyone knows how to watch cinema. If, you know, that is not, you don't have to, as Stina said, like I did go to film school. I did it the public school way. I went to Hunter College here in New York. I stayed very little in debt. So if that is a passion, like do it, but it is not necessary if you watch movies, and everyone can, you know, that is something that you learn so much about. And every person has a different perspective when they watch a film. So again, you know, I will say that, but on the email thing, that only when they're angry with you, people will totally fill up your inbox. But also the Cherokee Nation Film Office has a database. They specifically, I think, are starting with Indigenous actors and different film crew in Oklahoma. And Oklahoma has a lot going on right now in the filmmaking world. They had a couple of films that, you know, made it to Sundance this year that were shot in Oklahoma. And so I know that they're also trying to get started with bringing films to shoot on the Cherokee Nation. In case you don't know, Cherokee Nation does not have a set reservation in the way that you think of a reservation. It is a jurisdiction. So in some of the jurisdiction, you have some beautiful old towns, little that kind of stuff. So now I feel like I'm trying to sell that you should shoot a movie in Oklahoma. But, it's just to say that the diversity of our tribes and the way that they are all, fitting in, our communities are all fitting into the future of these narratives in different ways, and that is the future.
I just wanted to jump in and say, a couple things, kind of circling back just really quickly about what Stina said. Well, someone asked what the name of this show is, and the show is called Red House, the narrative series. Oh, Jen just put it in the comments. Great. Also, but yeah, you said Trojan horse, and I love that because it actually made me think of, and I don't know if she mentioned this to you, Shea, when you interviewed her, Michelle Latimer. I just watched an interview of her talking about Trickster. Trickster is a show on CBC in Canada, for those that don't know, but she said something similar along the lines of like, the show is about like these relationships and like this genre of like sci-fi, but then like underneath it all, are going to be all these issues and where this is all stemming from with like Canada's terrible historical past, and same with the US, like that border doesn't really mean anything. And I feel like that's kind of inherent in all our stories, really, because all of our issues stem from colonization. So you're going to be able to watch the show that you're interested in because of like, you like crime dramas, and then you're going to learn some things and not in a hammer it over your head way. Just like this is inherently a part of this story and this issue. And as far as building artists and rosters, I didn't mention this in the beginning. I work with the American Indian Community House in New York. It's a nonprofit that serves the greater New York area, Native Americans in the area. And I'm building a Native American industry roster, and we're starting with actors, but we want to, artists of all kinds. So if anyone is interested in being on that roster and is Native, shoot me an email or just find me on social media. My email is tanis@aich.org. But I wanted to bring that up specifically because very soon we're going to be offering some youth programming for Natives for acting virtually. And so I'm really excited about that.
That's so fun.
Native futures. So yeah, if you have any Native kids that are thinking about getting into acting, want to learn more about the business, shoot them my way. You can be anywhere. I think that was all I wanted to say.
I didn't know, Vickie, were you going to say something?
You're muted.
Oh, there's the mute button. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say I am currently working with Alter Theater in San Francisco towards developing. We did a workshop series over the summer with Native middle schoolers, teaching them how to write a monologue, and it was so much fun. It was, anytime I work with kids, it's sort of like clears my brain of the junk and resets me as a writer. And so we're going to be setting up workshops through the fall regarding taking it further. Now we have a monologue, now we're going to a dialogue, now we're going to go into a mini play. And our goal is to teach them how to write little one-act plays coming up. So we're looking forward to it. And Alter Theater is going to be opening it up to the public. So if anybody's interested in participating, once again, please message us and we'll be happy to let you know. And if you're just out there and you're curious about writing stories and you want to reach out, there are a lot of resources out there. I'm happy to sort of send you what I know your way. And also, I just want to mention some of the organizations who've been incredibly helpful to me on my way, which has been, Tanis has mentioned, the American Indian Community House. It was my first stop when I got here in 1989, and they welcomed me and they shared their resources, and they had a large creative community, and those folks helped me get started. Amarinda is another organization here in town that also is focused on developing and celebrating the Native voice, Native artists, but also to any sort of culture makers. In Los Angeles, Native Voices at the Autry, that's an amazing resource. It's the only established equity Native theater right now that I'm aware of in North America, though I think New Native Theater is on their way towards, I think, getting, and I'll talk about them in a moment too. So Native Voices is great for writers. They have open submissions once a year for plays, their short play festival. Give it a shot. Most folks have not. I didn't go to school for it. A lot of the playwrights didn't go to school for it. You learn as you do. And they have a large actors repertory company as well. So if you're in the area and you're interested in acting, or you want to reach out and ask them questions, I'm sure they'd be thrilled to help. New Native Theater is happening in Minneapolis with Rihanna Yazzie, an amazing playwright and an amazing community builder. And she's been doing it all, just as much as she can out there in Minneapolis. And now they're really starting to solidify and got this whole, they're pulled together these annual short play festival. They have, auditions. I think, I'm not sure if it's once or twice a year for Native actors, but reach out to Rihanna or reach out to me and I'll direct you towards New Native Theater. I'm sure Rihanna and Oogie would love to hear from folks who are interested in getting involved and have stories to tell. So that's just some things to share.
I think if anyone does have any further questions, we are going into a breakout Zoom. So we are more than welcome to answer there. And yeah, we just thank you all for tuning in with us. This has been such a great talk. Bye.
Bye.
Everybody.
All right. Red House. I am you guys gave us so much information. I am so excited. I was trying to Google everything that you guys are doing, your podcasts, everything that you're up to as you were speaking. I could have listened to you guys talk the rest of the afternoon. I appreciate you guys for coming on today. Thank you so much to Red House. To speak with the panelists directly, please go to the Zoom links that are provided on our YouTube and our Facebook. That's it for me this afternoon. I'm going to turn this over to Dawn Knickerbocker. She's going to take over. So, Dawn.
Anin, everyone. Thank you so much, Jerry, for being our MC. I'll just move right into our next guest. We have Joshua Hunt, who is presenting why Native American sports mascots should be eliminated immediately. Welcome, Josh.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Let me do the screen.
Are you screen sharing?
Yes, I'm about to do that. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Can everyone see that?
Nope, not yet. You kind of have to lower the StreamYard.
Lower the StreamYard?
Yeah, lower the StreamYard that you're in, and then did you click share screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you sharing your entire screen, your application window?
I don't know. I've never used this before.
Okay.
Let me try again.
Yeah, try again.
What about now?
Nope, not yet. Joshua, click the screen share and then select the screen when you see a pop-up.
I did. Like I'm doing that right now.
Okay, I think one of our text, can you please remove the please stand by?
We can go ahead.
Okay, now click the screen share
I already did.
and then hit the blue share screen and then choose either your entire screen, application window, or Chrome tab. And then click the bottom, say share.
Share screen. Okay, when the drop-down menu, it says native map. The title, okay, it says StreamYard, favorites, entire screen.
Yes, so choose one of those, probably your entire screen.
Okay.
And then click the share at the bottom.
Yeah, I keep doing that and it won't.
Is this something you want to send to me, Josh? And then we can, I can share screen for you.
Okay. Where should I send it?
I'll put my email in the private chat. Oh, look, you're doing it.
What?
You're sharing.
Can you see my presentation there? Oh. Can you see that? Okay, I guess I'll just go ahead. This is so embarrassing. Okay.
Okay, so what happens is sometimes we can we have this tunnel effect, and Josh, it's cool. We got no there's no rush to do this. We got a little bit of time, and I'm just gonna kind of fill up the time while we're figuring this out. I don't know if Dawn is still here. So is there a way that we can make me big for a second? There we go. All right. So I want you to know that I really enjoy being able to see myself this big on the screen. And sometimes, like I said, this is really good because we haven't had any technical difficulties per se until just now. I want to say thank you again to Red House. And if you haven't had the chance, go to the Zoom link to talk with Red House. We got a lot of stuff that's coming up. We still got a few more hours to fill. We have tomorrow, we got all kinds of stuff coming up. Hang on one second. I'm going to read what we got coming up. I got to put on my glasses. We got Jackie Andrews, Bear Medicine, where we got Birth as Ceremony. There we go. We have Native drumming and music. We have reciprocity and Native American traditions with our own Don Knickerbocker. We have radical indigenization with Jimmy Lee Beeson. We're talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women. We have the Mapuche movement interview tomorrow. We have Indigenous street art and land back with insurgents. And we're also going to be talking with Robert Rice about Black and Indigenous history. Don't forget Monday, we also got a full day of speakers as well. And if you get a chance, make sure that you're commenting on YouTube. Please go to these Zoom rooms, and if you have any questions and you want to talk with these presenters, after they're done presenting, we have a Zoom room set up so you can a water cooler so that you can ask them questions and get more in depth about whatever that they happen to be speaking about. We have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of stuff that's coming up. And again, want to wish Sarah Rose a happy birthday. She is running back and forth, handing out notes instead of celebrating her.
Genocide. 150 years that our people cry. 150 years try and kill our pride. 150 years that our people die. 1876, Indian Act, changing the ways that the Indians act. Eliminate, eradicate all the Indian packs. Take the land you create, an Indian tax. Assimilate, never bringing Indians back. Murder and rape generations of them. 1763 proclamation began. Now we celebrate, do it over again. Neglecting to help all the needy, taking the land cause they're greedy. They've broken the treaties, brainwashing you all through a TV. Dividing us all cause they're sneaky. I need them to free me. 150 years, no celebration. And you with me, T, in our first nation. We need to show love through education. The future is here, reconciliation. 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 Reconciliation.
We need to reconcile today, cause Canada affiliates with all the history of the states. All the misery that fills me with hate, it kills me today. Same way it killed the ancestors back in the day. It's intergenerational, the drama. But where we going is the knowing that will haunt you. It will taunt you, right you and wrong you. This is what karma puts upon you. What happened is not gone, it's still going on. Just hitting on you, been a long one, but we on one, spitting on you. Watch the scale tipping on you. We have been carrying that weight for too long, bro. We don't want your sympathy, we want your empathy. Cause your apathy is getting to me. Ignorance is unsettling to me. That's why I don't mind that you stepping to me. We're not letting it be, we are setting it free. So we don't carry it heavily. Our history is not separately, it's binary. 150 years later, the shit is happening finally.
Intervene, speak proper to the teens, protecting all the youth, offer them the means, respecting all the truths, we gotta let them speak, preach, tell the whole world what you see, living on the res or living in the streets, reach, tell them all about the history, pain and misery, followed by your victory, healing the trauma, breaking all the cycles, dealing with problems, done feeling idle, feeling the bottom, stronger through the trials, wielding the blossom of you becoming idols, endlessness, excellence, catch us in the element, messages of medicine, time to make them prevalent, evident, elegance, match us up with eminent, messages so eloquent, the kind of make you celebrate.
We're gonna find a way now, way now, today. We're gonna find a way out, that way. We're gonna find a way now, way now, today. We're gonna find a way out, way out.
Isn't about I, isn't about me. What if we all tried to make it about we? Envisioning our shine, a vision we all see. What if we all tried to make this about needs? Needing to be kind, needing to be free. Free in our own minds, changing how we speak. Needing to be wise, leading our own peace. Healing from old times, painting our own peace. Facing, breaking, lateral violence. Open up your eyelids for lateral kindness. Shaping, making, natural guidance. Notice the vibrance of everyone smiling, everyone vibing. Know that we're chilling. Make a rest classic, that's how I'm feeling. Everyone riding, know it's a given. To make the best happen, that's how I'm living.
That way, we're gonna find a way now, way now, today. We're gonna find a way out, that way. We're gonna find a way now, today. We're gonna find a way out,
Say all my people gonna find a way now.
All my people gonna find a way now.
All my people gonna find a way out.
All my people gonna find a way out.
Say all my people gonna find a way now.
All my people gonna find a way now.
All my people gonna find a way out.
All my people gonna find a way out. That way, we're gonna find a way now, today. We're gonna find a way out,
Let's go.
that way.
Okay. So if you guys are going to be, I hope you're going to be with us at 7:45. If you enjoyed those music videos with Cody Coyote, our next guest is Joshua Hunt, who is presenting why Native American sports mascots should be eliminated immediately. I apologize, Josh, for the technical difficulties. Welcome back, Josh.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
And you can see this. Okay, so my name is Joshua Hunt, and I'm an enrolled member, and I'm also the vice chair of the Committee of 500 Years of Dignity and Resistance. So today I wanted to talk to you about the Native American mascots issue. And before I do that, I'm going to just introduce myself, tell you about me a little bit as a person, an Indigenous person, as a Cheyenne person, and just a little bit of history of the Cheyenne people, and then I'll go into the core reasons why mascots should be eliminated. So this is me with my sister and our uncle, Wayne. Here's one example of what an Indigenous family looks like celebrating the holidays here in Cleveland, Ohio. And here is my sister and I with our mother. So here's what one Cheyenne Indigenous family looks like during the holiday season here in Cleveland. This is my dad, Mark. This is my wife, Ginger. We've been married for going on 10 years. And this is my baby cat, Gavi. So just like anybody else, I'm a pet owner. I'm a crazy cat person. This is when we brought her home. And just like a lot of you, I love pop culture. I love TV shows and video games. So naturally, I love Netflix's Stranger Things so much that I shaved my head a few years ago and put this costume together to be 11 for Halloween 2016. And this is the Northern Cheyenne flag symbol. This is the Morning Star. The Northern Cheyenne are known as the Morning Star people, and that is named for Chief Morning Star, seated on the left and on the right. He's one of our famous Cheyenne leaders. And standing next to him in the other photo is Chief Little Wolf. So these are two very important Cheyenne leaders of my nation. And I was never taught about these leaders growing up. I was taught about a lot of white leaders like Lincoln and Washington, etc., but never Chief Little Wolf or Morning Star. And Chief Morning Star became known to the Europeans, Euro-Americans as Chief Dull Knife. And he was so influential that if you look at the Northern Cheyenne Reservation, actually has their tribal college called Chief Dull Knife College. And this is my nation's flag, Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. I'm an enrolled member, and you'll see that the outline in blue of Oklahoma, that's where our trust lands are based right now, our tribal offices are based right now. I've never set foot in Oklahoma. I've driven through it, unfortunately, as is the reality of settler colonialism. I've never set foot in my Cheyenne community there in Oklahoma. And you can see the two arrows are facing downward, representing both the Southern Cheyenne, the Southern Arapaho are at peace with one another as a sort of United Nations. You see the peace pipe also crisscrossed, again, signifying that these two nations are at peace with one another. So that's my nation's flag. And at some point, I actually thought, you know, I'm never going to learn any of this, but here I am. Here's another Cheyenne leader, Black Kettle, perhaps the most famous leader of the Southern Cheyenne. He was a peace chief, and he fought very hard to maintain peace between the Cheyenne and Euro-Americans, the federal government of the so-called United States. Unfortunately, he failed in that endeavor, kind of, because the Sand Creek Massacre happened in 1864, where about 150 Cheyenne and Arapaho women and children were massacred. And then he and his wife were murdered at the Washita River Massacre 4 years later. So yet another important Cheyenne leader that I was never taught about. I had to find out and learn on my own. And I always thought, I'm never going to learn any of these things about my people or about my nation because all Native people are dead, or they're in the past. So, and all of that is dead and gone. There's no way to learn any of that. Well, I'm glad to find out that I'm actually dead wrong about that, because books like this exist. Cheyenne Memories by John Stanzen Timber. He was our tribal historian for a very long time, and he wrote this book with Margot Liberty. So this was the closest I came to learning my people's history from an elder, from a Cheyenne elder. And I'm very grateful that there are many, many books about the Cheyenne that I can learn from. So there's a wealth of knowledge. But even this is a fraction of our history as a people, because we weren't always a buffalo culture out on the Great Plains. We migrated from what is currently known as Minnesota, near the Great Lakes region. So there's so much to learn, and still so much I won't know. But I'm very grateful for all of these resources. I also dug into my family's history, my Cheyenne family's history. This is my great-great-great-grandfather, Robert Sandhill, with his wife. My great-great-grandmother stands silent. So this makes my history, my heritage more real for me. But it also makes me sad, because my Cheyenne relatives that I find out about like this will be nothing more than a name written on a document. Or if I'm lucky, I'll get to see a photograph like this. But it makes me sad because I'll never know who they were, what they were like, what were their hopes and dreams. But I feel very lucky that I was able to find these things, to connect, to reconnect with a part of my identity that I, up until relatively recently, was ignoring or just not paying a lot of attention to. But then I went to college and took a couple of intro courses to Native history here in Cleveland. And that opened my mind up. That motivated me to get involved with the Native community here in Northeast Ohio and Cleveland. And then come to terms with the fact that we live in a city who has a professional baseball team named Indians, the Cleveland Indians. So I wanted to find out everything I could about this issue and understand it well enough to explain it to others. And I feel confident that I have, and that's what I'm going to do right now. Because just having that bit of knowledge, that overview of US history from the Native Indigenous perspective, was enough to make me go, these Native American sports mascots and team names need to be eliminated immediately. I can't put my finger on why, I can't explain why, but they need to. And I wanted to understand better, and now I do. And I'm going to share those reasons with you right now. So the core reasons for eliminating Native American sports mascots across the board: they perpetuate racist stereotypes of Native Americans, of Indigenous people. And they harm Native Americans. And there's over a decade's worth of scientific evidence showing that these mascots harm Native Americans and non-natives as well. And finally, non-native people control these mascots. Native people, Indigenous people, we have zero control over the Cleveland Indians, the Atlanta Braves, the Kansas City Chiefs, or the hundreds and thousands of other Native mascots in all the public schools across this country. So I'm going to now go more in depth with each of these points. So the mascots are racist stereotypes that perpetuate racist stereotypes. And academics who study this have identified two major stereotypes regarding Native Americans, Indigenous people. One is the noble savage stereotype. And this stereotype conveys the idea that all Native Americans are primitive, childlike, and at one with nature. And then there's the bloodthirsty savage stereotype, which conveys the notion that all Native Americans are wild, aggressive, violent, and brave. And it's the bloodthirsty savage stereotype that appeals to sports fans the most. It appeals to these mascot supporters the most. And we can see this in the very words of non-natives who are sports fans and have a Native mascot as their sports team. For example, I can think of no greater tribute to the American Indian than to name a team's warriors after courageous, cunning, and feared warriors of the Indian nations, the Braves. I look at that mascot, that Indian head, and it stirs me up. I think of getting real aggressive, and it brings out the aggressiveness in me, and it makes me go out there and really wrestle hard and fight hard, you know, because that's what those Indians were. So both of these people are perpetuating the bloodthirsty savage stereotype, because Indian people, Native people, are aggressive, they fight hard, they're to be feared because they're cunning and scary. And this person says, because that's what those Indians were. So perpetuating the bloodthirsty savage stereotype and relegating us to the past. We only exist in the past. And the bloodthirsty savage stereotype is alive and well in the minds of Cleveland baseball fans here in Ohio. Like this Cleveland baseball fan who says to me, no one wants to play for a team called the Losers or the Weaklings. No, the Indian is a fierce warrior willing to do anything to fight for what is right. People feel pride by wearing Chief Wahoo. So their very words, the very words of mascot supporters are an indictment, are self-incriminating, because in their very words, they're perpetuating the bloodthirsty savage stereotype and talking about us in the past tense, as though we don't exist in the 21st century. One of those people I quoted mentioned an Indian head. And these logos are often a disembodied, floating, decapitated head of a Native American male chief or warrior of the Great Plains. So each and every one of these, right, is a symbol of this genocidal warfare history of settlers trying to collect cash bounties. At first, how am I going to prove? How am I going to prove I killed a Native man, woman, or child so I can collect that money, that bounty? Well, I can decapitate their bodies and bring the severed head to the powers that be and get that money. So each and every one of these is a symbol, a reminder of that genocidal history. And this sports fan here is carrying on that genocidal history, that heritage of his settler ancestors when he goes to sporting events, when he goes to a hockey game. And if you see in this photo here, his team is Philadelphia. They don't have the native mascot. It's Chicago, the Chicago Blackhawks. They have the mascot. So, and he has his own severed head, his own native head, Indian head on a spike when he brings it to games because he wants to show his support for his team. So this shows you that the team that has the native mascot is spreading this violent, aggressive, anti-Indigenous racism behavior to other sports fans, other sports teams that don't even have a native mascot. And then this fan brings his Indian head, his severed Indian head, to football games because his football team, it went up against the Washington NFL team. And he would bring his severed Indian head to the football game and to the hockey game. So he's carrying on this proud settler tradition of parading around severed heads of Indigenous people, leaders, as a show of dominance, as a show of intimidation. This is part of United States history, this genocidal violence. And without even realizing it, these sports fans are perpetuating racist stereotypes, and they're doing it in a very violent way. This is a very violent thing to do. Even if it's symbolic, it's still violent and creates a hostile environment. And when we think about sports mascots, what are some common sports mascots? Well, Native Americans. So whether it's Indians, Braves, Chiefs, Warriors, animals. Animals are a common sports mascot too, and so are inanimate objects. So, you know, you can imagine trying to start a sports team. It's like, what am I going to call this sports team? I want to make sure I call my team something, a name and logo for my team to instill fear and intimidation in the hearts of my opponents before we even set foot out onto the field. So what can I name my team? How about bears? Bears are really scary and intimidating. Maybe lions. Lions are scary and intimidating. Tigers. Tigers, terrifying and intimidating. If you came across any one of these violent predatory animals, you'd probably crap yourself and pass out, or you'd be very terrified. You'd be very scared. Even a sleeping bear is terrifying. So I can name my team after one of these violent predatory animals, or I could have the scariness and intimidation plus a bit of romanticism to romanticize the Old West. So what if I made my mascot the bloodthirsty savage and call my team the Warriors? I'll have my mascot be the red-skinned bloodthirsty savage with the eagle feather, with the tomahawk, and it'll scare people, it'll intimidate people, and it'll kind of offer a bit of romanticism for the settling of the Old West. And this was just a few years ago. This local team here in Northeast Ohio started this hockey team and called it Warriors and used the bloodthirsty savage stereotype. So this idea, this bloodthirsty savage stereotype idea, is still in the minds of natives and I mean non-natives and natives. And this is what was produced just a few years ago, when it's like, okay, we're going to start a new team. What are we going to call it? Warriors, and we're going to use a bloodthirsty savage stereotype as our mascot. Thankfully, to the pressures of social media, especially Twitter, they changed their mascot and their name to, I think, the Eagles. Eagle, another violent predatory animal. So to use and symbolize Indigenous peoples in the same way as violent predatory animals is dehumanizing and racist, to say the least. These mascots erase our diversity. As you all know, there are hundreds upon hundreds of indigenous nations and communities in what we now call the United States. And each and every one of them has their own unique history, language, culture, ceremonies. And so what these mascots do is they eliminate that diversity. It's much easier to other a group of people when you perpetuate the idea that we all think alike, we all look alike, we all act alike, we all believe the same things. It's much easier to other a group of people. And they lump all of our nations as we're just one monolithic group. It renders that beautiful, that cultural diversity invisible. So we're all just a generic Great Plains culture people. There's no Inuit people. There's no woodlands. There's no Alaska natives. There's no Hawaiian indigenous nations. There's just the generic Great Plains people, which is sort of the equivalent of thinking that all Europeans are French, the only European nation that exists is France, and the only European language that exists is French. So it erases cultural diversity. We're just relegated to this image, a Great Plains people of the past, and this imagery is often male, erasing indigenous women, so indigenous women are rendered invisible. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why is it this image? Could it have anything to do with the so-called Indian Wars of the late 1800s? And we're frozen in that time period as these diverse peoples. But then and now, obviously hundreds of nations exist. But again, in the world of sports mascots, all these other nations don't exist. There's no Inuit people. There's no Ojibwe people. All these nations become erased. They have no past, no present, and obviously no future, since we're all dead and left in the 1800s. Why aren't, not that I want them to be, obviously I don't want them to be, but why is it always the generic Great Plains warrior or chief that is the imagery? And none of these other nations. I'm sure a lot of you, I don't know, are fans of Star Wars. I can't help but think that George Lucas got his inspiration for Princess Leia's hair from the Hopi people nation, or some other indigenous nation or culture of what we now call the American continents. There's no Dene. So the mascots keep us frozen in the past. It erases our contemporary lives. So our present is erased. And it's much easier to discriminate against the people that don't exist, right? But we still exist, as these books say in their title. We are still here. I love Matika Wilbur of Project 562 and the All My Relations podcast. She's fantastic. And a lot of you are probably already familiar with her work, but here's, she captures our diversity as indigenous peoples beautifully and captures us in the 21st century. We're not stereotypes, we're not mascots, we're not Halloween costumes. We're living peoples. We're living cultures. We have living histories. And Matika Wilbur is an indigenous woman who's trying to flip the script on that narrative that we only exist in the past as a generic Great Plains people. So beautiful work. So if you haven't checked out Matika Wilbur and her Project 562, I highly recommend that. These mascots distort and trivialize various forms of Native culture, drumming, singing, dancing, certain aspects of spirituality, things that we see and deemed sacred are now trivialized and turned into playthings and forms of entertainment. Now we can talk about the harm. So all of that speaks to, you can see now how these mascots perpetuate racist stereotypes. So now we can talk about the scientific evidence showing harm. And as I said, there's over a decade's worth of scientific evidence showing that these mascots cause real harm to natives and non-natives alike. Real measurable harm. So it damages our self-esteem, our ability to imagine future possibilities for ourselves. It damages our sense of community worth, instilling a sense of shame for belonging to our native communities. Obviously, this is very damaging to native youth. They increase all these negative feelings of stress and distress, depression, dysphoria, hostility among native people. I can't tell you how many times I've felt hostility towards coworkers, classmates, and others because they're wearing a Chief Wahoo shirt or they're wearing some kind of native mascot, sports mascot shirt. I just want to scream at them. I want to yell at them. When I see there's a business down the street from me that has a neon Chief Wahoo in the window, and I want to throw a brick through it. I want to throw a brick at it. So it instills this hostility, damaging interpersonal relationships with non-natives who engage in this behavior. This is very dangerous, especially to native youth, when we are the most vulnerable population when it comes to suicide and depression. It creates a hostile environment for us. It creates a hostile learning environment for native children, native youth. How can a child learn in an environment where they're constantly being mocked and stereotyped and discriminated against? It negatively impacts their self-image and their self-esteem. So no child can learn in that kind of environment. No child can reach their full potential in that kind of environment. And it's happening constantly here in Ohio and Cleveland, all over the country. And for non-natives, it harms non-natives as well. For non-natives who are white, the scientific evidence shows that it increases racist attitudes, stereotyping, and discriminatory behavior towards natives and Asian Americans. These mascots increase that kind of racist stereotyping and discriminatory attitudes and behavior towards Asian Americans. So Asian Americans are being harmed, and they're not even native. That's what the scientific evidence shows. And it's no wonder, because how can a child learn in an environment where their high school fellow students are having a pep rally where they hold up a banner that says this: "Hey Indians, get ready to leave in a trail of tears round 2. Another high school, Trail of Tears. Another high school, a public high school, tax dollars being paid towards discriminating and stereotyping and doing disgusting things like this towards natives. Hey Indians, get ready for a Trail of Tears Part 2. Does anyone really need scientific evidence to prove to them that this is harmful? That this is damaging and detrimental to the well-being of Indigenous children and people? So non-native children, especially these non-native kids, are being taught in public schools that stereotyping and discriminating against an entire race of people is okay, is acceptable. There are thousands of high schools or public schools where this is happening. Again, all controlled by non-natives. Scalp them Indians. Scalp the Indians. And this looks like some kind of makeshift wagon, and it looks like a dead Indigenous woman hanging out the back of it there on the right. The students are engaging in behavior like this is a college in North Dakota, the Fighting Sioux. These white students decided to create shirts with their mascot, which is an Indian head chief, super drunk with a bong going into his mouth, beer. So in addition to perpetuating the bloodthirsty savage stereotype, they're perpetuating the drunken Indian stereotype. These are college students. Back to high school students. Is there any wonder that there is an epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls when this is happening in public schools all across the country? We're being dehumanized, we're being stereotyped. This kind of behavior is taking place, and we wonder why we Indigenous communities and nations have all of these problems. I mean, we know what the settlers did to Indigenous leaders and people. I told you about the decapitations for blood bounties, or for just as a warning. If you get out of line, Indigenous people, here's what's going to happen to you: your head on a spike. So here are these white high school students showing their team spirit for their school, and they've put the severed heads of Indigenous women in headdresses, faux headdresses, on spikes. And they're smiling about it. This is nothing to smile about. So there are thousands of public schools right now where all of this is happening. Our tax dollars are paying for it. We're being dehumanized and stereotyped. And I'm glad to see that more change is happening, but we still have a long way to go. We have our work cut out for us here in Ohio because we're #1 in the number of public schools that have a Native American sports mascot or team name, plus the Cleveland Major League Baseball team. So shouldn't we control images of ourselves? Shouldn't we control representations of ourselves and our It's always the dominant culture that is controlling this imagery and telling us, we have no power over any of this. It's the dominant white culture that is controlling all of this. And non-natives have the gall to claim that these mascots are honoring us. It's not true for all the reasons I've laid out to you so far. Over 100 Native American Indigenous nations and organizations have called for the elimination of these mascots. I don't know how. Racism honors no one. We don't honor a people by harming them. For decades, many of us have been saying, this is harmful, this is hurtful, disrespectful, it's a mockery. Stop it. So the claim that these mascots honor us is false and hollow, to say the least. It rings hollow. This is just about non-natives wanting to feel good about themselves because the evidence shows that it does increase their self-esteem while lowering ours.
Josh?
Yes.
Thank you so much for this incredible, moving, powerful discussion. And we want to continue this. And so we want, this just ties into everything else we've been listening to today. It touches on identity dysphoria. It touches on the pain that we feel. And so I want people to come and join Josh in the Zoom discussion room. The link is in the comments on the stream. So join me in thanking Josh for this incredible presentation. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have an incredible presenter. We are have Erik, who's coming next. Erik will be presenting experiences and strategies for grassroots organizing in response to police violence. Welcome, Erik.
Hello. Thank you, Josh, for that. That was really powerful, and I will definitely look forward to sharing that with the community here as we're dealing with the challenge in our local area with the Dartmouth High School and their inability to listen and to address the problematic mascot that they have on their school. So I appreciated greatly what you were sharing. Thank you for that. And I want to thank the Greater Cincinnati Native American Council for this entire work and body that you guys are putting forward. I've learned so much in the day so far, and I had so many different emotions. I'm really honored and grateful to be here. I am a student. I'm not somebody that has any. I'm still learning, and I've learned a lot, and I have so much more to learn, and I'm learning today. So I wanted to preface a little bit just in regards to who I am and where I come from. I was born in Narragansett territory in Providence, Rhode Island, to my mother Paula, who is a second generation Irish American by way of Cork County in Ireland, and by way of my father David, who is a second generation Cape Verdean in America, by way of Bovista, San Antonio, and Brava. And I share, I want to share a little bit. Growing up, I always used to, when I asked where I was from, I would say I was from Fox Point, which is a neighborhood in Providence, Rhode Island. Still a neighborhood in Providence, Rhode Island. However, I never lived in Fox Point, but the identity of Fox Point lived in me. And that was the result of my family and the conversations in their sense of pride. My family that immigrated from Cape Verde, the boat landed in Fox Point, which is an area in Providence. And that community was gentrified. It was a Cape Verdean community. Cape Verde is 10 islands off the coast of West Africa, in West Africa, not just off the coast of West Africa, in West Africa, 377 miles from Senegal. It was also a location where a papal bull in the 1400s gave the Portuguese, quote unquote, gave Portuguese the ability to colonize the islands. They claimed that it was uninhabited. However, there is evidence that the islands were actually inhabited. This is one of the things with history, the writing of history and who tells the history, the erasure of the reality and who lives to tell our stories. There were the Jollof people from West Africa, and there were other tribal communities that were living inside of the islands prior to the Portuguese colonization of the islands. Cape Verde happens to be one of the first places where the Portuguese began their slave trade in the 1400s, and through a papal bull, just like the doctrine of discovery, they acquired the land, and with the goal of using it for a plantation to grow sugarcane and to grow crops. However, the land is in sub-Saharan desert area, the wider desert area, and many of the crops did not grow well. However, what they did begin to do was they asked for permission to take African people and kidnap them and enslave them. And Cape Verde became what I was told when I'm going to slow down. When I speak, a lot of times I write down a lot of what I want to say, and that I like to just kind of move with what is going on with the day. And I wanted to give a preface beforehand. So I apologize if how I transmit is not coming across in a good way. But my intention is to share a little bit of history, because I see and hearing the stories of so many of the other people today, so many commonalities. Like each of our fingers has fingerprints on it, and our fingerprints are so different, but you look at a fingerprint and you can see the same design behind the finger. And what I see is the same design behind the suffering that has happened to many of our cultures, and also in the beauty of many of our cultures and the resiliency of many of our cultures. So I wanted to share a bit of that history before going into the things I have learned in regards to dealing with trying to create a sense of justice and healing around police violence that happens in our community. When Sarah asked me to speak, she asked me, I was trying to think of what is it that is the greatest value I have to offer. And one of the things that's very valuable and what I've been working on a lot lately is around accountability for the murder of a community member in our community. A young child, Cape Verdean child, was murdered by the police in May 17th of 2012, Malcolm Gracia. And I will get into that, but I also feel like it was important to preface in the beginning a little bit of how we're interconnected and how our stories are interconnected. So Christopher Columbus traveled to Cape Verde in the 1400s. He was living on the plantation islands, on a plantation on the islands of Madeira, and he traveled to Cape Verde to study the slavery that was now already well established on the islands. I went to Cape Verde in 2014, and an anthropologist from Nigeria was explaining to me the reason why he was coming to Cape Verde to study Cape Verde was because growing up, he always heard about the place where they made slaves. And as a Cape Verdean, a lot of my history, I had no idea and no understanding of it. Growing up in Rhode Island, I knew I was Cape Verdean. I knew I was Irish, but I knew very little about those histories of those places. I had the faintest idea of any of the leaders or any of the historical legacy of Cape Verde. I had no idea that Cape Verde was where the transatlantic slave trade really started. In fact, Christopher Columbus, before traveling to the Caribbean, he stopped in Cape Verde to meet with Sephardic Jew. Much of Cape Verde's history is intertwined with the exodus and of Sephardic Jews from escaping the Inquisition in Portugal. And he met there to meet sailors. Now, one of the earlier presenters was talking about African people traveling from Africa to other parts of the world. The fact of the matter is Cape Verde is where hurricanes are said to be birthed. So the trade winds from Cape Verde travel to the Caribbean. So most of the hurricanes that we experience on this side of the lake called the Atlantic, the hurricane actually starts in Cape Verde and then travels over. Being that the hurricane starts over in Cape Verde, how easy is it for a boat with a sail to travel using those same trade winds that come over? And for me, I've been on this journey of trying to find out about my history, because so much of the history is hidden away, like and not readily accessible. So I'm in the process of uncovering it, and in the process of uncovering it, a lot of it had to do with the fact that there was something that I felt that was missing, that was stolen from me. I remember saying, I'm from Fox Point, but I never knew about it until in 2006, an elder cousin of mine created a film called Some Kind of Funny Puerto Rican, and a Cape Verdean American story. And it chronicles the displacement of the Cape Verdean community from Fox Point to build a highway through our community. And it dealt with how that happened. And in seeing that, I understood this longing that I had, the sadness that I had for something I never experienced, because the sense of identity that I heard spoke about in elders in my community, I never got to experience that. And in seeing the film, I understood what was missing. Fast forward, I moved to New Bedford, Massachusetts, where I am now. It's Wampanoag territory. It is also a location where one of the first bloodiest wars of this colonial experience here has happened, with the Plymouth plantation invading the area because they wanted the farmland that was here, that had been farmed for thousands of years by the Pokanoket Wampanoag people. And I moved to this area in college, and it also happens to be home of the first immigrant community from the Cape Verdeans to United States. Cape Verdeans began immigrating to the United States via the whaling industry. The Quakers learned whaling from the Shinnecock people, and they would travel on the whale boats to try to find folks that would be willing to throw a spear at the largest mammal on Earth, and also they didn't want to pay people, so they went to Cape Verde, which was a former slave colony slavery had been outlawed, and many of the folks that were living on the islands were dealing with droughts. There's been over 200,000 people that have died in Cape Verde due to starvation, due to lack of water. So it was very attractive to Cape Verdean youth in as young as 15 years old to jump on the boat for very little pay. Usually they were getting paid molasses, water, and bread to throw a spear at the whale. And in that, the boats were leaving out of New Bedford, so many of them ended up migrating here to escape the harsh conditions of colonial reality in Cape Verde under the Portuguese colony. Moving to New Bedford, I was able to find that culture that I didn't get an opportunity to experience in Fox Point in this community, and fell in love. And in 2013, I learned there was an event that was happening in downtown of the city where they wanted to define a cultural district. And that cultural district abuts, when they presented it, it was like they drew a line, and that line abutted the historic Cape Verdean community, which is the first African people to immigrate to the United States post-colonization of free will, post-slavery, transatlantic slave trade of free will. And I use free will with loose quotations because the reality of how folks got on that boat and what they were escaping, that those terms are very challenging to use, because we don't even really know how folks got on those boats. And just because they said slavery was illegal, the reality was that slavery existed and persisted in that trade, just like it still exists today. We have this ideology that something had a beginning point and had an end point, when the reality is there is reality to some of that change, but there is also the fact that much of it is still underground. And on those whale boats, we don't really know how folks got on those boats all the time and what their reality was. However, Cape Verdeans migrated to New Bedford, and they were able to establish through unity a community that had land, organizations, buildings, fraternal organizations that provided opportunities for other immigrants coming over, and also organized to help the independence movement in Cape Verde. In 2013, at a meeting downtown, they were talking about defining a cultural district, an area that they said that culture was happening in. And a conversation with Sarah, she said something to me, Sarah Rose Harper said something to me that really stood out and exemplified the problematic nature of these cultural districts. Culture is not something that exists in a district, in a place. Culture is something that exists in us all the time. You don't do culture here and not culture there. Culture exists on Sunday morning when you wake up and the music's on, and your food you're cooking, and the way you talk, and the way you dress, and the way you think. It's not something that can be put and defined into a box. However, this colonial approach was designed actually to gentrify our community. And looking at it and studying gentrification from what happened to the Fox Point community, the realization I had was that this districting would abut our community, and that funding would go into that box that they defined a cultural district, and they would be able to rehab buildings. They would be able to pay for all this cultural stuff to happen. And meanwhile, the community that directly abutted that downtown area would be on the outs. For those of you that are unaware of redlining was a strategy and that was done in the housing market that basically locked a lot of communities out of access to home loans, access to mortgages, and in doing so, it divested in the communities to make it readily accessible to be able to be exploited and to be colonized. As someone said earlier, I think it was Bobby Sanchez talked about gentrification is just another way to colonize an area. As soon as I saw this, the red flags went off, and I started to try to mobilize our community to respond to that. We're going to save this Cape Verdean community, and started to reach out to these different organizations and started thinking about protecting this Cape Verdean community. This land belonged to us. This is our land. And then the aha moment came into terms of like the learning I had to do to think about, we're not the first ones that had this land stolen from us. And to actually be like, before I can even think about talking about this, you can't just pay attention to what happened to you and ignore the pieces, the foundation that this corruption and this gentrification that's happening now is predicated on the gentrification and genocide of the Wampanoag people that were in Acushnet. And I realized, though I have family members that many Cape Verdean families and many of the folks that I was raised around are the families are intermixed, I didn't really have much knowledge of the local history of the First Nations that were here, and trying to organize a response to this, which is state violence. In my opinion, displacement is another form of state violence that involves the police. I started to reach out to folks to try to figure out how to build relationships. And serendipity happened, and a lot of things have led to me expanding into that space to learn a lot more. And I want to pause there for a second to just give thanks to the folks that have been very welcoming as I misstep and as I try to learn and I make mistakes, that have taken the time to invest, to teach, and to be open and to be kind and caring in that space, but also have invested a lot into that, because that takes a lot of patience to take somebody that hasn't been taught. And I realized that the reality of what I was looking for and that loss of my own personal identity, I started to see the commonality in certain things that are happening in other communities, and also how our communities are so interconnected. This is the initial flag of the independence of Cape Verde, and if you look at it, there's agriculture on it. There's the Black Star of Marcus Garvey, and then there's the seashell for the food, and then there's also corn. And our traditional dish in Cape Verdean culture is cachupa, which is made with corn, which is not an African crop. So our traditional food for celebration, for Sunday dinner, for birthday parties, for wakes, for whatever, is connected to food that was grown here on the side of the lake. We are interconnected already, and I just wanted to preface with that connection before going into some of the other things. The other things I wanted to share was that one of the individuals I never really learned about in schools that I learned about afterwards on my own was Amilcar Cabral, who was a revolutionary leader and agriculturalist in Cape Verde. And some of the things that he has said about culture, I wanted to just preface with. He said that in assessing the role of culture in any liberation movement, it should not be forgotten that culture, as a resultant and a determinant of history, comprises of essential and minor elements, strengths and weaknesses, virtues and defects, positive and negative aspects, factors of progress and of stagnant regression, contradictions and even conflicts. Whatever may be the complexity of this cultural paranormal, The liberation movement has to find and define in it the contradictory data so as to preserve the positive values and operate the junction of these values in the direction of a struggle and within the framework of a new dimension. And I share that because, like, in learning about our culture, there's things, aspects of our past culture that we have to learn that are going to liberate us, because one of the first things they did to suppress us is to take away the culture, to suppress the culture, and also the acceptance of the reality that not everything in our culture is perfect, that there's contradictions and there's flaws in our culture, that we have to look at what's positive before moving forward and what's negative, and evolve into the situation of today, because the culture that our ancestors created was based upon the experiences that they had in that moment. And we can draw on those things. We stand on those things. We are those things, but we also have to reconcile some of the things that we may have to change within that culture, and to relearn and unlearn some of the other things that have took us off course. So that being said, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the work that has been I've been engaged in most recently, and going back to in 2012, there was a young child in our community, Malcolm Gracia, who police and a downtown unit were monitoring through a virtually. Just like we're looking virtually, they were virtually looking at kids at a park playing basketball. And on their camera, they saw a group of young people, some people playing basketball, some people talking, and they were monitoring them. So this is a form of the problems that we have. We are being surveilled at a high rate in our communities. And this was in 2012, so I can only imagine where we're at right now. The police said that they didn't recognize him, and that at first he was part of the group, but he wasn't part of the group. And then they later said it was because he gave a handshake, an elaborate handshake, that they wanted to do a meet and greet on him. And the reality is, the reason why they were monitoring him is because a directive, much like papal bulls and treaties and doctrines of the discovery and what was written on paper can create harm. They're still creating harm with these policies that they create. So the New Bedford Police had a directive called the High Energy Patrol Initiative Directive. And in this directive, which came into effect on in 2005, they said that youth as young as middle school age kids are thugs, and that they needed to be eliminated from our city. Now, the word thug has like a very, very weighted racial undertone to it here in this present time. And in looking up the history of the etymology of the word thug, that word never existed until the British colonized India. That the British, in order to justify removing due process and being able to arrest people without any cause, they created up this myth of the Thuggee, which was this clandestine, highly organized, murderous sect that they said that existed, this gang. In fact, in the movie, for those that have seen it, Raiders of the Lost Ark, I believe it is. No, Temple of Doom by Indiana Jones. That's loosely based on this mythological Thuggee group. So they use that word Thuggee to justify the British going back to Britain and saying we need more forces and we need to eliminate due process and being able to arrest people. And basically what they're doing all these years later in our community is they're labeling kids with that same terminology that was used to dehumanize and allow them to colonize an area and over-police an area, to over-police our community. So with this High Energy Patrol Initiative, they're monitoring this predominantly African, Indigenous, and Cape Verdean community, Caribbean community on camera. And they decided to roll up on these young people to find out who they were. When they rolled up, the police initially on May 18th, when the news broke, the article in the paper said an officer was stabbed and the suspect was shot. And it later was revealed that the suspect, quote unquote, was this 15-year-old child that they claimed had stabbed an officer multiple times, and that after stabbing the officer, that he stabbed the officer in the abdomen and the chest multiple times, and then ran after another officer with a knife, that they tried to tase him, that the taser didn't work. Then they fired 3 shots. He fell to the ground, got back up with the knife still in his hand, and attempted to stab another officer, and then they fatally shot him. At the time, this in 2012, this was months after Trayvon Martin. So given that this is another 15-year-old child, this time murdered by police violence, different from the civilian violence of vigilante Zimmerman, the reality is that we're living in an era already where a story like this could go viral, and when it goes viral, then you have more opportunity to have justice. Unfortunately, what ended up happening was that the narrative of what this young man did, despite the fact that many of us in the community took issue with the fact that even if what they were saying was true, in my viewpoint, you have multiple men trained how to de-escalate, and with non-lethal force couldn't subdue a young 15-year-old child with a knife without using deadly force. So even at that time, that narrative that they put out didn't make sense. But because they had put out this narrative of this young man, and then they started to dig into his personal life and demonize his personal life and what happened in his life and such, that people didn't really respond. The community didn't respond in a way that challenged the narrative or call for any justice for the family on a wide scale. There definitely was those in the community that immediately responded, and there was many that didn't. And what was troubling to me was the fact that at that time I had young people that I had worked with that had been charged with crimes based on video surveillance, and if there was rumors that there was video. However, they denied that the video existed. The DA the DA said they were going to investigate it. They wouldn't have the police investigate it, and they were going to do their thing. And they deemed it justified. And years later, working with young folks, I met folks through solidarity movements in Flint with Queenie Najaha, who organized the Hip Hop for Flint, and then a Water is Life movement, which was a uniting of Standing Rock in Flint. Tef Poe, an artist, Tef Poe from Ferguson, and I showed his film to some of the young folks in the community because it was the anniversary of Mike Brown's death, and one of the young men there started crying and saying, "Why didn't our community do something for Malcolm?" And I remember that just hit me, like the idea that a lot of times, like, people respond to injustices that happen somewhere else, but here we had something that happened here, and this young man was hurt by the fact that he saw that there was a response in Ferguson, yet someone he knew in his neighborhood had been murdered by the police and nothing had happened. And that really hurt to hear that. It hurt to see his hurt, and it created a sense of guilt on my part, because here I am as somebody that wanted to be active around injustices, speaking out about Eric Gardner, speaking out about Sandra Bland, speaking about Corinne Gaines, but here I let this situation, I made a comment, I spoke out, I challenged the DA about his statement, but then, let it sit. And that troubled me. And then a few months later, I got a call from an elder in my community that he was worried about my daughter's mother because of the work she was doing. And I called my daughter's mother. We're not together as a couple. We're co-parenting, and I asked why was this elder worried about her safety, and she advised me to go to a court hearing. So I went to the court, and when I went to the court, this was in 2018. The murder happened in May 12th, and in the civil court, this is one of the lessons learned from this case, is the importance of when some violence happens in our community, don't rely on just criminal charges. Immediately file civilly as well, because I went into the court, and what I heard in the court was that there was actually video footage, and they were demanding it through a subpoena through the court to have the DA's office turn over video footage, that the district attorney's office had gone to this private property and had surveillance video secured and a computer reformatted. And in the reformatting of that computer, that's a crime. It was private property. They had no warrant to do it. And for me, it was just mind blowing. Like, yo, there's actually video footage. Like, there was rumors that there was video footage, but I was like, if there was video footage, it's gone. And the reality is that they were able to, they had the video footage, but the DA's office was refusing to turn it over. I walked out of the court in just utter disbelief. And I shout out to his sister, who Malcolm's sister, Christina, who was unwilling to let her brother's the truth of her brother's story not be uncovered, not to be found, and has fought despite the state to push forward. And I asked her afterwards if it was all right to let people know about it, and I was shocked that no one was talking about it. And additionally, what came up was that the officer didn't get life-threatening injuries, that he was treated for a 1 centimeter superficial abrasion. And the realization was that in order for all this to happen, it was much more than just the police themselves that did this crime. It had to be a cover-up that involved also the media, that also involved the district attorney's office, and it also involved other people. And that in order to take a stance to speak out, I asked the sister if it was all right to get the word out about this. The realization I had was that you can't just, in your community, if they're willing to kill a young man over a handshake, imagine what they're willing to do to us as we start organizing locally in that area, in that community, around trying to get justice for these things. So the biggest piece of advice I have to people is that before you do anything locally to speak out about an issue, reach out to as many people as you can from outside of your community, and also do it in a discreet way, because the reality is the first thing that we have to think about is if they're willing to kill over a cigarette, if they're willing to kill over somebody telling them they're not going to roll out on their window, if they're willing to kill for counterfeit dollars, if they're willing to kill for nothing, then what are they willing to do when we challenge them and try to have them arrested? So it's important that you connect it with events like the convergences like these, and also with networks outside of your local area, outside of your state, and with people that you know will fight for you. Like, my fear was that in speaking out, what would happen is that, you know, there's consequences that come to that, and those consequences can look like anything. So you have to imagine it could be anything. So before making any decision, what I asked the sister also was, you know, they used everything they could to demonize him. So can you send photos of him as a child, as many happy photos as you can? Because we have to humanize ourselves. We are human beings, no matter what we look like or where we're at in our life. I don't care what you have, but we have to humanize. We have to show who we were when we were children, holding a baby, the vulnerability of us, the love of the family, the smiles. And we have to use that to really, really, really challenge the narrative, because what they try to do is they try to dehumanize to justify the violence that they execute on us. And we see that across the board in all these cases. So one thing I would suggest is that when ever somebody in your community dies, that you try, with the family's permission, everything has to be rooted with talking to the family beforehand. And making sure that they're good with what you're doing, because we can't speak on behalf of people. We can only support them, and it's important that we do support them. But when we do, I believe that one of the lessons learned for me is to humanize them as much as possible, with images of them in different situations, different scenarios throughout their lifetime, so that we can see that they're more than one moment, that they're a collection of moments, and they have this whole experience of life and beauty that existed. Before sending this out, the realization I had was that there's going to be a consequence that comes out to this. So before doing that, I reached out to people outside of the community to let them know, people I had met in various different places. So if something was to happen, I knew that people outside of my community would support. I'm sorry, I just look at the time. I realize I talk really quick and a lot.
It's perfect.
I just wanted to share that, and also to share that, like, when you share things out, like, local media is probably not going to cover your cases, because a lot of times the powers that be are embedded in a lot of these institutions. Myself and a comrade of mine, we were able to get a paper, an independent newspaper in Boston, 60 minutes away, to cover the story because the local media wasn't covering it. And they covered the fact of the hidden video and the questionability about the video. And they asked the question, only time will tell. And by getting it in the outside media, we went up and grabbed the media. We cut it out. We laminated it. We copied it. We posted the article all over the city at places that were willing to show it, because then it validated it. People believe in media for some reason. If you can't get a media to cover it, create your own media and make it look like media, because we have to be our own media. And then through that process and continuing to challenge that process, there's been a closer search for justice. And ultimately, the thing I want to say we learned was that we need independent review boards with subpoena power that get access to the evidence to hold these cops accountable. Nothing is going to change until we hold them accountable for it. And I also want to say that art has been a significant part of it. One of my comrades that was part of that outreach effort to get the article around the city and to bring the awareness that which locally also got the other newspapers to cover it is here. And I wanted him to share a song that he wrote about these issues, because art is also a way that we can mobilize and use that and tell us stories in a way where me speaking, people might not listen, but they may listen to the song. So without further ado, Emilio.
How's everybody doing tonight? I'm gonna make this nice and quick for everybody. My name is Emilio Torrado. This is a song called Been Here Before, and I'm just gonna get right to it, all right? Yeah. I hope you listen to what I am spitting. Yeah. Brothers are dying, sisters are missing, mothers are crying, daddy's in prison. The government's lying, can't trust the system. It's not like we're trying to end up a victim. I won't be silent, my voice and my fist up. They cannot silence, we will not give up. They come with violence, we come with real love. I'm scrolling down my timeline, the things that just blow my mind. I'm holding all these tears inside. My anger just won't let me cry. Peace ain't what they're looking for, war is what they breathe. They say that they're protecting us, but murder's all I see. They ain't got no respect for us, it's just brutality. There gotta be better ways so we can see better days. No more knees to the neck, no more shots to the back, no more kids left alone, not killed in a home. Daddy shot in his truck, tell me where is the love? Yeah, we've been there before. Yeah, we've been there before. This isn't our first time. This isn't our first time. With our face on the floor. With our face on the floor. That wasn't the first time. That wasn't the first time. The way they kicked in the door. The way they kicked in the door. This isn't the first time. This isn't the first time. We've been there before. It's like we've been there before. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all.
That was amazing. That was amazing. And thank you so much to Erik. This is such an important discussion. And we're so grateful to have Erik here and and for these important conversations, please join Erik in the Zoom discussion, and that link is in the comments section. So up next, Cody Coyote. Our next guest, Cody Coyote, brings us healing through art. Welcome.
Awesome. Kitchimigoch for having me here. Big thank you. First and foremost, following some protocol. Ani Bojo, Cody Coyote, Indigenous, Esenio De Nin, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe Nindao, Omama Wanene, Anishinaabe, King and Donji, Badajuan and Donjaba. And I was just saying hello and welcome everybody. In the hip hop world, people know me as Cody Coyote. My spirit name, Esenio De, means stone heart because I have that strong heart. I live currently on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory, and I am Ojibwe Anishinaabe from Attachuan First Nation, which resides in Treaty 9 territory in so-called Northern Ontario, Canada. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about healing through art and my experiences earlier on in my life and where I currently am at right now. We're also going to be sharing a music video that I recently created that I am tying into this this presentation. So I'm just going to get into it. I'm what they call an intergenerational survivor of child welfare, 60 scoop, and residential school. You're probably wondering, what's that mean? What's he talking about? It's really acknowledging the fact that my father was a part of Canada's 60 scoop. And for those who don't know, during the 60 scoop, the Canadian government forcibly apprehended Indigenous children and put them into the foster care system. I'm 28 now. It took me 25 years to meet my blood relatives from Attachuan First Nation. And within that 25-year period, things weren't, you know, all butterflies and rainbows, okay? Also, one thing I did want to recommend that people do as well is to look into the history of the residential school system, okay? This has impacted my family severely. Several of my family members were displaced from my home territory to various different parts of so-called Canada. And I just want to share truth right now, okay? And I want to say again, Kitchimigoch for being here. Big thank you for being here. And to the organizers for having me here. I grew up in a neighborhood that had various different nationalities. And as a kid, you don't know what racism is. You don't, you know, see the difficulties that are in the world. You just know love. You just know how to connect with one another. And we ended up leaving that neighborhood, and we went to the suburbs. And it was really different at that time because I was 1 in 6 Indigenous kids at my high school, where everybody else was white. And I became a target because of it. I remember going into school and people would severely bully me. You know, they would call me bad names. I'm not going to repeat them. I don't want to get power to that. And they would also make fun of me for having long hair. You know, here I am at 28, and it has taken me so long to have the courage to be able to wear my hair like this again. Because when I used to wear my hair like this, I would often walk down the halls and I would feel somebody pulling on my hair and my head would fly back like that. And I remember just like looking around, and the worst part about it is that I didn't know who was attacking me. I would turn around and there'd be nobody there. And that was the hardest part. That was the hardest part. I mean, I could deal with seeing somebody, but not knowing, right? And, you know, time passed. Things happened during those years in high school. And I eventually found out who was doing all this, right? And it was a group of young men who chose to assault me and just to be really, really ignorant. And that was a lot of the stuff they inherited from their parents. And it got dished out towards me. And I remember going home to my dad. I was like talking to my dad. I said, Dad, how come they don't like me? You know, how come they don't like me? They call me dirty. They call me ugly. Go back to the res. all these different comments, you know, all these different comments. And these were from people that were older than me. We're often supposed to be able to look up to those people as role models, right? But they were the bullies for me. And he sat me down and we just had some of that real talk. We just had some of that real talk, right? He said, like, that's not yours to carry. You know, that's theirs to carry, right? That's theirs to carry. And a little background of what I've been doing with my life. You know, prior to the pandemic, I had been all over Turtle Island sharing about my journey, just like we are right now, all right? It's different because I can't really see you, but I know you're there, and I feel your energy, and I feel your spirit, and that's helping me right now. Because sometimes it's really hard to share truth, and acknowledging that, you know, I am really thankful that I am able to today. And I remember sitting there with my dad. I was just trying to process everything, you know, and I was so angry. This filled me with rage, hatred, you know, and so much anger. And he gave me an option. He gave me an option, right? I felt like he wasn't really listening to me. You ever had that happen? Where you feel like someone isn't really listening to you? He was. But I didn't know at the time. You know, I was so mad. He gave me a writing utensil, right? Can't remember if it was a pencil or a pen. And he gives me a piece of paper. He goes like this, just, you know, real little Ojibwe, huh? Right? So gives me it. He's like, go find yourself a space. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, I'm trying to tell you how I feel. Why aren't you listening to me? Right? So I go up to my room. He's telling me to write down how I feel. I'm like that's gonna do any good, you know? Well, I'm mad. You know, is this what you want to hear, Dad? I'm depressed. I'm sad. I'm upset. I don't want to be here anymore. Then I go back downstairs, sitting down in this chair. So this is how I feel. This is how I feel right here. You listen to me now? This is how I feel. This is how I feel. And he sat me down. He said, good. Like he wrote something down. You put it somewhere. And this was a teaching that I've carried with me this far in my life. He said, you can either do something with it or you can let it go. And I chose to do something with it. Okay? So with me, I found healing through art, right? I started writing poetry, and that became my outlet. And as an Indigenous youth, even today as an Indigenous person, I feel that my voice is ignored. But that pushed me to write even more, you know, to speak my truth even more and not to back down. Because I know that there's people out there that are willing to listen, you know. And I ended up working on this wicked piece one day. I was sitting in class. I'm working on this awesome piece. I'm like, yeah, here we go. I'm supposed to be doing my work, but I'm writing down this wicked piece. And my teacher walks up to me. He's like, what are you doing? I'm there. I'm all like, oh, geez, I have my headphones in and stuff. I said, nothing, sir. No, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, I want to know. Tell me, what are you doing? I'm writing a poem. Can I see? Oh, no, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Like, it's not ready. Like, I was super shy. Like, that was like me, like, having that place for myself to put down my truth. And he told me to come with him, all right? So keeping in mind at this point in my life, I had my own seat up front of the principal's office. And they knew me on a first name basis, right? I ended up being there pretty frequently, getting in fights and getting in all sorts of trouble, right? But he brought me to this room that was next to the classroom that we're in. And I'm like, okay, like, what's going to happen here? Like, am I in trouble? Like, we're not going to the principal's office? And he's like, just come. You know, just come. He brings me into that back room. And it was the coolest thing that I've ever seen in my life. I saw a group of my friends in there recording a demo. One was on the drums, one was playing guitar, the other was doing bass and singing. And I was like, whoa, like, what is this place? And how is this in our school? You know? And I kept going in there. And that became my safe space. No bullies in there. I didn't have to worry about being a target. I didn't have to worry about my hair being pulled. I didn't have to worry about being called bad names. So I kept going in there. I kept going in there and I kept making music. And that became my outlet. Before I continue, I want to share a song with you. And this is talking about finding my bloodline. Okay? And keeping in mind, it took me 25 years of my life to meet my blood relatives. How many of you have uncles that you grew up knowing? How many of you know aunties? What about your grandparents? What about your cousins? It took me 25 years. Okay? Again, Kitchmiigwech, and this song is called Bloodline.
All I want to know is who I am. All I want to know is where I come from. All I want to know is who I am. All I want to know is where I come from.
I was born in 92, inside a palm view. A youngin' in this land trying to find his way through. Asking who I am, I tried to find roots. Everywhere I asked, I couldn't find truth. Pops told me what he could, but still we didn't know. Inner inspiration flow, but still we had the hope. Frustration was the same, but still we didn't show. Intergenerational, but still we had to cope. Struggled with identity, didn't know my language. They told me I was different, relentless with my anguish. No one was a friend of me, they said I needed sanction. Disobeyed the privilege, I came back in a vanquish. Still they call me savage, still they call me Indian. The history of words that I feel is worth digging in. Carsley and Columbus were just a couple idiots trying to take our culture, what it means to be indigenous. It's who I am.
All I want to know
It's where I come from.
All I want to know
It's who I am.
All I want to know
It's where I come from. Bloodline, I need my bloodline, bloodline, bloodline. I need my bloodline. Bloodline, I need my bloodline, bloodline, bloodline. I need my bloodline. Searching through the north where I go to share my story. Was raised in the south outside my territory. Searching back and forth, nobody cares to worry as I try to figure out who I am with my fury. These are stupid kids from the 60s to the present. I feel the disconnection that's lessened by oppression. This government is failed when they got in misdirection. Neglection to my questions leaves me thriving for direction. Making some connection, finding my relation. Spoke about my journey, had some conversations, learned about the scoop. They told me about these agents, they were stealing babies. It's all assimilation. This woman in the town, she said she held it down. When those agents came around, she hit them on the ground. Hid them in the basement, protected from the hatred. These children were escaping the covered desolation.
All I want to know
It's who I am.
All I want to know
It's where I come from.
All I want to know
It's who I am.
All I want to know
It's where I come from. Bloodline, I need my bloodline, bloodline, bloodline. I need my bloodline. Bloodline, I need my bloodline, bloodline, bloodline. I need my bloodline. All I wanna know is who I am. All I wanna know is where I come from. All I wanna know is who I am. All I wanna know is where I come from.
Wow. Miigwech, thank you. Now we're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving, okay? At this point in my life, I had this outlet. I had this amazing gift. I had this amazing gift that I could turn to. But my anger consumed me. For those of you who know that good and bad wolf teaching, this was a teaching that my father gave me early on in life as well. I kept feeding that bad wolf. It had the anger, it had the hatred, inside of his heart. That led me down a road of self-destruction. So let's fast forward a little bit towards the end of high school. I graduated, thankfully. It was really difficult. I faced challenges from the educational institution that I was attending. It was a Catholic school, and a lot of challenges came with that, as is from teachers and my peers. But I've graduated. I'm a young man. And one thing I didn't mention is that although I had this gift, going down that road of self-destruction, I was actively using drugs and alcohol as a coping mechanism. As young men, we're taught that it's not okay to talk about our feelings. It's not okay to cry or to appear weak. It's a thing that's called toxic masculinity. And even today, I'm learning a lot about it, and I'm learning behaviors and changing as an individual. But because of that, and the people that I was hanging out with, I got jumped into a gang, and I spent 3 years of my life, being involved in gang life and making a lot of severe mistakes and a lot of things that I wish I could take back, that I'm still making amends for today. This hard part of my life, I think it's important to share, but not give a lot of power to. And at this point in my life, I'm facing a lot of stresses, and I'm still facing different challenges for being an Indigenous person operating in a colonial environment, colonial world. And I remember somebody said something that was so severe, and I want to provide a trigger warning to everybody, okay? I know some folks can't hear this, and I respect that, I honor that. We're going to talk a little bit about suicide, okay? So if you have your medicines that are close to you, please grab them. If you want to take a little bit of a break, that's understandable too. But this is a part of my story, and it would mean the world if you listened. There came a point in my life I didn't want to be here. And I made a very selfish decision. I'm not going to get into detail about it, but I did have a suicide attempt. And as somebody who didn't grow up with his culture or his language or anything, and later learned how heavily suicide impacts Indigenous communities, I could see that I was this close to becoming a statistic. But I made that decision, and even today, I don't know what happened after that. I remember waking up, I remember blood, I remember going to the hospital. But then I remember that they told me I was being charged with mischief under 5,000 because I had broken some things at a nearby facility. And they then brought me to my first healing circle. And for those who don't know, a healing circle, they'll have your elders and other community members. In this case, it was my family, my caseworker, elders, and medicine people. They sat me in the middle, and I just got the vent. Forget about that toxic masculinity. I got to talk. I got to share my story. Finally, someone was willing to listen to what I had to share about my hurt, my pain. We're so used to just putting it away and trying to still go forward. But then once we come back, it's still there. So I started to let it out and talk about it. They brought me to my first sweat lodge. Never been to a sweat lodge before. Started bringing me to round dances and powwows and around the Indigenous community where I live. And there, I started to find more healing. There, I found the support system that I needed. And I continued to go back and write music and work on my craft. Before I continue, I want to share a song with you again. Even during these times, the pandemic, this is something that's affecting all of us in our lives. And whether we realize it or not, it's affecting our mental health too. This is for any young person that's watching this right now. This is for anybody that's being affected by this pandemic in regards to mental health. I want to tell you, Gazagian, I love you. Gazaganim, I love you all. And don't give up. Be good. I know you don't know me. I know I don't know you. But I want you to know me. And I want me to know you. Wish the world would see. You just want to be loved. Surrounded by booze. Or afflicted by drugs. I'm going to start that again. Sorry. I just lost a friend to suicide. Okay? I want to take a moment. You bitch. I know we're here at this moment right now. This is for all my loved ones that are up there in the sky world, in the spirit world. I know you don't know me. I know I don't know you. But I want you to know me. And I want me to know you. I know they don't get it. Yeah, they're so hard to talk to. Slow down for a second. Show me what you walk through, tell me what the hell's going on. The story you tell ain't what's going wrong. Been there before, never felt I belong. Felt like an outcast and I had to be gone. Feeling so lost like I don't have a purpose. Not sure how to work this. It feels like I'm cursed. This feeling I'm hurt makes me feel so absurd. Cause I feel like I'm worthless. Stop, I don't want to see you shoot. I don't want to be confused. Nah, please put away that gun. Please put away that noose. Nah, I don't want to see you cut. I don't want to see you bruised. Nah, I don't want to see you jump. I don't want to see you lose. Nah, know that you're beautiful. That pain is reducible. Won't say it's removable. But let's not make it usual. With your feelings diffusable. Lifestyle is improvable. We can find something suitable. So you're far from excludable. Yes, Yes, I know you don't know me. I know I don't know you. But I want you to know me. And I want me to know you. Wish the world would see. You just want to be loved. Not surrounded by booze. Or inflicted by drugs. I see the abuse. Know it's harder to trust. Those marks in your skin make it harder to love. Know you want to escape, but there's nowhere to run. Your heart's giving in. to the pain that's been done. Stop. I don't want to see you pass. I just want to see you last. Nah, please put away that glass. Please put away that flask. Nah, I don't want to see you trashed. I don't want to see you crash. Nah, I don't want to see you smashed. I don't want to see you clash. Nah, know that you're beautiful. That pain is reducible. Won't say it's removable. Well, it's not making usual. What you feel is diffusible. Lifestyle is improvable. We can find something suitable, so you're far from excludable. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Yes, I get ya, hey ya, hey hey ya. Don't give up, no, no. Don't give up, no, no, no. Thank you again. And if anybody needs to have a debrief, needs to share anything, join the Q&A after, okay? Miigwech. It's a tough one for me to get through because it's in that deep place in my heart. There's broken pieces that are still being fixed. And that happened, right? That happened. But after having access to going to my first sweat lodge, being in a healing circle, going to round dances and powwows, and investing more time into myself and my healing journey by writing down my thoughts and creating music, things started to change. I want to give a teaching right now that coincides with this. I want you to think about a feather. Okay, think about a feather. Think about that hard part, right? That comes from the bird. That's where your life starts. This journey starts in this physical world. At the end of the feather, at the very top, it's where your second journey starts. The sky world, the spirit world. And right down the middle, that's the journey that we're on, right? In this physical world. Now I want you to think about all the strands that are on a feather. I want you to think about the smooth side. I want you to think about the rough side. The smooth side, acknowledging all the good in the world, all the good experiences that we're going to have. The rough side, the not so good things that are going to happen in our lives and that we're going to experience. There's so many of them that are going to happen in our lives. We got to keep coming back to that journey that we're destined to be on. You know, we all have a purpose here. I strongly felt that music was mine. So I kept making music. Here's the fun part. I get to share about the good things now. Okay? I kept making music. Kept being involved in my culture, smudging, using my medicines, learning more about my indigeneity, who I am as an Anishinaabe person. And I saw a lot of change. I've been on the red road for 8 years. For those who don't understand that, I've had 8 years of recovery. I've been sober from drugs and alcohol for that length of time. And people say it's a day-by-day thing, one day at a time. It's one moment at a time where we keep ourselves safe, you know. And what I like to call my music is a keep safe, right? So for example, 3 keepsafes that I have: writing music, right? Writing lyrics, working on a new song. Number 2, okay, going for a walk, being out in nature. Number 3, working out, right? Working out, exercising, doing push-ups, just letting it out, putting it somewhere, taking care of that physical health, the emotional health, the spiritual health, the mental health, all of them, okay? And as I've learned more about this, I feel it's important to pass it on and to share, right? Never would I have thought that I would be this multi-award winning artist who had the honor and the privilege to be able to go to various different Indigenous communities and cities, all over Turtle Island, and be able to share my story. But my culture saved my life. I literally found healing through art. And my challenge for you is to try and do the same. Write down your thoughts. Write down how you feel. Express what you have inside of you, friends. Express what you have inside of you. Because you're going to move mountains, right? You're going to move mountains. And I want to touch base on how my art has gone from like recording in my bedroom to now being something that I do on a day-to-day that has taken me to various different parts of the globe, okay? And with this, before we get into something special, okay? Before we get into something special, I told you about my story. What if I told you that there was a visual component to this? So you can see a glimpse of it for yourself. Because words can only justify so much. They can only do so much, friends. And before we get into this, if you do want to stay in touch, at Cody Coyote Music on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, right? And my music's on every platform. CodyCoyotemusic.com is the best place to go for it. And let's work together during this time. Let's work together for a brighter future. Let's work together to help each other heal. Mamawe Wichi Tata. All together we support each other. Okay? And right now, I want to say a big thank you again to the organizers for having us here. We're going to do something fun. Okay? You're going to think I'm a little bit crazy, right? You may be sitting at home, but it doesn't mean that we can't extend energy to each other. Okay? So on the count of 3, we're going to do something fun. Okay? We're going to put that energy out to the world. Especially towards the organizers that have brought all of us together here in this space, right? We're going to say a big thank you by making as much noise as we can. I don't care if you're going to get a noise complaint. Okay, I don't. Let's do this, all right? Let's go there and let's do this. To our organizers that have brought us all here, on the count of 3, I want you to make as much noise as you possibly can. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. Big Welch, thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, I've been told to give a cue. Cue? Yeah, got to give a cue for a video. It's my song Manado the Wagon, which means spirit drum in Anishinaabe Moan. I'll give a few minutes for it to get queued up there. And this is a song about reclamation. It's about finding culture. It's about revitalizing language and so much more. Okay? So, Jimmy Welch, thank you for having me again. And let's stay in touch, friends. Thank you.
Rise up with the sun. Feel free when I run. Heartbeat, let the drum. Still see where I'm from. Move calm. Gizji bezo. Dawe igan. Andadizi. Spirit asleep, but now it's awake. Here when it speaks, grows harder to take. Hair like the trees, sweet grass with a braid. Connection so deep, grows harder to break. Dancing with pride, healing inside. The soil beneath, revealing my time. Chanting alive, the drum is my guide. The language I speak will revitalize. Parenteau, Dawe igan. We're the ones who feel for the young. Heartbeat, let the drum. When we breathe with our lungs. Nanda wabam. Oshke iwan. Dawe igan. Maranamo. Spirit is reached, a point that it makes. Others come near with the love it creates. Stare at the sea, then gaze at the waves. Reminded of life and we won't let it fade. Dancing with pride, healing inside. The water beneath, revealing my time. Chanting alive, the drum is my guide. The language I speak will revitalize. Parenteau, Dawe igan.
Dawn, could you please unmute? Yes, sorry. I guess that would be helpful if I unmuted. Thank you so much, Cody. We are so moved by your music, and it really, truly is healing through art. I am personally just amazed, and I'm stuttering over my words because I'm fangirling out here in Ohio with all of your indigeneity. Thank you so much for everybody joining us with Indigenous Peoples Day. Convergence. If you would like to talk with Cody, please meet us in the Zoom room. That link is in the comments. Cody will be joining you there with the other people who are hanging out and chatting. Next up, today we have Shane, Creepingbear, and Shane will be presenting Higher Education, the Indigenous Experience. So if you want to come back to me for a moment while we get ready for Shane to join us. While we're waiting for Shane, we're going to go ahead and have a live prayer. So when we are talking about such important things, it's important for us to come together during this day of convergence. And we are so grateful to all of today's presenters for holding space for us. And we're thanking the community as well. Oh, we have Shane. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, Shane. So switching gears again, we are talking to Shane Creepingbear. He is joining us from Ohio as well, and he'll be speaking about higher education. Thank you so much, Shane.
Hi, awesome. Welcome. I mean, thanks for having me here. I have to say, before I get started, I've taken the liberty of preparing for this presentation by drinking entirely too much coffee, so my nerves are whew. And beyond that, I was going to wing this and do it in a just the format like this, like you see here, but I decided at the last minute to try to organize and squeeze everything into a Google slide presentation. So it's not quite polished like I'd like, but I really hope that you'll get something out of it. So that's my heads up for everybody who's viewing this today. Yeah, so I guess I'm going to go ahead and just go open up my screen share. Right on. Here's my super slick, highly aesthetic presentation that I'm presenting to everybody here today. First of all, I just wanted to introduce the title for my presentation. I initially prepared for about 15 minutes, and I'm gonna try to stick to that. I might go over slightly. So I appreciate everybody coming and joining us today. I appreciate the space being held for this event. My name is Shane Creepingbear. I'm a member of the Kiowa tribe of Oklahoma. Proud daughter of, father of 4 daughters. You can see there's the nerves and the coffee kicking in. And I'm also the Associate Director for Admission at Antioch College, located in Yellow Springs, Ohio. And I hope that this is a topic that maybe some of you have had a chance to engage with. I don't go super deep into it because I was trying to be considerate of time and everybody's time, but I hope this presents some ideas that might both challenge you, but also liberate you in a way as well. I'm starting with this quote because this amazing template that I downloaded prompted me to start with a quote, but Indigenous resistance is not a one-time event. It continually asks what proliferates in the absence of empire. Thus, it defines freedom not as the absence of settler colonialism, but as the amplified presence of Indigenous life and just relations with human and non-human relatives and with the earth. And that quote is by Nick Estes. Definitely look him up. He's a great writer, writing on the topics of decolonization, communism, anti-capitalism, indigeneity, and things like that. So things that we're going to cover today in this presentation are the function of higher education in the United States, higher education as an apparatus, meaning the function of education under capitalism and colonialism. And then finally, the indigenous people and education. I hope we'll explore some of the contradictions and even get to some of the potential benefits of indigenous people being educated in these settings. So I start with this: what is higher education? This is something that I've continually come back to. Perhaps it's not something that's a new sort of thought for many of you, but it's something that I just came to in one of my graduate studies engaging in the topic of higher education. But for me, I was educated in the United States. I've gone to both public and private schools. And then I ultimately ended up getting my bachelor's degree at Antioch College. I didn't sort of have a moment of pause between high school and college. I'm a first-generation student, and I thought, and I didn't know what that was at the time when I was doing my college search, but I thought that people just went to college. I thought that's what they did. And I found out later, after I graduated and, you know, was sort of thinking about these things, I found out that my mother used to just sort of like instill this notion in me that, like, yes, you will go to college. She said she used to like tuck me in at night going, you will go to college, you will go to college. So I think that has something to do with why I just thought everybody did it. But so the narrative here, and this is sort of common, and of course this doesn't encapsulate everything, but these are pretty much the highlights here. Can I see my notes? I don't think I can see my notes. And I also can't see the chat. I will leave a moment for Q&A at the end here. But all right. I don't know if you guys are seeing my preview view or not, but so, you know, higher education like seeks to produce the future leaders of our society. It's a method for which people understand that they should be able to get a job once they're educated to a degree, and that they'll be a productive member of society. Higher education is also big money. It's an industry in and of itself, and it has its own external sort of pressures and ways in which it has to adjust to market pressures and you know, the need to develop people in certain industries and a little bit beyond that. And then sort of as this joke, fourth thing, it is to develop gentlemen, and I'll talk about that here momentarily. But before we contextualize education under capitalism and settler colonialism, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on these things. What does it mean to be a leader in society? What is society today? What does it mean to be productive under capitalism when your role is to be exploited, or maybe to become somebody who has the opportunity to exploit others for their labor? So just from the onset, you know, the society, the context, the lens that we're viewing society through is in the United States is capitalism, right? It's under white supremacy. It's an ongoing settler colonial project. Higher education seeks to produce these future leaders so that they can participate in capitalism, settler colonialism, and white supremacy, ultimately, right? The get a job, be productive thing is more interesting, right? You know, like I said, what does it mean to be productive under capitalism? Like, who are you being productive for, right? Is it for yourself, or is it so that other people can exploit your labor at a higher value or rate, or less, right? Ultimately, you know, being productive and getting a job should be this sort of idea of increasing or bettering your own quality of life. And that's sort of where this upward mobility conversation comes into play, right? I think this is also why my mother used to encourage me to go to school, right? This upward mobility, to do better than her, to do better than my parents, to do better than her grandparents. And I think this is a common theme and also justification for why somebody should go to school, right? Especially somebody who's first generation. But what we found, and it's no secret, that upward mobility is absolutely a myth, right? I was going to include a bunch of resources, but just Googling the myth of upward mobility gives you a treasure trove of articles, both academic and media related. It's just the idea that you can move from one class to another is almost non-existent. You have a better chance of winning the lottery. So it's important to understand that being born into a class system is what maintains you in that class system, either through the sort of inheritance of generational wealth or the lack thereof, right? Higher education is big business, right? It's institutions and colleges are run like businesses. They're run on these sort of financial models that see student-derived revenue as the goal to accruing more money. So, you know, and they can put it into a number of things, whether it's, you know, maintaining buildings, funding research, different things like that. But ultimately, it's accruing money for somebody. And you can kind of take it a step further from just like research and sort of these what are considered non-bias or discriminatory efforts. But, like, you know, just look at the sports industry. Look at the ways in which college campuses can begin to develop cities and neighborhoods and small towns to support small and large businesses, retail. There's a lot of money around this. So of course this is a function of higher education. The developed gentleman thing, I put this in like sort of jokingly, but like it's really important to realize that this was part of the mission of the original colonial colleges. And that name in and of itself should tell you something right there. Like, these 13 original colonial colleges in the United States were put in place, and part of their mission was to develop a class of gentlemen who could interact with other gentlemen, right? And at first, mainly this was about speaking Latin to one another. They could go, it was almost like a passport to Europe. You know, you could speak Latin, you can go to Europe, and you'd know another gentleman by their ability to speak Latin, right? But let's talk about the historical context of higher education. Like, what does that mean for, like, you know, capitalism? Now, let's consider the narrative through the lens of capitalism, through the apparatus of settler colonialism. And the reality is, you know, the wealthy existed here from the get-go. The idea that the United States was founded by and settled by lay people or poor people who were just running from this British Empire is purely myth. I mean, the reality is there were wealthy people who sought to make money on trade routes to Asia. I mean, we know that. And they found this continent, and they decided that this continent was ripe for exploitation. And there weren't many of them. I mean, the whole nature and the idea of hoarding wealth is that there aren't many of you doing it. So, you know, the more wealth you can accrue as like individual or family units, the better off you are. You can't do it if there are a lot of people hoarding wealth, right? But somebody had to actually facilitate that. Somebody actually had to do that. So part of that was developing a managerial class that who could come in and you know, be exploited so they could hoard more wealth. But the function was to manage labor, land, and what that really meant in this time and in this context is that it was managing the extermination of native people on Turtle Island, right? And it was managing the stolen labor of African slaves. Ultimately, this project grew as it developed, and a need to facilitate and maintain westward expansion came into play. Today, its function is structured to maintain capitalism, pretty much at all costs. I won't get too much into that, but today it's, you know, what I just said. But it does this through the continued erasure of Native identities, and that's something that's still obvious through the curriculums, starting from preschool, going all the way through, you know, graduate and PhD studies. Who's excluded? I mean, the very inception of colleges and universities was exclusionary by its nature. It was not for women. It was not for racialized people. It was not for poor people, people from lower classes. And this is sort of built into the actual like foundation and fabric of what these institutions are, right? And when you contextualize them through this dominant ideology of patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism, you can start to understand why people from these identity groups might struggle at colleges and universities. And see, this is where I'm getting to the Native experience at colleges and universities, right? Part 3, Native Americans and education, right? So, I mean, to say that these institutions were not for us, they were never for us, is sort of an understatement. With the understanding that I've like laid out above, it should be clear that higher education functions this way. And not just for natives, but a lot of different people, many marginalized groups in society. Boarding schools are part and parcel to Native genocide, and that has taken on this, you know, been taken like up over this continent over the last 600 years. Indigenous people were to be assimilated in a way that kept them from understanding their own culture. And this meant that languages, connection to ancestors, connection to earth, and much more was squashed in order for capitalism to become the dominant ideology and to succeed, right? I mean, you know, the side note is that while this was a measure to eradicate us through cultural and epistemological genocide, it didn't succeed. You know, it certainly had a tremendous effect and worked in some cases, unfortunately, but ultimately its function as a method of slowing us down because we still persist today, right? As much as diversity, let's see where I'm at. Yes, as much as, you know, diversity programs and federal programs and decolonization efforts have done to bring Indigenous people onto campus and see them succeed, it can't really do this in a fully holistic and supportive way. Because that would be at the odds, you know, at odds with the very nature of the goals of capitalism. Education, what education's function is under capitalism and colonialism. Capitalism continues to change and to adjust, and one of the ways it does this is over time it, you know, it maintains itself by allowing for socially liberal ideas to be written into law. This has opened up the government's role in how colleges and universities receive subsidized funding, and because of things like Title VI and other non-discrimination laws. But this is sort of where the contradictions become heightened, and, you know, the rubber meets the road. You know, the social privileges are moot. You know, white supremacy and racism is in full effect today, and it's seen through, you know, the way that, you know, governments operate, how they seek to steal land still. I mean, you take a school like a big state school in Arizona. I guess I shouldn't name names, but you know, and they're sort of heralded as this sort of like liberal institution that's, you know, supporting working people, giving people free education, really like engaging in environmental sustainability efforts and things like that. But like at the end of the day, it's still land speculating on native land, like to this day, right? These things like cancel each other out in big ways. Government funding is dwindling. I mean, federal funding was used to, you know, for recruitment efforts to provide scholarships for Indigenous people, and then to retain them by building accepting, supportive communities through trainings, services, student support, identity and affinity groups. But the money's shrinking, and it's shrinking because it's ideologically at odds with the notion that there should be an effort to hoard generational wealth, right? It doesn't make sense to like educate revolutionary native people, right, under capitalism. It's a contradiction in and of itself. I mean, public education is going through its own crisis. I mean, people aren't prepared to even engage with, you know, higher education through testing, through lack of access to education that prepares them in these sort of like very manufactured ways to engage with, you know, society through, you know, productivity, things like that. What can be done? I think I didn't edit these slides, but I'm a big proponent of decolonization. And I don't want this to be all doom and gloom, you know, but I want the reality to set in for everybody who's like here to learn about this today. There are ways that we can seek to do this through revolutionary practice of decolonization. Many colleges and universities have started to take some of this work on, you know, recognizing that the land that they're on is stolen land through land acknowledgements, working to find external funding to support, to, you know, fund support programs for Native communities on campus. But we're a long way off. I mean, decolonization is a full thing that takes, you know, work through curriculum, through curricular investigation and things like that, research. And I can't say enough that education is and should be a liberatory practice. You know, while I talk about the function of education and society as a whole as this like widespread, you know, wide-reaching thing, overarching system, you know, education can be liberatory. And if people do have access to education, it's important that they use that education to learn the language of their oppressors, right? And to build those tool sets so that they can begin to dismantle them. And that's not like this like dismantle it from the inside, man, type thing, but it can actually be a revolutionary and libertary thing to be educated in the US today. So, okay, I left this in. This is a slide that it's it's part of the template. Thanks. I just want to take a moment, thank the Greater Cincinnati Native American Coalition, Don Knickerbocker, Jerry Neri, Sarah Harper, Antioch College, of course, where I got my awesome education. If people want to reach out to me, again, I tried to keep this short and not go too deep into these things, but really just sort of like highlight some like big overarching themes that are like always in the back of my mind when I'm doing this work. Like I work at a college, I recruit for a college, so these are things that I think about almost every single day. Well, absolutely every single day, actually. Feel free to reach out to me through email. And I'm open to doing some Q&A here now. Maybe I don't have. the time. Hi.
Wow, that was so absolutely awesome. And I mean, yeah, there needs to be more land acknowledgements. that should be like a regular thing that we're doing. And we want you to join the Zoom breakout room because I know a lot of people want to have discussions with you. That link will be in the chat, and there's a passcode on that as well.
All right.
And so I want everybody to join in that conversation and to discuss these things in detail. So thank you so much, Shane.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here, and I will see you and talk to you later.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you to Shane. To discuss these issues in detail, join Shane in the Zoom room. Tomorrow's agenda. Let's talk about tomorrow's agenda, shall we? Look at these incredible speakers that we have coming up tomorrow. We don't want you to miss this. We are starting at 2 p.m. and that is Eastern Daylight Time, or as the colonizers say, Eastern Standard Time. We will be talking about bear medicine, birth as ceremony, Native reciprocity, radical indigenizing, missing and murdered Indigenous women, the Machapui movement, and the interconnectedness of Black and Native identity. Thank you for coming together for day one of Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Thank you to all of today's presenters and holding space with us. And thank you to the community for funding Indigenous Peoples Day Convergence. Because of you, this event could happen. And happy birthday, Sarah Rose Harper. We are looking forward to day 2. We are now asking Jerry Neri to come and join us to close out the day.
Thank you.
Hello, Jerry.
Thank you, Don. Creator God and all our ancestors, thank you for watching over us and guiding the conversations we were able to take part in today. Continue to guide our conversations for the next couple of days and let wisdom and knowledge be shared in a good way between us and all our relatives. Thank you to all those people who took part in the conversations today. We hope that you have a good rest. We've hoped that everybody that has taken part has walked away from this with something, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Good night.